I call our February 23rd, 2022 hybrid meeting of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board to order. Please join me in saying the Pledge of Allegiance to our great country.
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
On behalf of the Wisconsin Natural Resources Board, I welcome each of you here today to our meeting. Please know that there is sometimes a delay in the broadcast and it is easy to talk over each other. Make sure your computer or tablet is up and running and you are able to turn your mute on or off when you are not talking. I will ask you to mute if there is any background noise. Board members, please ask the floor when you want to speak and get recognized. Also, motions will be made slower so Lori can make sure who made them. Remember to state your name when doing so. Lori also will interrupt the meeting if she is not certain as to who is making the motion, etc. Staff presenters via Zoom, please make sure your Zoom is muted and your video is turned off until I announce your item. Once your item or items are completed, please exit the meeting. Our meetings are televised live via YouTube, and we especially want to welcome and thank our viewers for tuning in. Public testimony is welcome at each and every regular scheduled NRB meeting. The transparency of our meetings and the ability of the public to testify or comment to us is the benchmark of how this board has operated over 50 years. This meeting, we have 28 appearances via Zoom. I would like to give special thanks to our technical and communications team. Chris Tall for Zoom, Scott Miller, Charlie Nettesheim for live webcast, and Malden Alder for sound. Jeff Moregano and Chris Welch for ensuring all board information is available online for the public, and the DNR's Office of Communications for streaming this meeting on the department's YouTube channel, and for managing press releases, newsletters, social media, and more, all to keep the public informed. Kari Lee is our Wisconsin Conservation Congress liaison who helps us work with our longstanding partners dealing with our natural resources. I also would like to thank Lori Ross, who's been invaluable here, getting me situated here, between public staff and sometimes ourselves. The communication and historic continuity between the board and department is unsurpassed with Lori's leadership. Law enforcement, Nick Majowski, Chief Casey Krieger and his warden team. Well, it goes without saying your staff's ability to protect our resources along with our board members, staff, and public safety speak for itself. I'd like to thank DNR Secretary Preston Cole, Deputy Secretary Sarah Barry, Assistant Deputy Secretary Steve Little, Chief Legal Counsel Cheryl Heileman, and all department staff for their participation today in making presentations. Your time is valuable and we respect that. Lastly, would also like to thank the 2,200 permanent employees and 1,477 limited term employees of the Department of Natural Resources for their continued commitment and tireless work for the Department of Natural Resources and all the citizens of this great state. I would also like to take a minute to thank the board for giving me this opportunity to serve as chair. I have some big shoes to fill here following, believe it or not, 3 former board chairs that are present here today. Preston with his eloquent use of the English language, Terry with his ability to find consensus on issues, his relentless pursuit of the legal rules and laws of the state.
Flattery will get you everywhere.
So
Well said,
I am counting on you guys to help me through getting seated in this process. So I welcome points of order. I will not be embarrassed.
Jeez, I didn't know we could actually say something about that, but we certainly will.
All right. Board members, any questions or comments?
None.
Lori, please take the roll.
William Bruins,
Here.
Sharon Adams,
Here.
Terry Hilgenberg,
Here.
Marcy West,
Here.
William Smith,
Here.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
Here.
Greg Kazmierski.
Here. All right, so. All board members are present and let's get started. So item 1B, approval of the agenda for February 23rd, 2022.
Secretary. I have no changes. And have I introduced our deputy secretary?
Yep.
Prior to?
Yes.
Wanted to make sure.
Yep.
Then I move approve of the agenda.
Second.
Opposed?
All in favor.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed?
Approved. Motion carried.
Motion carries.
Motion carries. All right.
I never forgot that, did I?
No.
Right, Cheryl?
All right. So number 2, consent agenda A. Are there any changes to the brief of action?
Yes, Mr. Chair, we have a few moments on the ad.
Okay,
On page 1B, it should read at 0.04:09. Mr. Kazmierski moved, seconded by Mr. Hilgenberg, adding in 2 words, approval of the agenda for January 26, 2022. Motion for unanimous vote. And then on page 6, under item J, the first line is going to be have one word removed. It should read under Chief Legal Heilman at 30749. Verify that the quoted numbers on the green sheet remove the word "are." Next line for bear are for state licensed bear harvest. And that's all I have, Mr. Chair.
thank you. Should we move item 3 for discussion?
I would make a motion that we approve the consent agenda with the changes brought up by Lawyer Ross, the minor changes brought by Lawyer Ross, items 2A, B, C, D, and E.
Second.
Okay,
Discussion.
discussion on? Okay. Do I have a motion to approve item 2 consent agenda and to acknowledge the donations?
As with the minor changes brought up by the Lawyer Ross.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries. Discussion and possible action concerning removed consent agenda items. There is none. Action items. 4A. Request adoption of board order WM 0621, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 19 related to wild rice harvest. Jason Fleemer is going to provide the PowerPoint. Jason, and there were no written comments on this. Jason, if you'd like to go ahead.
All right. Good morning, Mr. Secretary, Mr. Chair, and members of the board. So my name is Jason Fleener. I'm the Wetland Habitat Specialist in Bureau of Wildlife Management. I'm here to talk about Board Order WM 06-21, and that affects the harvest regulations of wild rice. So before I get into the rule, just want to do a quick overview of the wild rice management program in Wisconsin. Wild rice is a culturally important and ecological ecologically important resource in Wisconsin, to the point where we have a robust management program. So we do things like seeding wild rice, we do water level management, and invasive species control. So we do a lot for this resource. So this rule specifically is regarding date regulation of rice. So what does that mean? It means that for a subset of Wisconsin's 300 plus wild rice waters, we have an opening date for harvesting of 60 of these waters in administrative code. What we're proposing here today is to modify that list, to pare it down essentially. So there are going to be some additions, and then there are going to be some removals of waters. So this rule hasn't been changed since 1985, just to give you an idea. There hasn't been any substantive changes, at least. So this is going to be a major change. Slide here. Okay. So we have approximately 38 waters on this list of 60 that we're proposing to remove. So what is the rationale? Well, the main reason for most of these 38 is simply because most of these waters don't have any appreciable amount of rice or no rice at all for years. So what that means is that these waters have to be posted at the boat landings as closed every year. So it's a lot of work. The reason for date regulation to begin with is to conserve the resource. So in other words, so that people don't go in prematurely and try to harvest the rice before it's really ready. So it's to help rice mature and to allow harvesters to have a good harvesting experience. Date regulation also helps harvesters know when the resource is ready so that they don't waste a trip to go somewhere and find out that it's not ready. So out of these 60 waters, date regulation really helps those harvesters know when to go. But if there really isn't any amount of rice to begin with, or if it's really not worth harvesting, then it's probably really not worth regulating. So again, the rule hasn't really changed since 1985. So we're trying to play catch up right now. So if these waters remain in rule, it kind of gives a false impression that there's something there worth harvesting to begin with. And so that's one reason to change. So what would it mean to repeal them from a rule? It basically means that you can still harvest those waters. It's just that you don't have a date that's set that you have to go. A couple other reasons for date regulation, or excuse me, rather to remove some of these waters. A handful of them just simply have poor public access or are difficult to monitor. So it's really not worth regulating them if people can't get to these waters. They're essentially landlocked. And then there's a couple others that simply don't have names that are currently recognized in DNR's lake list today. So we're just not sure how they got on the list to begin with. So if you want a visual for these 38, I'm not going to go through them by name, but if you have any questions on any particular lake at the end, I'd be happy to address any of those. But just for perspective, these are across northern Wisconsin where most of the harvestable resource can be found. You can see up in the northwest, there's a big concentration here that we're proposing to remove from the rule, as well as up in the northeast. So we're also proposing to add 4 waters to the rule. And the main reason is that these waters really have a harvestable resource that gets a lot of attention from our harvesters. So there are reports of people going out and prematurely harvesting rice on these 4 waters. And what that means is that it diminishes the experience of other harvesters that try to go in at the appropriate time. They find out that the rice stems are kinked, or there's really not much available when the kernels really weren't mature to begin with. And by premature harvest, it also prevents those kernels from maturing, and then it affects the sustainability of those beds as well. So by adding these 4 waters to the rule, it's actually going to increase the amount of harvestable resource in the state that's under regulation. So we remove 38, add 4 waters, but a lot more of the rice on the ground is going to be regulated through this net change. And here are those four waters. So from west to east, we have the Minong flowage in Douglas County. We have Pakwewong Lake in Sawyer County. We have Chippewa Lake in Bayfield County. And then lastly, we have Island Lake in Wallace County that would be added to this rule for date regulation. And just for perspective, again, both the waters that would be repealed from the rule are in pink, and then also those to be added are in green. What I didn't mention is that there will be about 20 or 22 waters that are going to remain in the rule, no change. So that I'll address any questions.
Move to approve.
Second.
Question?
Can I ask a question? Bill's got a question.
Yeah, Jason, thank you. This is a long time coming and I think a very well proposed rule. We have 38 waters you're going to pull off the date regulated list. Most of them have been historically very productive waters. And for several years now, they've had little or no rice. Has there been any work done to determine why we lost the rice crop on those waters? And is there an opportunity for restoration?
Yeah, so wild rice waters are really dynamic over time. One of the biggest themes that results in change in the rice crop is water levels, and rice is really sensitive to water levels. So if a lake has had a substantial increase in water, that could diminish the crop. Just competition from other plants, boating activity. There's a number of different causes, but really we're shifting our management efforts more so toward DNR flowages where we have the ability to manage water level appropriately. So it's not like we're ignoring wild rice, it's just we're shifting our strategies. Some of these lakes, we are doing certain management efforts as well. So it's not like we're totally ignoring these.
Jason, we've had really good partners historically on this, particularly the tribes. Peter David has been a very strong advocate for rice for many years and done a lot of education. Is there opportunity with other public partners to work on the rice resource and to try and enhance what we have today?
Yeah, absolutely. We're starting to work on some outreach campaigns as we speak, working with waterfowl hunting organizations, Waterfowl Hunters Expo, Ducks Unlimited. We're working with lake association groups to try to get the word out there about wild rice, what folks can do to learn more about it and to conserve it.
Thank you.
Well, I'm a farmer, and I always like to know what the yield is. Does the department keep track of wild rice yields by lake or in aggregate? What can you give us an idea of how much wild rice is harvested in a given year?
Yeah, good question. So there's two ways that we monitor the crop. We work closely in conjunction with the Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission on monitoring the crop each year and working with local tribes to see how much is on the ground. So we have a kind of an annual outlook or a crop report before the season begins. And then following the season, we have a harvest survey that goes out to all the licensed harvesters, and it's a voluntary survey, and they'll let us know how much rice they harvested. So in any given year, it really depends. It's highly variable from year to year, but it could be anywhere from 10,000 pounds to 50,000 pounds across the state. So I think that would be quite on the high end, but yeah, we're talking, thousands of pounds.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jason.
4B, request adoption of board order DG 25-19, proposed rules affecting NR 812 related to well construction and pump installation. It's presented by Marty Nessman, the private water supply section chief, and we had 2 written comments. Marty, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman Kazmierski, board members, and Secretary Cole for the opportunity to speak with you today. I'm Marty Nessman, the private water section chief in the drinking water and groundwater program. I'm here to ask the board's I'm here to ask the board's approval for revision to chapter NRA 12 related to well construction and pump installation. At your May 2019 meeting, the board asked staff to prepare a scope statement to address 3 issues that were raised by public comment during the prior NRA 12 revisions. Those were the standards for the use of thermoplastic well casing pipe, or PVC, well casing depth in limestone and dolomite, and the regulation of flowing wells. 2 of these 3 items were included in the prior NRA 12 rule revisions, which were approved by the board in January 2020 and took effect in July 2020. The focus of this proposed rule is on the one remaining issue of PVC well casing pipe. The department did convene a study group consisting of DNR staff and well drillers from across the state. The study group conducted research into the properties of PVC and sought input on how PVC is handled in other states. There was not unanimous agreement within the study group on all the construction standards that should be used in Wisconsin to allow PVC in bedrock formations, but the study group was able to produce a compromise framework that informs the proposed changes before you today. The proposed changes expand options for well drillers, but is limited in scope. For example, the proposed rule prohibits drilling through PVC casing and limits the depth of casing to no more than 5 feet into the top of firm bedrock. It also prohibits the use of PVC casing in granite bedrock. With these limitations, the proposed standards are more restrictive than the requirements for steel cased wells in Wisconsin and more restrictive than PVC well construction standards in neighboring states. The department believes that the proposed standards are protective of drinking water and groundwater and can be safely implemented by a licensed well driller in Wisconsin. Thank you for your consideration. I would be happy to answer any questions you have.
Okay. Why don't you hang out and we'll take the public testimony and then we'll do questions.
Okay.
All right. So we have 2 public appearances on this. Jeffrey Byrigger, excuse me, from Menasha, representing the Wisconsin Water Well Association. Are you there, Jeff?
I am here.
All right.
All right. And thank you for the opportunity to present testimony. My name is Jeff Byrigger. I am the government relations advisor for the Wisconsin Water Well Association. Marty's exactly right in his comments in that this is an outgrowth of a prior NRA 12 revision. This section was split off in part so that we could move the other part of NRA 12 without being held up. The study group that was formed, I think, is an excellent way of doing it. And I think throughout, a lot of folks have said that the NR staff has certainly been open-minded and diligent and listened. And I think he mentioned drill-through pacing not being allowed. That's an example of something that was a non-starter for our group, had that remained in there. So we've been supportive of the compromise that created the study group, but not necessarily fully supportive of saying whatever the outcome of that committee is, we would embrace it. Our members are deeply divided on this issue. There is no consensus, and Marty alluded to there not being a consensus on all aspects of this within the committee. It remains a divisive issue. And maybe that's predictable in that, a lot of the issues that probably could have been raised if this had been a subject of the full drilling NRA 12 committee, not a group that came at it with a perspective of wanting to see or develop this more fully, we might have gotten different input, different perspectives that we could have addressed. Maybe we could have gotten through more of the issues, but as we sit today, I can't support it as an association, nor are we necessarily opposing it. I think the thing that I would probably walk away with from where we are with this rule right now is keep trying. As a board, your options are many, but My fear is that this will face a bumpy ride as it moves forward because that opposition remains out there. Our hope had always been that we could bring a rule to the table with full support for all of your consideration, with full support as it made its way through the legislature and continued. That may be an option that I think certainly we'd like you to consider. I can get into detail on any of the rules, happy to answer any questions, but fundamentally where I want to leave you is that this is something that does not have universal support within our organization. And I wish I could bring that to the table. That had always been our goal. But as it is, it's close, but it's not there. We'd like to keep trying.
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, Jeffrey, I do. Dr. Preen, do have a question. That statement, that your testimony is kind of unusual in the fact that you're testifying that you don't have consensus, which is what we like to see when we pass a regulation. Is your feeling that if we continue dialogue with the department that you could reach consensus, or do you think it's at a situation where the NRB needs to step in and make a decision one way or the other?
Yeah, I wish I could answer the question. I don't know that necessarily the issue of consensus is with the department. I think the issue is within the ranks of the industry, that there is a group of people who are supportive of moving into PVC as a new material and, you know, as a modernization of our code. There's another group that isn't necessarily saying no, but I think has articulated throughout the process various concerns each time we've tried to address them. But I don't know that we've gone through all of them and addressed all of them, that they are at a point where they're willing to say this makes sense. So truly, I believe the issue is more within the drilling community rather than anything else. And I would like to try to work it out in the family rather than have it fall on your shoulders. So that's why I think no decision may be the best decision in this particular case.
And Terry?
Yeah, thank you for your testimony, Jeff. My question is, are there issues that you see that can be modified in the proposal to reach that consensus, or is it just beating up on everybody till you get to the point where they give up?
I think that there are, as we pointed out, the principal issues that I think like were non-starters, those got addressed. And I think that is a very positive step. I think where the concerns still lie have to do with coming more from drillers that are wanting us to move more slowly into this area. I think they have to do more with, and again, I would defer to a driller. I'm not a driller, but with issues of, you know, making sure that we have a firm seating of a PVC pipe into bedrock. How do we know that? There's some other aspects of this too that I think are concerning that aren't even part of the rule. NR 146 says you have to have experience drilling certain types of wells in order to be able to drill them on your own. How do we gain experience when most of the drillers in the state haven't done this? We don't want to practice and pose a potential groundwater contamination. We really want to make sure that we've got this rule right, because effectively we're going to have to have a group of people who are going to be drilling using a new technique. We've recommended and have talked to the department about, you know, could we do certain training programs? Could we, you know, have DNR staff there? What do we do with inspections? All of those things are not part of this rule, but they're part of the decision. And I think those are the things that we still haven't probably reached conclusions on, all of them. I think we're close. I think it's worth working on. I just can't tell you today what every issue is, because that's probably going to require, you know, more work from more drillers that come to the table with their specific concerns.
Thank you. Bill?
Well, Jeff, I am confused. The main thrust of this proposal in front of us is to allow the use of PVC in a way that it wasn't used before. And it's my understanding from the background information that there are many states that do allow the use of PVC in this manner. Right. Can you enlighten me as to what the concerns are in regard to using PVC?
Yeah, I think it's an interesting. Your question is on point, and I think it is one of those questions where I don't know that just because it's happening in other states that the members of our group necessarily think that automatically means it's a good idea here. Part of the reasoning behind that is, you've probably heard this at several occasions, the geology of our state is particularly, difficult because it changes so quickly and has so many different formations. At the same time, I think clearly the agency has looked to these other states and other jurisdictions, but I want to point out that it isn't simply a matter of saying Michigan does it and Iowa does it or Minnesota does it. You have to dig deeper, and I think to simply look and say that each one of those states is doing it is probably an oversimplification. And I think where the research can be done has to do more with what are the terms and conditions under which it's being used in those states, what can we learn from them, and then still addressing the folks in Wisconsin who simply think we do it better than they do it in other states and want to continue in that direction. So again, I think the answer here isn't a yes or a no. I just think for our part, it's probably a not yet.
Are we at the
All right.
30-month mark? Can we ask staff? Are we at the 30-month mark? Please? Or are we at the timeline?
I think we are getting close to the 30-month timeline. This
I
started
would think
in
so if it was in May of 2019.
Okay.
Okay.
Before we move
June 9th, 2022.
Before we move to the next speaker, I think the board has to understand that, the situation the department's in. I mean, when you are dealing with stakeholders that are divided like they are, you can't put that on the department. I mean, they came forward with a sound policy, and if that stakeholder group is divided like they are, then, that's their issue. So I think we have to look at it that way. I mean, how would you expect this department to navigate that internal storm? They can't.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, question.
Go ahead, Bill.
I have a question for Jeffrey. My understanding from reading the packet and talking with staff is that this rule proposal would open up an alternative that's available to well drillers, but it would not require them to use it. It would not mandate that they use it. And I'm interested in Jeffrey's perspective on that. I hear a lot of concerns, maybe very well-intended concerns from the well drilling community about their discomfort with this from some members. But this kind of an approach would allow them to use it in situations where they feel it's warranted and use it from well drillers who are comfortable with the technique, and it would give other drillers time to get trained, to get comfortable, to get equipment, to go into PVC if they chose to. The other point I think that's important is in the right situation, it would afford a homeowner or the recipient of a new well considerable cost savings over steel. And so I understand the discomfort, but this is not a requirement being placed upon anybody, if I understand this right.
You're correct. I think the duality of the mission of our organization is to provide and protect the groundwater. And I think here's an instance where the protecting the groundwater is probably the lever that is getting, there's a little more weight on that side of the scale from amongst our members. So I think if we took and looked at any number of products that we might introduce into the industry, I think there has to be a consideration for, just because we can, does that mean we should? And I think that's where the point is that if we do this, under what terms and conditions would we do it? I don't think all of those issues have been resolved. That's why I want to make it clear that we're not trying to slam the door on this issue, only say that there are still probably issues that need to be resolved within the community. The other thing I would point out is that I don't know that it's easy to point out that plastic is less expensive than steel. That may be the case today. It may not be the case tomorrow. Who knows with the way prices move around these days. The other aspect of it, though, is the cost of materials are certainly an element of drilling a well, but they are not the totality of drilling the well, nor should the cost of a well necessarily dictate and override the concerns that some of our members have regarding the quality. So, for instance, some of our well drillers will say, if I want to get quality, the water that comes with PVC, I can drop it as a casing liner inside of steel casing. So I can kind of have the best of both worlds, where PVC can be used in some of those situations. But I think what they're driven by is going to be the issue of safety and quality and cost can't simply be the sole reason for moving forward.
Okay, let's wrap this up and get any other questions from the board. Let's get to the next speaker. Bruce Walker from Grand Marsh.
Thank you, board members and Secretary Cole. My name is Bruce Walker. My company is Wisconsin Well and Water Systems. I am a PVC driller and have constructed maybe a couple of thousand PVC wells. I've been working on this for in excess of 2 decades. I want to let the board know that I personally value the integrity and the respect that the DNR staff has shown this process, specifically Frank Fetter, Jared Nieauer, Stacy Steinke, Steve Genoviak, William Roberts, and Marty Nessman have taken this, and I believe that they have done their due diligence to address a lot of the things that that Jeff had mentioned earlier, to responsibly help keep Wisconsin from lagging behind the rest of the country. Wisconsin has an extensive, lengthy well code. And I appreciate the work that the Water Well Association has brought to the table as well. The problem is change of any kind is rarely effortless, especially when there's been a status quo of over 7 decades of doing things a certain way. And it's important to remember that this advancement, this change, isn't only for the drilling community, it's for, or the industry, it's for the residents as well. This technology and methodology of using PVC has been part of Wisconsin's well code since about 1975. And using it in a slightly different manner to be able to put it into consolidated formation, it's new in a manner for drillers in this state. However, it's not new for the surrounding 47 states that allow thermoplastic casing into bedrock formations. You might have been able to make that argument for the drillers in Michigan in 1969 before it became part of their well code in 1970. I would like to make myself open for questions as well. I think I appreciate the process. I am excited for the ability to move forward with this. And we have addressed a number of the issues that Jeff has brought up regarding training.
Okay, we have to wrap it up.
I appreciate your time, and I'm open for questions if you have any. Thank you.
Any questions of the board? Terry?
I have one question for Bruce, since he has a experience with PVC wells, correct?
That's correct.
What's the average depth of a well that you do with PVC?
They rarely exceed 300 feet, sometimes as shallow as 35.
Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chair.
Okay,
One quick question for you. When you use PVC pipe, are you using Driscoll or just like PVC pipe that we see in the store? Is there a special PVC pipe that you use to withstand the freezing temperature changes like Driscoll that we use in the other industries?
Sure, NR 812 requires SCR 21 or SCR 17, and they have the specifications already that that are in place. It has to be an ASTM standard and listed as well casing.
Okay. All right, thank you.
I move approval of board order DG 2519.
I'll second that motion.
okay, any discussion? Terry?
Could I have an answer to the question that Marcy asked about, are we running out of time on this thing?
June 8th, 2022 is the deadline to have it to the legislature.
That's pretty quick.
That's very quick.
Okay, that answers my question. I just would point out, I did get one pleading call yesterday on my way down, probably as a half-hour call from a former president of the Well Drillers Association, expressing some of the concerns that Jeff brought up also. And I'm a little more comfortable with Bruce's testimony that he's did lots of PVC wells. So I would trust that the association will partner with somebody like him to do training if that's what the issue is, for people to get comfortable with this. So thank you.
Okay, I would like to weigh in on this, being a former well driller a little bit. The reason there's not consensus among the well drilling community is primarily protection of our groundwater. And they are concerned that you can't get the proper seals. Now we have 3 other items coming up in the future here that are all about groundwater and the possible potential of contamination. So I don't think that came out strongly enough in any of the testimony here, but I've been on jobs and I know for a fact plastic pipe would have been a problem. But once you're into that job, so far, you can't back out at the cost of the homeowner and change your mind and you're going to go to steel pipe at that point. So there are some concerns about that. And in my opinion, they're well-founded concerns by much of the well drilling industry. It's not a financial thing to them. The pay's the same to them. So it's not that they're able to make more money if we run plastic. So I think we should just be concerned about that, especially then we could put this off, maybe consider variances down the road so we can get a better handle on how good is this product in Wisconsin's geography.
Well, Kaz, is there something, I think I read something in this proposal that the DNR has a right to inspect the well to make sure that the water isn't being contaminated with something that happened with the PVC? Is that correct?
That's pretty hard to tell, though. You can't inspect something that's 100 feet under the ground. So
But they can inspect the water quality.
Right, but until that contamination shows up, that's the problem. Now, once it's there, it's there. So that would be the only concern I would have about this rule personally from the position of a well driller. So let's vote. Let's go ahead and vote. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Aye. Motion carries. All right. Okay, we're going to now begin the PFAS related rules. We're going to take this a little differently than in the past. Instead of having speakers after each one of the rules, we're going to take them in a combination of 3. So we'll have our presentations by the department for 4C, 4D, and 4E. We'll have board discussion, public appearances, and then we'll go back to board discussion on the 3 items. Those that were registered to testify for 2 or more of the PFAS rules will be given 5 minutes to speak. Those that just registered to testify for 1 will be given 3 minutes to speak. So we're going to request adoption of Board Order DG 1519, proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 140 related to numerical standards to minimize the concentration of polluting substances in groundwater. The staff presentation is Steve Elmore, Drinking Water and Groundwater Program Director. There were 3 written comments on this. And let's go ahead, Steve.
Morning. Morning,
Morning.
Chairman Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and the rest of the board. It's a pleasure to be here before you today. I'm Steve Elmore. I'm the Director of the Bureau of Drinking Water and Groundwater, and I'm here today to discuss Board Order DG 1519, requesting adoption of proposed rules affecting Chapter NR 140 related to numerical standards to minimize the concentration of polluting substances in groundwater. It's not, oh, there we go. All right, so here we are at this stage of the process. We're asking for adoption. It's been a long process here. We started this process in November of 2019. This rule proposes new groundwater standards for 12 pesticides, 2 metals, 1 bacteria, and PFOA and PFOS, which are 2 PFAS chemicals. It also proposes revisions to groundwater standards for 4 metals and 4 VOCs. That's volatile organic compounds. These groundwater standards will be used to protect public health by guiding well owners on the safety of their water supply, provide a value above which a well owner is eligible for temporary emergency water and to apply for well compensation, and provide clarity for regulated entities on how to address groundwater contamination. There are neither equivalent federal groundwater standards nor a process for the federal government to set them. Wisconsin's on its own here. Wisconsin uses all our groundwaters for drinking, farming, and industrial uses. There's no aquifer in Wisconsin that we've written off and said we're not going to be able to use that for drinking or all the uses that we rely on groundwater for. Groundwater must be of good quality to support public health, the economy, and environment. Groundwater law created in 1983 requires the DNR to establish groundwater quality standards for substances detected in or having a reasonable probability of entering the groundwater resource of the state. There are approximately 1 million private wells in Wisconsin that utilize groundwater. These proposed standards are based on an extensive review of the best science available, including peer-reviewed scientific studies. So as I mentioned previously, there were several opportunities for stakeholder input and public comments since November of 2019. And some of those opportunities are here outlined on this slide. Ninety-seven people attended the public hearing. 284 written comments were received. The vast majority of comments were in support of setting standards. Only 2 comments opposed setting some sort of standard for these recommendations. 12 commenters submitted information supporting a different value for some of the proposed standards. So some of the common themes here were that the economic costs were underestimated, and our response summary is these costs were based on the best available information. We included PFAS costs to industrial and municipal wastewater discharges, as well as biosolids disposal. We also included VOC costs related to TCE and 1,4-dioxane. Another comment we received was that the economic benefits were underestimated. And our response summary is we included a review of studies that looked at the benefits of reduced exposure to the proposed groundwater standards. there could be more benefits that were not considered in our economic impact analysis. We also heard from the commenters that we should and should not wait for the US EPA to act. And our response summary is that US EPA does not have a process for setting groundwater standards. We can consider the level based on any changes to federal health advisory levels. To clarify that, we can come back and change, propose another rule if we desire or receive different information from the federal government on health advisory levels. Another comment, some proposed standards should be less stringent or more stringent. And our response summary is the proposed standards are based on the best available peer-reviewed science at this time. Based on the comments, the Department of Health Services changed the proposed recommendations for molybdenum from 40 micrograms per liter to 60 micrograms per liter, and thiomethoxam from 100 micrograms per liter to 120 micrograms per liter. So with that, that concludes my prepared remarks. I understand we'll take questions later.
Right. So board members, if you have some questions regarding 4C, please jot them down so when we come back to it. And now we'll look at 4D, request adoption of board order DG 2419, proposed rules affecting NR 809 related to the promulgation of new drinking water maximum containment levels for per and polyfluorocarbon substances, PFAS and PFOS. So Steve, go ahead.
Thank you, Chairman. All right, shifting gears here, a similar rule, but different. This rule, what the scope and board order DG 2419 requests adoption of proposed rules affecting chapter NR 809 related to the promulgation of new drinking water maximum contaminant levels for per and polyfluoroalkyl substances, or PFAS, including perfluorooctane sulfonic acid, PFOS, and perfluorooctanoic acid, PFOA. And what we're asking for today is final adoption. This rule sets a maximum contaminant level, or MCL, in drinking water for PFOS and PFOA at 20 parts per trillion each and combined. This applies to municipal, community, and non-community public drinking water systems. So these are systems that serve our cities, mobile home parks, condo associations, schools, and industries, among other types of facilities. Regulated drinking water systems will have to test, report results, public notice, and take corrective action if they exceed the standards. Now is the time to sample for PFOS and PFOA and identify impacts to drinking water systems. We know there are impacts in Wausau, Eau Claire, Madison, Rhinelander, Peshtigo, and La Crosse, among other locations in Wisconsin. With infrastructure funding coming for the next 5 years, these standards would allow communities to identify values in water that are above the standard and apply for funds to address any problems. Wisconsin is lagging behind other states in testing and setting standards. Michigan and Illinois have tested all their public water systems. Michigan has standards that they've established less than 20 parts per trillion that we're proposing today. There are currently no federal drinking water standards for PFOS and PFOA. US EPA has promised a draft coming in this year, 2022, and a final draft proposal likely in 2023. Then Wisconsin will have 3 years to comply and develop state rules based on the federal standard expected in 2023. Waiting for US EPA delays addressing this public health concern for at least 4 years. Actions EPA took last fall indicate they will propose standards for these chemicals much less than the 20 parts per trillion we're proposing here today. Drinking water is one of the primary potential exposures to PFOA and PFOS, and these chemicals are known to cause negative health effects. These proposed standards are based on an extensive review of the best science available, including peer-reviewed scientific studies. All right. There were several opportunities for stakeholder input and public comments since November of 2019. We're having another such opportunity here today. The major comments received were in favor of this rule. The primary comments in opposition include waiting for the US EPA to act. Our response summary is that US EPA may take many years, and the DNR would need additional years after that to promulgate our rules. Another comment we heard was that the proposed standards are not based on peer-reviewed science. Our response is the proposed standards were based on peer-reviewed studies and are reflective of the current state of the science. Another comment we heard is there is not occurrence data on which to base economic impact. Our response summary is DNR used available occurrence data and solicited information and advice from businesses, associations representing businesses, local units of governments, and individuals in preparing the economic impact analysis. DNR revised and incorporated additional information in the final economic impact analysis documents in response to comments received. DNR made every effort to estimate the reasonably expected costs for each rule. The economic impact analysis used the best information available to estimate costs in compliance with the law. Another comment we heard was that DNR does not have the authority to create a combined standard. Our response summary is that DNR has the authority in 281 of the state statutes to promulgate this rule. The proposed rule is no less stringent than the Safe Drinking Water Act. We have several other combined standards as maximum contaminant levels, including combined radium as one example. All right, and I'll take questions afterwards. Thank you for your time.
Okay, and then the final one for E. And we're going to request adoption of board order WY 23-19, proposed rules affecting chapter NR 105, 106, 219, and other related regulations to add surface water quality criteria and analytical methods for poly and perfluoroclide substances, PFAS, including PFOS, PFOA, for the purposes of protecting public health, as well as revisions to the procedure in the Wisconsin Pollution Discharge Elimination System. Permitting program to implement the new water quality criteria. Adrian will be presenting, Adrian Stocks, Water Quality Program Director. There were 4 written comments. Go ahead, Adrian.
Great, thank you. It's nice to be here in person. Good morning, Secretary Cole, Chairman Kazmierski, members of the Natural Resources Board. I'm Adrian Stocks, the Water Quality Program Director. I'm here today requesting adoption of WY 2319, establishing surface water quality criteria for PFOS and PFOA. Adopting this rule and these standards is important to address the potential discharge of these 2 substances that can affect public health and cause contamination of Wisconsin's water, sediment, and fish. The program has worked closely with EPA and our stakeholders in development of the standards and the permit conditions associated with the rule. EPA has indicated they will approve the rule. The department believes it's critical to begin working immediately with WPDS permitted facilities to identify those that are discharging levels of PFOA and PFOS, and to begin working with those facilities on source reduction activities that will eliminate or significantly reduce the discharge of these contaminants and protect public health. The scope statement was approved in August of 2019 after conducting an initial public comment period and hearing on the proposed scope of the rule. Throughout 2019, 2020, and 2021, the department worked with stakeholders to develop this proposed rule. We are currently at the adoption stage. I really do want to stress too the amount of work that we went through with our stakeholders. This rule I've been involved in a lot of them, and this one in particular. We really tried to bring everyone together to develop conditions that would be implementable, that would be effective. The proposed rule establishes WPDS permit requirements for PFOS and PFOA discharges to surface waters of the state by defining existing narrative standards with numeric public health significance thresholds. This rule also establishes WPDS permit requirements for wastewater discharges, including requirements for PFOS and PFOA minimization plans as needed based on samples collected, and provides an extended compliance schedule for PFOS and PFOA minimization plans as needed. In addition, this rule defines certain analytical procedures in NR 219. Move on to the rule. Levels, the proposed standard for PFOS is 8 nanograms per liter or parts per trillion. This threshold for public health significance is to protect people from exposure through fish consumption. By analyzing data collected by the state for the concentration in fish tissue and in the water body, we were able to determine that 8 parts per trillion will be protective to avoid a fish consumption advice of 1 meal per month. The PFOA proposed threshold is to protect public health through the potential exposure from ingestion of surface water. The proposed standard is 20 nanograms per liter parts per trillion in public water supplies and 95 nanograms per liter in non-public water supplies. This additional level is to protect the most sensitive individuals from incidental ingestion during recreation, namely children that are swimming or boating, recreating in the water. The implementation of this rule focuses on source reduction. After promulgation of the standard, there'll be 2 years of monitoring for facilities that we believe may have potential to have discharges. Then we'll conduct a reasonable potential analysis. If necessary, we'll work with permittees to develop PFOA and PFOS minimization plans in order to avoid costly treatment upgrades. We're proposing 7 years to work through the pollutant minimization. We understand that the nature of these chemicals make end of pipe treatment challenging, and have learned through experience with mercury and from success stories in other states that addressing these chemicals at the source is the most effective approach. I want to share with the board some of the results from the monitoring that we conducted. This is really an effort to describe exactly how broad-ranging we think the impacts will be to our facilities. Although this is just a partial representation of the permitted facilities, we found that by and large, most facilities do not have a PFAS issue. We're looking at this one as PFOS. We have a horizontal line at the proposed standard of 8. Of 123 samples that we collected during the rule development, you can see most of them are below that standard. I've moved to the next one. This is a similar slide for PFOA. Again, you can see a horizontal line for 20, which is at the public water supply. That's Lake Michigan, Lake Superior, and Lake Winnebago. And then also the general, all other waters at 95. We only had one facility above 95 of the 123 that we sampled, and most of them were still below the 20. Throughout this rule development process, we worked very closely with stakeholders, as I said, to develop a sensible, practical and implementable approach to addressing this issue. We feel this collaboration was very useful. We found that there's broad support amongst municipalities, industries, and environmental groups on the source reduction approach. In addition, this extended compliance period to allow for source reduction is an approach that will allow the necessary time for facilities to identify the sources and avoid costly treatment upgrades. Throughout the various comment periods, both the EIA and the draft rule language, we were able to respond to and address most of the comments received, including updating the EIA analysis to account for comments received, and clarifying that this rule applies only to those two compounds, those two 8-chain compounds, PFOA and PFOS. Another question that was stated in some of the comments was, why wouldn't the department wait for EPA action on these? And while we're encouraged, the EPA plans to develop water quality standards to protect human health, we don't feel this action will occur for several years. In addition, Wisconsin will then need to initiate a new rule process to promulgate any recommended EPA water quality-based criteria. In the meantime, facilities will continue to discharge PFOS and PFOA at elevated levels. Unlike some other regulatory programs, it's very common for delegated states to develop their own standards. Water quality standards are a state responsibility under the Clean Water Act. These standards, if approved by EPA, and in our discussions with them, we believe they will be the standard for our state's facilities. There's really no telling what EPA would come out with, but the approach that we're proposing with the extended period of time to first sample, work through the source reduction measures is an approach that we feel is very sensible. EPA has indicated they will approve this. This allows us to address these discharges of these two no longer manufactured 8-chain compounds. This approach really did enjoy broad support from our regulated entities. And what's more, we feel it won't impact a large number of facilities. However, this will help us avoid issuing any additional fish consumption advisories. This provides regulatory certainty for our facilities and could be financially advantageous as well, due to the bipartisan infrastructure law and associated emerging contaminants money that could be available. So in conclusion, we think this approach has broad support, makes sense from a regulatory perspective, will be the most effective way to address the PFAS problem from our wastewater treatment plants. The program is recommending and requesting your approval of this rule. Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
All right. So thank you. Adrian, and one note that I wanted to make, I was stating the comments that were out there. Those were comments that were specific to for C, D, and E. There were also 215 combined comments for all three rules. So I want that to be on the record. Moving forward here, I think what we're going to do is take our short break right now, and then we'll come back.
Can we start the testimony at 9:30? A break just to kind of break it up a little bit?
On these four.
Yeah, start
Okay.
the
Then we'll do the open forum in the middle. Is that all right with everybody?
It's only 9:30. Take a break now.
Yeah, we are running ahead of schedule. Thanks to the tight ship I run.
Yeah.
Right. All right. I'm ready to start some of the public testimony on these until break, but Preston.
Yeah. Just wanted to share with folks before those deliberations start that today is historical in nature. That these types of rules that come before us that protect human health have come before boards and legislatures to be signed into law 138 times. Toluene, atrazine, benzene, dioxin. And the deliberations around this are often controversial in nature. And so today's conversation will continue to respect order and the voices of individuals, but you have to put a stake in the ground today because it is historical. Today, this board would make these decisions about public health for future generations. And that is without hyperbole, but pure fact. And I'm looking forward to a respectful, robust deliberation. And hope that we continue to carry our mantle on public health. And to that end, Lori, we're going to move the Rebecca Wallace award to Secretary's Matters so that the board can have enough time to deliberate these. And we do not want to short time for that award winner and in respect of Rebecca Wallace. That makes sense to you. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, well, let's begin with the public testimony here. Here, let me catch up. And what we'll do then after the break, we will break in the public testimony on this and go to our open forum testimony, as we try to do that at a consistent time, and then continue on with the public testimony for 4C, D, and E. So our first speaker is Steve Rosado, Washington, D.C., representing American Chemical Council. Are you there, Steve?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me okay?
We can. Go ahead. We have 3 minutes.
Chair Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and members of the board, good morning, and thank you for the opportunity to appear before you today. My name is Steve Rosado, and I am representing the American Chemistry Council. We are headquartered in Washington, D.C. My apologies, I have been having challenges with my video feed, so I'll stick to audio only. I am testifying in opposition to the proposed standards for PFAS in drinking water, groundwater, and surface water. Although we in industry always prefer that standards be imposed nationally and not through a hodgepodge of state requirements, we recognize that states may need to act on their own at times to address local concerns. This is not one of those times, however. As you have heard, the Biden administration has indicated that it will propose national drinking water standards for PFOA and PFOS by the end of this year and will issue final standards by the end of 2023. In fact, US EPA already has sent a draft assessment of these two substances to its Science Advisory Board for review. Although ATC has raised concerns about these draft assessments from EPA, they suggest that the national standards to emerge from the current process will be well below the current health advisories of 70 parts per trillion and likely below the 20 parts per trillion value that has been proposed by the department. Were you to finalize the state's proposal, therefore, it is highly likely that the state's levels would be quickly replaced by national requirements, putting water utilities in double jeopardy by requiring them to first comply with state standards and then with the national ones. To avoid this situation, we urge the board to direct the department to defer action on these standards pending federal action by the end of the year. If there is concern about having no standard in place in the interim, we recommend that the department use the existing federal health advisories that US EPA had previously determined provide an adequate margin of safety and which have become de facto standards in many parts of the country. While the federal standards would only apply to drinking water, you have heard from the department that there's a direct link to standards for groundwater. In addition, the underlying federal assessments of health effects will apply to surface water levels as well. Notwithstanding ACC's recommendations not to move ahead with state standards, I want to briefly address the concern we have raised about the derivation of the values in the department's proposal, based on the recommendations from the Department of Health Services. Although DHS based its recommendation on the same studies as US EPA, which reported developmental effects in laboratory animal studies, the department inappropriately considered both pre- and postnatal exposures rather than just exposures to the developing fetus, as was done by US EPA. As indicated in the graph that we included in our written submission, the department's approach overestimates exposures by a factor of 5 or more, thereby exaggerating the toxicity of the substances. That inconsistency in the approach taken by DHS compared to US EPA speaks to the need for external peer review of the department's recommendations. US EPA and many states recognize the value of a review by outside experts to ensure that their analysis reflects the best science available. While we understand that the recommendations are reviewed within the Department of Health Services, we believe that both DHS recommendations and the resulting DNR regulations would benefit from subjecting these recommendations to an external peer review process. We recommend that the board direct the department to establish such a process for external peer review to improve the scientific integrity of its programs. Thank you for your attention. I would be happy to answer any questions.
Question.
No questions, sir? Yeah. Pardon?
I have
Oh,
a question,
did you?
sir.
Oh,
Yes, sorry.
I thought you were telling me.
No.
Okay.
So in our packet, you're listed as testifying on both the groundwater and the PFAS. So you recognize on the groundwater, the EPA does not set groundwater standards, correct?
I do recognize that. As I think was indicated by the department, essentially the assumption is all groundwater is drinking water, so there is a direct link, therefore, to whatever the drinking water standards are.
Okay, and the reference to DHS, are we going to be able to ask DHS questions on their recommendation?
They testified to us in December, but.
Yeah. I don't believe they're here to speak.
They aren't here.
Yeah, they are here. So he directly referred to the DHS recommendation and the process that they use to make that recommendation. So whether you want to do it now or go on to the next speaker, I just want to make sure we have the opportunity to hear from DHS.
Right.
Thank you.
Okay. Next speaker is Dr. Bill Reeves, Chesterfield, Missouri. We have, I believe, 3 minutes. Hard to tell from this list. Yep, 3 minutes. Go ahead. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Good morning. I'm Bill Reeves with Bear Crop Science. Thank you for giving me the time to testify today. I'm here to talk about the Cycle 10 revisions to NR 140 for the herbicide glyphosate and the insecticide imidacloprid. Wisconsin statutes require DHS to rely on federal standards unless there is a substantial technical information that was not considered when the federal standard was set. This requirement is not met for either glyphosate or imidacloprid. DHS concluded that glyphosate can cause teratogenic effects based on a developmental study in pregnant rats with observations of unossified sternobray in pups from mothers in the high dose group. DHS defined unossified sternobray as underformed rib bones. Sternobray are not ribs, they're the small bones, excuse me, that fuse together, ossify to form the sternum. They are separate from the ribs. DHS concluded this effect was evidence of teratogenicity, and the mothers in this group did not receive an excessive dose. Unossified sternobray are not considered to be teratogenic effects by experts in the field. They are delays caused by poor maternal nutrition that catch up after birth. Mothers in this dose group received 3,500 times the allowable exposure in the US. 25% of them died, and their pups weighed 9% less than other pups in the study. The mother rats were sick, and their pups were delayed in their development. This is a 40-year-old study that has been used around the world in regulatory submissions since it was completed. No regulatory authority that has reviewed this study has concluded that glyphosate can be teratogenic. For imidacloprid, DHS calculated a value that was 2,500 times lower than the federal standard. They did this based on 2 studies, one in mice, one in rats. These are small studies with a low number of animals that did not follow internationally accepted protocols. They conflict with each other, as well as the larger body of evidence on this molecule, including studies that had doses up to 4,000 to 5,000 times higher than the studies that DHS relied on. Regulators such as EPA are aware of these 2 studies, but they do not use them for safety assessments or to set exposure limits, because that is not what they are intended for. Therefore, we respectfully ask DNR to ask DHS to reconsider their conclusions for both glyphosate and imidacloprid. We would welcome the opportunity to provide additional details to support our position or otherwise discuss this issue. Thank you for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Any questions from the board?
Questions?
Let's see.
Thank you for your testimony. So again, I hope we get to hear from DHS on how those recommendations are made. Your product, these standards, as I read them, are that your product is meant to stay where it's put, correct? These come into play when it gets to the water. So if people are following best practices, this won't be a problem, correct?
Yes, I believe so. In fact, the federal standard is lower for glyphosate than the standard DHS proposed. It's really not necessarily about the numbers. It's really about the science used to derive them. The teratogenicity study on glyphosate, we believe, was misinterpreted, and the studies on imidacloprid are not reliable for safety assessment.
Well, I think that's just, that'll be discussed. But the point is that if we don't have standards for what our residents are drinking, you know, what is the proper measure? Preferably, we wouldn't have anything in the water, correct? But the point of the standard is to set some threshold when there is a problem that we can assist residents, is my point. So I think, you know, that's one of the questions that continues to come up is you're testifying on the groundwater rule, and EPA does not necessarily take care of the issue for Wisconsin residents.
We believe the federal standards are applicable. They're based on the best available science, and they are protective of human health. They could be applied to groundwater.
Okay, again, I hope we get to hear from DHS after the testimony. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Dr. Bill Reeves.
For the record, glyphosate is Roundup.
It is the active ingredient in some Roundup branded herbicides.
And if you use imidacloprid in an urban forestry business where you have an active emerald ash borer contamination, these are injected into ash trees to kill the larva of emerald ash borer.
That's correct.
With restrictions near water.
Court.
All right, and next is Tom Killian, Wausau, representing himself. And he gets 3 minutes. He's testifying on 4D.
Good morning, Tom Killian, alderperson, Wausau District 3. Wausau currently finds itself in a uniquely challenging position, given all of its municipal wells for drinking water are impacted beyond the proposed state standard for PFAS. And given that results apparently existed here since 2019, demonstrating elevated PFAS levels in the water, had there been a statewide standard in place, we would be 2 years ahead on a response. The City Council and Water Commission could have been working on efforts during that time on things we now are going to have to do anyway. Instead, inaction and the resulting confusion has left us 2 years behind, and that is 2 years that the citizens I represent were left unprotected. Let's not be in the same situation in another 2 years. More communities like ours will face Wausau's predicament when it could have been addressed. A consistent statewide standard is necessary to resolve any confusion so governments and communities can respond. If the board does not approve this, there will be even more confusion and it will impede how local governments proceed. Right now, we hear in town from some of my colleagues that our water violates no standards. But these statements from my colleagues are made simply because these appropriate standards have not been adopted. This circular logic must end, and the board can play an instrumental role in doing so today. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you, Tom. Any questions from the board? All right, and Katie Rosenberg, Wausau, City of Wausau Mayor.
Hi,
Katie?
thank you so much, Chair Kazmierski and members of the Natural Resources Board. Thanks for allowing me to share these comments with you today. My name is Katie Rosenberg and I'm the mayor of the city of Wausau in central Wisconsin. The last 4 weeks have been an absolute snarly mess thanks to PFAS. Let me set this up for you. There's no federal regulatory guideline, but there is an EPA advisory that says consuming more than 70 parts per trillion of PFAS in your drinking water can cause adverse health effects. There's no state regulatory guideline, but there is a DNR and DHS advisory saying that consuming more than 20 parts per trillion of PFAS in your drinking water can cause adverse health effects. At the beginning of this year, the city of Wausau voluntarily tested for PFAS because a neighboring community found that one of their wells exceeded both the DNR and the EPA health advisories. And it's the right thing to do. We can't plan if we don't know where we are right now. When we got our results, we found out that while we were below the EPA advisory, every one of our 6 wells exceeds the DNR and DHS advisory. We held a press conference to inform the public. We've held special meetings to come up with solutions. I've pleaded with our partners in state and federal government to help guide us through this. But since there isn't a regulatory standard, we're in the worst form of limbo. I have mothers calling my office asking if their babies are going to die if they drink the water. People who can't transport or afford bottled water are asking how long they can continue drinking water and not be hurt. And worse, I have people politicizing the situation, sharing misinformation, promoting bullpucky pseudoscience, and don't even get me started on the number of law firms that have reached out to sign on to a lawsuit even before we have solutions in place or a responsible party identified. When you have emerging science and no regulatory guidelines, the shysters and the charlatans fill that void. We need clear guidelines yesterday. I don't want any other municipality or human being to go through what we're going through right now. The public trust is shattered. People are confused by dueling advisories, and municipalities can't shoulder the burden of doing the right thing by ourselves. But the science is clear. The science from Wisconsin's own doctors and experts, the science from the federal government, the entire body of peer-reviewed research, consuming PFAS is not good for human health. That's it. When we limit our consumption of PFAS, our risk to PFAS-related sickness goes down immediately. So I'm asking you, please don't punt. Please clarify and help release those resources so communities can do the right thing. You have the opportunity to ensure every Wisconsinite has access to safe drinking water. Thank you.
Thank you, Katie. Any questions from the board?
Yeah, I do. Mayor, that's my hometown, as you know. We know each other quite well. And it's troubling, the hysteria that that town is going through right now. And a lot of it's because of the government, because of you and the government. Wausau municipality has been known for clean water in that state for generations. And because you unilaterally decided 2 years ago to have the wells tested voluntarily, you knew the PFAS, combined PFAS level, which is another debated point, was over 20. It stayed hidden. 2 weeks ago, it pops up and it becomes a crisis. I have people walk in my dental office that say, I can't drink out of your drinking fountain. The hysteria and the psychosis in that town is unheard of. And it's up to the government to stop that. You make public statements that say we will remove all PFAS. I don't care what the DNR says. What do you expect the town people to do? They think that we're going to have clean water with no PFAS in it. Nobody here debates that PFAS is a dangerous chemical. All of us debate that. The question is the level of it. What is the acceptable level? With peer-reviewed science that can be proven over and over. I understand the DHS number is 20, and we're all fixating on number 20. Well, that's the part that we're debating here today. And when I sit there, when in a matter of record time, the drinking fountains of the school systems are shut down, and people are worried about, drinking any PFAS, that's irresponsible, because the bottom line is it's a forever chemical, and you're never going to remove all of it. And if you do remove all of it, what are you going to do with it? What's the plan? You want an instant fix to a problem that's been around for generations, at least my generation, and there will be fixes in place. But the fact that you put the town of Wausau in hysteria is unacceptable to me, and that's exactly what's going on up there. And I hope the people of Wausau understand that this is being dealt with in a systematic, thoughtful, legal way.
Was there a question that he wanted me to answer?
Yeah, why are you doing it? But save the board's time.
Why am I doing it? I have been informed by the DNR and DHS that we needed to alert the public. So that's what we were doing. We don't have a standard. My statement has remained consistent that we would get below 20 parts per trillion, like the DNR and the DHS is suggesting. So that has been my statement. It has not been hysteria. I actually told people not to panic.
Oh, God. Let's go.
Okay. So are the rest of these speakers listed here? Those are all 5-minute ones?
No, there's a
Number 4 is 3 minutes.
Number 4, yeah. All right, we'll do our 3-minute ones and then we'll take a short break. So Denise Fenton, Appleton, represented self on 4E.
Thank you, Chair and members of the board. I am Denise Fenton of Appleton. I am a member of the Appleton Common Council, but this morning I'm speaking for myself rather than for the city of Appleton. I'm speaking in favor of the adoption of Board Order WY 23-19. We're hearing every day about another city which has found PFAS contamination in its water system. We know that these forever chemicals are dangerous. The Centers for Disease Control cites studies linking PFAS to increased cholesterol levels, changes in liver enzymes, small decreases in infant birth rates, reduced response to vaccines in children, pretty important right now, increased risk of preeclampsia or high blood pressure in pregnant women, and increased risk of kidney or testicular cancer. And I have linked these in the copy of my testimony that I provided. Local water utilities, including the one in my city, want to provide the safest possible drinking water for our communities. I reached out to our utilities director, who told me that the issues our water utility is facing include what compounds to test for and the lack of existing requirements or limits that would give context to results. And I'm hoping that some of the other board orders will give guidance in these areas. Although I'm in favor of the adoption of all 3 PFAS related rules, I'm speaking in favor of this rule change because my city's water is sourced from Lake Winnebago. While setting the record of public health significance is very important, source reduction is key in order to ensure that the proposed safe levels of PFAS can be maintained in the lakes that are the water supplies for over 30% of our water systems. Lake Winnebago alone provides the drinking water for my city of Appleton, along with Oshkosh, Neenah, and Menasha. As the rule summary states, source reduction is the most cost-effective approach to reducing or eliminating PFOS and PFOA in wastewater discharges. Source reduction also avoids the generation of contaminated byproducts from treatment systems having to filter these, which the byproducts contain higher levels of PFOA and PFOS that will have to be disposed of in a safe manner. Thank you for hearing my statement.
Thank you, Denise. Any questions from the board? Okay. Yep, I think this is a good time. Yeah, the rest of the speakers now will be the 5-minute speakers. So this is a good time to take a break, and we will be back at 10:15.
DOA guides us.
Which always wanted to get first.
Well, the thing that he inserted over the neck is
Yeah. Talking about the vaccine I got 3 times from the Russians. I got COVID though after 3. Yeah. That's all. I had during the war.
Oh, certainly. Yeah, shall.
Reporting for duty, sir.
Reporting for duty. Oh, we missed it. And everybody. Well, so now we're gonna go to open forum. Okay. So call this meeting to order. Now we're gonna move on to open forum. And there's my open forum list. All right. All right, for open forum, each speaker will have 3 minutes to give their testimony. Please keep in mind that any testimony that threatens, intimidates, or makes disparaging comments about board members, department staff, or other members of the public is unacceptable and will not be allowed. I will call you out of order and you will immediately be shut down.
That's for everybody, right?
Everybody.
Everybody.
The board welcomes citizens' input on matters of natural resources management and department programs and policies. Comments concerning any individual's personal information or personal business are not appropriate and will not be allowed. And our first speaker is Nicholas Christensen, Madison, representing Self.
Hello, thanks for having me. Can you hear me?
Yep, we can.
Great. So I'm here to continue to bring light to the former chair's bad faith approach to serving the public. You know, at every point during this process, the former chair has taken a bad faith approach. He was not truthful about coordinating with Senate Republicans. He claimed that he didn't when it came out later that he did. He basically decided to stay on the board, according to his own words, because he was mad at a Journal Sentinel reporter. And he was upset with that the governor didn't appoint him to a new term. Now the governor is elected. The former chair is not elected to anything, and frankly, wouldn't have been elected to anything. So it's basically like, who is the former chair serving by continuing to stay on this board? Is it the public? I'd say absolutely not. He's been hiding his text messages from last summer. He's currently involved in litigation regarding that. He obviously hasn't been truthful. He was mad that the current mayor of his city, Wausau, brought to light the fact that he's using poisonous water in his dental clinic, and he's mad that people found out about it, not based on the fact that the water has toxins in it, but he's upset that people found out about it. This is a total bad faith approach to government, just like the phony electors that that Wisconsin Republicans appointed, trying to steal the election a year ago. I mean, this is the new Republican Party where they can't win elections. They just want to take a bad faith approach and take advantage of the rules. When people who wrote the rules did so, assuming that public servants would operate in good faith. And what we've shown is you basically can't trust the Republican Party, either of Wisconsin or the country, to do the right thing, even when everyone's watching. So I'm going to just keep coming to the meetings and bringing this to light.
Thank you for your testimony.
Do I still have some time left?
Yeah, a little bit. Yep.
Okay. You can always call Fred on his cell phone, obviously.
Or personal.
I don't believe that's appropriate, and I'm going to call you out of order. Please cut them off. Thank you. All right. Second, speaking today, Mike Brust, Wausau, representing Wisconsin Bowhunters Association on the wolf management plan. Mike, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Chairman Kazmierski and representatives of the Board of Natural Resources. I'm here to talk about wolves, which has been a common subject for you for the last year or two. I want to talk a little bit about the upcoming wolf management plan. I was on the committee that helped, actually the two committees that helped form the plan. But now I understand that rumor has it the department's new wolf plan will include a recommendation for a substantial increase in the statewide population goal, or possibly even no goal at all. And my question is why? The existing goal is already 3 times higher than was suggested by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service as the number necessary to maintain a sustainable wolf population. So, is it so a large portion of the wolf population can continue to exist far outside what experts have determined is primary wolf habitat, areas where the department in the past has said they don't want wolves? Is it also so that wolves can continue to harass and kill livestock, pets, hunting dogs, and others in these areas where experts have agreed wolves don't belong? Is it so more wolves can help control our deer population, eliminate the need for those pesky hunters? Or is it to appease animal rights and political interests? The fact is that the existing goal is more than adequate to protect our wolf population, and I encourage you to reject any part of the updated wolf management plan that proposes an unnecessary higher number. Thank you. Any questions?
Any questions for Mike? That being said, thank you.
Thank you.
And Corky Meyer, Kewaskum, representing Wisconsin Coonhunters Association. Corky, are you there?
Yes, sir. And good morning to everyone. And thank you for the opportunity to speak today. My request for the board is to direct the department to review the words in code on the use of a light at night while hunting. This rule go way back in time. I'm old enough to follow it almost all the way. Was intended to control violating shooting deer at night. So we now have to change deer to cervids. Okay. The problem is that the way it is currently written leaves a lot of discretion for wardens. I support wardens 100%, but I can't support the way the shining rule is being used. One of the words currently is flashlight. That word goes back to the 1800s. Today's technology has changed the parabolic shape of the reflector and lights. We've got LED lights. We've got what us coon hunters call miner's lights, where the light is attached to a helmet or hat. All these things have been, citations have been issued. The other thing it says currently, which was intended as a help to define where to shine, is point of kill. Just that in itself sounds to some that unless something's killed and it isn't a deer, you're a violator. Example being, let's take the predator hunters. They use a light to identify their target. If they shoot and miss, there's no kill. So there was gunshots, there was a light used. I could go on and on. Coon hunters, they go to a tree because a dog, a hound is barking. That tree may have nothing in it, a false tree. We've tried to train some wardens, and it's been a good process. I feel that I could talk for the next.
Can you wrap it up, Cork?
I'm running out of time already.
Yep.
Okay, I get the point. Please, board, ask the department to review these shining rules, and let's see if we can't come up with something working. Thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Corky, any questions? All right, next, Jerome Donahue, Milwaukee, representing South. Jerome, are you there?
Yep, I'm here.
Okay.
Good morning, Chairman Chris Moski and the board. I wanted to discuss with you today meeting processes regarding information provided to you, the board, and the department. In that, the process and how the NRB and the department reviews correct or incorrect information provided to you by various advisory committees that come before this board. In that, one concern is that committee may be providing the NRB board in a way without due meeting process. This lack of due meeting process restricts committee members and the general public from providing transparent testimony that is not preserved correctly. And so in that, part of the proper meeting process uses an approval process of some sort, like meeting minutes, though the NRB themselves use approved pre-subs actions. So this approval process of meeting minutes needs to be in a quorum of the committee before being posted in a timely manner. In the absences of this process, leaves in doubt the information or a narrative provided by the public, the NRB, or the department without accurate consensus of a committee. An example of this lack of activity is within committees' processes of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. In this lack of process for meeting minutes approval leads to a committee at times abridging public input testimony, leading to a committee bias. At times, this bias cascades into areas of discussion straying outside the committee's role of subject material oversight, outside their authority that typically requires further legislative actions. By following approved minute processes supports a more accurate and appropriate based process for providing the NRB sound material and making proper determinations through deliberations of provided information. Just wanted to bring this to your attention today, and I appreciate the opportunity to help my input. Thank you.
Any questions from the board? That might be something we want to follow up on, Cheryl. Are we doing the minutes and things properly from the Congress and so on and so forth? Thank you. Thank you, Jerome. Next up is Lori Grosskopf, Tomahawk, representing Self on the Wolf Management Plan.
Hello all, can you hear me?
Yes, you can.
Okay, I'm talking again about wolves, as I've done frequently over the past 12 years. And I'd like to just state that we've seen a lot of mistakes being made, some of them disastrous to our delisting, relisting situation, as well as other facets of the program. What's great about America is we do involve the public in our government decisions. And so I'd like to encourage the NRB to really assert itself as far as its function of establishing policy. We need to assemble immediately within the DNR decision-making process, immediately an advisory committee. The advisory committees have not really functionally met since October 2014. And that allows people in the public to share their ideas as well as their expertise, which the staff is somewhat deficit in expertise. And also you take advantage of the various groups, especially the Wisconsin Conservation Congress, to advise the board and make some decent policy decisions. So I hope everybody refers to my commentary in the sports newspaper this week and gets an idea of why the relisting happened. Again, we need to get back on the right track with wolves. And one of the only ways to do that is to get that advisory committee functioning and truly representative immediately. Thank you very much.
Chair. Thank you, Lori.
Now is a good time for me to bring up Keith as it relates to the wolf management plan and let folks know our go-forward strategy. We won't take any questions because you have a full agenda, and if folks need further information from Keith, call him.
Keith.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mr. Secretary. While we recognize that the federal relisting of the gray wolf occurred a couple of weeks ago, we are moving forward with a management plan. We are also moving forward with collecting ample public input, allowing ample time for public input from all stakeholders who have an interest in wolf management. So we are continuing that process at this point. The ongoing process has not stopped. Are there any questions? No questions.
No, thanks.
We're gonna hold on questions. You can always call. You got a full agenda on PFAS. And
okay.
I called him up this morning just so I saw the agenda, and that to let folks know that we're gonna continue down that path. And again, he's always available for a phone call.
Thank you.
Thank you. Todd Stuth, Bailey's Harbor, representing Baylor's Harbor Fish Company, LLC. Todd, are you there?
Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Secretary Cole and Chair Kazmierski. I'm actually representing the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board on this topic. Basically, I wanted to provide verbal testimony on the request for a lake trout scope statement. In brief, I believe that this resource should be available to not only the recreational community, sport fishing community, but all the residents of Wisconsin. The department presented an emergency and permanent rule to the Natural Resources Board in December of 2017. The board recognized the successful rehabilitation of lake trout within the Wisconsin waters of Lake Michigan by increasing the sport fishing bag limit, opening the season to year-round fishery, and reducing the stocking levels. At this time, I believe it was in December of 2017, the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board requested a scope statement to explore the utilization of this resource from a commercial perspective. Since the original emergency rule regarding lake trout was addressed only to the recreational fishery. At that time, Dr. Preen, with supporting comments from Mr. Kazmierski and Chair Hilgenberg, requested that the department come back to the board with a statement of scope on this. Despite repeated requests and including it on our annual priority list each year, this still has not occurred. We've received the same response year after year, and we'd just like to have it noted that we are still seeking at least the development of a scope statement. Our request to the Natural Resources Board at this time is to provide emphasis or put emphasis on establishing in draft form by the department a statement of scope, exploring the potential commercial utilization of lake trout from the Wisconsin waters of Lake Michigan. This would provide the department and Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board 30 months to acquire the necessary information from the Lake Michigan Technical Committee and the Quantitative Fisheries Center at Michigan State University to determine at what extent this might be possible. We are seeking a conservative lake trout harvest from the Wisconsin waters of Lake Michigan, which we feel will further assist the scientific community by providing an expanded data set from which they can further assess the lake trout stock abundance by adding current information to the current modeling work being done. A conservative harvest coupled with increased and focused monitoring will allow the scientific community to fill in the blanks as they look toward future stock assessment and disbursement throughout the Great Lakes. Having a scope statement in place would at a minimum allow us the opportunity to explore this.
Todd, you have 15 seconds.
Okay, I mean, we just want to make sure that this is scientifically feasible. And if we could get to 30 months through the emergency scope statement, it would at least minimize the amount of time with due process as we were to push this forward. I appreciate your time and we'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Todd. Any questions from the board? All right, none heard. We'll move on to Dr. Jan Schnell, Dairyland representing Self. Dr. Jan, are you there? One more time. Dr. Jan, are you there or we're going to move on? Okay. Nothing being.
Oh, there she is.
Oh, she's there. Okay.
I'm there.
All right.
Start the video.
Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Yes. Thank you for the opportunity to testify. I'm Dr. Schnell of Marion. I speak for the animals who share Wisconsin's water with us. The DNR has the responsibility to consider their desire for good health by protecting us all from PFAS and all known and unknown toxins first. Wisconsin's waters are vast and pristine and coveted by foreign and domestic investors, so your task as defenders is overwhelming. I sympathize. Sadly, I get to see some of the failures. Years ago, I saw 2 young golden retrievers who died of lymphoma with all the treatment veterinary medicine could offer, poisoned by the water they drank in puddles on their own land. What if it were your puppy and you had to watch her lymph nodes enlarge until she became unable to eat and breathe, and I had to give her the gift of euthanasia? I was shocked to learn that Wisconsin law has revoked the sulfide mining moratorium law. Now called non-ferrous mining, we can allow investors from anywhere in the world to apply for the right to pollute our waters with sulfuric acid. They pay no escrow fund to cover compensation in perpetuity, and our DNR enforcers only receive $502,000 over the life of the mine to take on such oversight. That sounds impossible. Our Flambeau River is still considered polluted after way more than 10 years after that sulfide mine closed. A sulfide tailings dam like the one proposed on the Menominee River to process Wisconsin ore killed 270 people in Brazil. Such dams are now banned in Brazil, Chile, Peru, and Ecuador, but not in Wisconsin or Michigan. If a spill from the proposed Back 40 site occurred, not only the Menominee River, but Green Bay and the Great Lakes drinking water would be contaminated. Source protection of water clearly has broad support in the DNR as evidenced today. Stopping known chemical toxin exposures at the source is more effective and less expensive than playing catch up. We need to follow the precautionary principle that if something could cause health damage,
Dr. Jane, you have
Wisconsin
15 seconds.
should be proactive. You individuals are our last protectors by denying all permits for sulfide mining and processing. Water is life, and the quality of water determines the quality of life. I'm open for details if anyone has questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? If not, I'd like to thank Dr. Jan for her time. And we will now shift back to the testimony on 4C through E. And these will be 5-minute speakers. Doug, are you there?
I'm here. Thank you.
And you have 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, board members, Secretary Cole, good morning. My name is Doug Oitzinger. I live in the city of Marinette. I am a city council member. I'm also a former mayor of my city, and I am a former president of the League of Wisconsin Municipalities. I live in an area highly contaminated by PFAS, and I support the recommended groundwater, drinking water, and surface water rules for PFOA and PFOS. I submitted 3 separate testimonies on the proposed rules, which I believe you have copies of, and I will try to combine them this morning very briefly. I sought nonpartisan office to contribute to my community's growth and quality of life. As members of the Natural Resources Board, I suspect that each of you agreed to serve on this board because you believed you could contribute to making Wisconsin a better place to live, recreate, and raise a family by protecting our natural resources. What I fear is that someone is going to respond to these rules with a sentence that starts with some version of, "We all support clean water, but," and that but is going to be that we should wait for the EPA, which has no actual role in setting groundwater standards for state. Or that but might be that this will be too costly, while ignoring the enormous costs to our health and our healthcare system, our sports fishing industry, and the loss of private property values. The population of 39,000 people in the city of Wausau just discovered that their entire water supply has been poisoned by PFAS. Rhinelander has shut down 2 of its municipal wells, Eau Claire 4 of theirs. Madison shut down 1 of theirs and has others that are contaminated. When we have no rules, groundwater contamination grows. Municipal wells become contaminated, and the cost to clean it up becomes much higher than if we had been looking for PFAS years earlier instead of waiting for the accidental discovery of it. Municipalities need rules to guide them and to design upgrades to their treatment systems if PFAS is found in their water supply. PFAS contamination is real in my community. The DNR has issued a fish consumptory advisory for rock bass in the Bay of Green Bay because PFAS is in the surface waters that they live in. I can see the bay from my house, and I question whether I should ever let my grandchildren swim in it again. I can walk a half block to the most contaminated tributary in the state where the deer, ducks, and other wildlife drink the water, and the DNR has issued a "do not eat deer liver" advisory to hunters within a 5-mile radius of my city. 2 blocks from my home is the town of Peshtigo. PFAS has so contaminated private wells and private property that people can't drink the water. People don't know if they will get sick from this poison, or if their children who grew up drinking this poison will end up with cancer. There is no known way to decontaminate thousands of acres of contaminated groundwater, or to remove the poison from your blood serum. Industry complains that a patchwork of regulations between states will be created if Wisconsin regulates PFAS. But we already have that because the EPA has been too slow to regulate PFAS and states have been forced to take action themselves. Apparently, industry feels patchwork policies are good for other things like taxation or labor laws because they lobby for those all the time. But environmental regulation, no, that requires national standards, which of course they will lobby against. If you listen to those voices asking you to wait, then you really aren't for clean water, because we don't have clean water now. Waiting longer will ensure even more PFAS contamination will spread to every corner of our state. And I ask, is that the legacy this board wants to embrace? We've been waiting for 5 years in Marinette County for state regulations. Isn't that long enough? The proposed rules are reasonable and scientifically supported. Any testimony to the contrary is simply a self-serving pushback from special interests to stop any regulation of PFAS in our state. You know, I do believe you all support clean water, and I'm asking you to do that without reservation today.
15 seconds, Doug.
The DNR has given you reasonable rules to protect Wisconsin from PFAS. Please vote to approve them. Thank you.
And thank you, Doug, for your testimony. Any questions?
Question. Thank you for your testimony. You indicated in your introduction that you were involved with the League of Municipalities. We're reading a real kind of a mix and hearing a mix from various municipalities. Is that a surprise for you? Is that standard? If you were in my seat, how would you read that?
Well, I was a former mayor. I left office in 2006. Then when I was mayor, I was the president of the League of Wisconsin Municipality and had served in their board for many years. What you're seeing a reaction from many municipalities is the fear that they're going to, if they test for this, they're going to find it, and then they're going to have enormous costs to clean it up. And of course, the utilities don't create the problem. They are a victim of someone else putting PFAS into their system or putting it into the water that they draw out and supply. So their reaction is a fear, but that fear is overcoming their greater responsibility to protect the public. We only have public water supply systems or wastewater treatment plants to protect the public health and well-being of the citizens who live in our communities. So I believe the DNR would be a partner in trying to find solutions. And hopefully the state of Wisconsin, especially with all the money coming in from the infrastructure bill, would help those communities if they do have to do upgrades to their treatment systems. So I'm disappointed that the league has been in opposition. I think that opposition has come out of fear, and I'm sorry to say that fear has overtaken their sense of responsibility to the public health of the folks in their communities.
I got a
question from Bill.
Yes, Doug, you referred to the PFAS family of chemicals as poison. Are you content with having 20 parts per trillion PFAS in your water, knowing that you describe them as poison?
Well, I like to use a reference of arsenic, which is rat poison. And the standard for rat poison is 500 times higher. In other words, you can have 500 times more rat poison in your water than the recommendation on PFAS. So we're talking about very small quantities, but yet it is a very poisonous substance. Personally, I'd love the number to be lower, but I respect the DHS. I'm not a scientist. They've reviewed the scientific literature, the most current scientific literature on this, and they came out with this recommendation. One of the things that I find most encouraging in this recommendation is they did recognize that PFAS should not be just looked at as individual compounds, but they're combining compounds and saying PFOA and PFOS in any combination, 20 parts per trillion, over that is too high. where do I think we're going to go? I think 10 years from now, 20 will be too high and it'll be even lower, because that's been the history. The more we learn about PFAS, the more we realize we shouldn't be having any of this in our systems.
So not being a scientist, you accept the recommendation from the Department of Health at 20. So what gives you, what reasoning do you have for rejecting the 70 parts per trillion recommendation from EPA?
Well, first of all, understand that the 70 parts per trillion from the EPA is not a standard. It's a health advisory, which really only says be careful. It's not an enforceable standard. And if you look at the EPA history, that 70 parts per trillion came out in 2016. Prior to that, it was like 400 parts per trillion. So the history is, even within the EPA, is the more they learn about it, the more they realize this is more dangerous, this is more dangerous, this is more dangerous than we thought before. So, you know, our folks looked at this several years down the road as there was more and more scientific literature out there. And that's why I think and I think you even heard this morning from a representative of the chemical industry that they expect the EPA standard to be even lower than the 20 that we're putting out there. So I think 20, given the fact the states around us and states across the United States, we're well within the range of what other states have decided is a reasonable standard.
But you're not a scientist, correct?
No, but I can read.
So I have one quick question for Doug also. So I wanted to talk to somebody from that area there. We know PFAS levels have been high in the Marinette area for decades. Are you aware of any epidemiological studies that are occurring right there with your citizens in your area?
No, we only have anecdotal evidence because of some of the high rates of various types of cancers, thyroid cancer, testicular cancer, and so forth. But these are anecdotal stories. We had sadly, a high school graduate from our school who grew up in the area, and he discovered that within his graduating class, and mind you, we're a small city and a small high school, there were 3 or 4 more individuals who also experienced testicular cancer, which is just absolutely off the charts for an area, for a community to have that particular type of cancer. So there have not been any formal studies. We have asked for them. We have been begging for them. But again, we have a small population here. And so far the the DHS has not deemed this to, you know, basically be a priority to conduct such a study.
Okay, thank you. Jeffrey Lamont, you are next. You have 5 minutes from Port Washington, representing Self.
Thank you. My name is Jeff Lamont. I'm a retired hydrogeologist with 30 years of environmental experience throughout North America. I also live in the PFAS groundwater contamination plume a couple blocks away from Doug in the town of Peshtigo. And I and my wife have been living on bottled water in our home for the past 4 years. I'm here today to speak in support of the proposed rules for numerical standards for PFOA and PFOS affecting groundwater, drinking water, and surface water for the protection of human health and the environment. The Natural Resources Board, as established in 1967, has had an illustrious history of environmental stewardship in our great state, including oversight of the first federal Clean Water and Clean Air Act. The NBR also guided the implementation of the Safe Drinking Water Act and was behind one of the most comprehensive groundwater protection acts in our nation at the time. In the 1980s, the NBR approved the state's air program studies that led to the first rules in the nation to control acid rain and surpass the goal of cutting sulfur dioxide emissions by half. In the 1990s, the board approved one of the nation's first and strongest comprehensive recycling programs, as well as overseeing implementation of the Knowles-Nelson Stewardship Program, which has protected over 500,000 acres of Wisconsin's most beautiful and diverse lands and waters. In addition, in the early 21st century, the NRB guided a series of rules to oversee the management of hazardous wastes in Wisconsin and to develop a new remediation and redevelopment program, leading to the cleanup of hundreds of contaminated sites across the state. There's a current study out by two PhD students at the University of Madison, funded by the Sea Grant College program, that sampled a residence right next to me in the town of Peshtigo, the water and the sediment in front of their home, 20 feet off the shore. Hundreds of parts per trillion in the sediment and in the surface water were detected, to the point where they don't even want their dog to play in the water, their lab, anymore. So today, I am here to thank you for your past support for protecting the health and safety of our citizens and our environment, and to ask for your support in approving these numeric standards for PFOA and PFOS, for groundwater, drinking water, and surface water, to protect the incredibly important water resources of our state. Thank you for your time.
Jeffrey, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the board?
I am a scientist, so if somebody wants to ask, please do.
Nothing at this time. Lee Donahue, across, representing Town of Campbell.
Good morning, everybody, and thank you so much for this opportunity to testify today. I especially want to thank Secretary Cole and Mr. Chairman, and of course the board. My name is Lee Donahue, and I represent 4,319 residents of the town of Campbell. As supervisor number 2 for health, education, and welfare, our town groundwater has been contaminated by PFAS for years. It was first detected 8 years ago, yet no one told us. There was no state enforced regulatory standard for PFAS, nor EPA standard, and so we drank that toxic water unknowingly for another 6 years. Couples experiencing infertility plan to start families, and they tested their private wells, groundwater, for safety before conceiving. They took what they thought was every possible precaution to ensure the health and safety of their young families, but no one told them to test for PFAS because there were no regulatory standards for ground, municipal, or surface water. And that is why I'm here today. We know that PFAS accumulates in blood, tissue, and organs, and every child that was born in those years, and perhaps many before, were actually pre-poisoned because of the PFAS that their mothers had drank before and after conception. Those babies were poisoned in their mother's wombs, which should have been the safest place for an unborn child. And those babies were continued to be poisoned because we know that PFAS concentrates in breast milk, and that for the most part, a baby's diet for the first 2 years is either breast milk or formula. Young men in the 20s and their 20s should not bear the battle of testicular cancer, as they have done in my town. Women in their 30s and 40s are fighting rare forms of endometrial, breast, and thyroid cancer and other rare autoimmune diseases because their bodies have accumulated toxic PFAS. The Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Studies show that PFAS is detected in human tissue and in organs decades after you stop ingesting contaminated water. It's like a ticking time bomb. You know it's in your body. You can't get it out. You seek an alternative safe drinking water source, and you pray for enforceable water standards. Wisconsinites deserve confidence in the products we drink from our tap and our consumer-based products. The International Bottled Water Association asked the FDA 3 years ago to issue a standard of quality for PFAS in water. They wanted to do so to protect consumers and inspire consumer confidence. To date, the EPA has not done so. Continual exposure to PFAS toxins increases our human risk, and we just can't wait to invest in long-term public health and environmental safety. The cost of water treatment and PFAS remediations are just that. They're an investment which outweighs potential health-related cost of continued PFAS exposure, especially for vulnerable communities. Without action, exponentially higher human health costs will be borne by populated generations to come. We need you. We need a strong regulatory system to adequately protect public health and the environment. Future generations should not have to bear those health burdens. Setting standards for water in all of its forms protects human life and establishes consumer confidence in the products we buy and consume. The state of Wisconsin has MCLs for arsenic and radium and other harmful substances in our water, and it's now time to add PFOA and PFOS to that. We know that Campbell and Eau Claire and Peshtigo and so many other areas have been poisoned. The cost to set safe standards and invest in drinking water sources is just going to escalate in the coming years, and we can't afford to delay that investment. 5 million residents are relying on you to make a decision today. The cost of doing nothing is a verdict no family should have to face. It tells us that you and I and all Wisconsin residents deserve safe drinking water regardless of the source. Voting yes today tells our residents, and it tells the nation, that Wisconsin is a state that makes water safety and human safety a priority. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Lee. Any questions for Lee or the board? Okay, none heard, moving on. Lori Ola from Merrimack, representing Citizens for Safe Water around Badger. Lori, you have 5 minutes.
Good morning. My name is Laura Ola, and I am the Executive Director for Citizens for Safe Water around Badger. The group that first petitioned for health-based state groundwater standards for PFOA and PFOS detected in Wisconsin groundwater. Standards for PFOA and PFOS individually and combined in 2017. Since then, more than 40 PFAS chemicals have been detected in Wisconsin's groundwater, surface water, and drinking water. With your support, today, Wisconsin will take a meaningful and achievable step to protect public health by revealing potential exposures to these two PFAS chemicals. According to the EPA's PFAS webpage, the first and most important step to protect public health is, quote, find out if PFAS are in your drinking water. But we all know that voluntary testing of public water supplies is very rarely happening. Less than 1% of Wisconsin's public water systems have been tested for PFAS, with small rural systems being hit hardest of all. Responsible parties are afraid of finding PFAS, and honestly, I don't blame them. Right now, there are no easy answers to solving the problem once it is confirmed. But without this data and without state regulations, drinking water supplies may be dosed with PFAS undetected for years and even decades. Solving the PFAS crisis will not be easy and it will be expensive, but this does not cancel our shared responsibility to inform and protect the public. Hiding the PFAS problem doesn't make it go away. It only means that exposures remain undetected. Thank you for supporting the regulation of PFAS in Wisconsin's groundwater, drinking water, and freshwater resources as a first meaningful and achievable step in protecting public health. Thank you, and I welcome your comments, but I trust no one's going to yell at me like what I witnessed earlier today.
And thank you, Laura. Any questions for Laura? Okay, moving on. Cindy Boyle from Peshtigo, representing the town of Peshtigo as chair. Cindy, you have 5 minutes.
Thank you. I have a statement. I had sent it and I'm not going to read it because it basically summarizes everything that everybody who's speaking regarding PFAS has already said. And I sit here and I wonder what more can be said or done to compel this group. So I'm going to ask you to go through an exercise with me. Forgive me. Picture yourself 2 years before COVID, a personal memory with your personal connections. Where were you? Who were you with? 2 years before COVID. For 4.5 years, I have been fighting every single day to set PFOA and PFOS standards, to the extent that a year ago I ran for the town of Peshtigo chairperson. I don't cry in my board meetings. I'm not embarrassed to be. I'm exhausted. I'm pissed off. I'm scared, but I am relentless and I will not stop. Our community needs and deserves protection. We have an identified responsible party who will not, regardless of the public messaging they sell, do the right thing unless they are required. I know this because I live this. We need you to set standards to move it to the next phase. Do your part, please. My blood level's 5 times higher than the national average, people. This isn't a joke. This isn't hyperbolic. It is history. It does matter. And for God's sake, it's needed. We cannot do anything. We are all on drinking wells in the town of Peshtigo. 1/3 of our parcels are impacted. 4,000 people, 1/3 of our parcels are impacted. It continues to migrate. If we don't have state standards, there is nothing that we can do to hold our responsible party accountable to provide us safe drinking water. What does that mean? That means we all go every single day continuing to drink poison. I don't have a thyroid anymore. Complete thyroidectomy. I could go on and on about the stories. To answer your question regarding an epidemiology study, it's because we don't have a high enough population base. We have been digging that, going toward that goal for so long. We don't have a high enough population base to qualify for the standards that an epidemiological study require. But my endocrinologist tells me that we have an exorbitantly high number of endocrine and thyroid issues in our community. My friends who are oncologists tell me we have extremely high cancer rates in our community. Please, when you are done today and you go and you lay your head down tonight to rest, think back when you reflect on this day's actions. And if you have taken the right course and decided to move this ball forward and protect the interest of Wisconsinites, you can rest well. The science is there. It's backed up, people. And you can rest well knowing that you have looked out to advocate for the safety of those you are really bound to represent and protect. And you'll also be serving your own interests. So please, I implore you, please do the right thing. And I beg for questions. Thank you.
All right, and
Can I ask
Cindy?
a question?
Yeah, any questions from the board?
Thank you for your testimony. I appreciate your passion for the topic. We are going to hear others talk about the economic impact and the costs. I have anecdotal stories of folks not being able to sell their home or not being willing to test to sell their home. Can you elaborate on that? Because it came directly from your neighborhood, so to speak.
Yeah, that's a constant fear in our community. My husband and I face that exact same crisis. We have 5 acres, 520 feet on the Bay of Green Bay. We're self-employed. This is a very, very significant part of our, retirement strategy, and it's horrifically impacted. Would you want to go and buy property when you knew that the area had contamination and that you shouldn't be drinking the water? I mean, it's a no-brainer. So property values are diminished. I could go on so long about this because our responsible party participated in or created a settlement with property owners. Basically, that verifies and validates the diminution of property value. I can't speak to the very specifics about that because I and my husband opted out. It was a very dangerous thing because it transfers all liability onto the property owner. That's my personal opinion, not my position as a town chair. So yes, there's a consequence, and I get it. You know, the question was asked of Doug Oitzinger, who spoke so brilliantly and always does. Thank you, Doug. You know, the League of Municipalities, I understand the fear. I understand the hesitancy. That's human nature. It's a massive problem. When I first became aware of it 4.5 years ago, no exaggeration, for a year, I said to my husband, stop talking about water. I can't keep talking about water. It's mentally exhausting. It's too much. And then, you know what, eventually, you guys, you really start, like Doug said, I can read. And when you read and when you participate in local and federal and state informational sessions regarding PFAS, you can't ignore it anymore. And you can't help it. I'm a mom of 3 sons, and I don't have the courage to test their blood. But we can't keep ignoring this. The cost to human health is real. The cost to our healthcare system is real. And whether you want to equate it to, you know, years ago when women would smoke when they were pregnant, or asbestos in schools and buildings, that's genuinely what I feel like this is. You know, the last thing I said to my 17-year-old this morning when I left the house, so I said, wish me luck. I'm doing it for you. I'm doing it for you. And that's what I'm doing, people. And all of you need to be doing the same thing. And I'm not trying to be melodramatic. I know I look like an idiot, or hyperbolic. I'm being sincere. Just stop it. Do the right thing. And put safety and human health before industry. They have other options. They will seek them out. The free market will certainly bear them. It's this board's job to protect the environment and protect our health. Please do so.
And Doc, you have a question?
I have a question, Cindy. Thank you for your emotional testimony. It resonates with everybody who listened to it. But I do have one question for you. So if you switch your role and put it in the role of us, and I've heard a theme just now that there is no epidemiological studies, there's no human studies, you're not big enough, we have anecdotal studies. And this regulation is mammoth, financially and otherwise, affects a lot. Don't you think it's responsible for us to have that, to have DHS have that, to have the EPA have that? Because what if 20 is too high? Then have I done anything? What if it's 0? What if it's 70, like the Obama EPA kind of has earmarked until further data is brought forward? Who has the resources for human studies? So you're asking us, I know the emotion is huge, Cindy, but you're asking us to make a huge decision without having that in place.
I would gladly answer that question. Absolutely not. This is manifesting itself in emotion because it's raw and it's been so long, and it falls on ears like yours that just don't want to hear it for some reason. I can't wrap my head around that, but the answer to your question is no. Epidemiology studies have been done. Attorney Rob Bilott did an epidemiological study. I think it was 60,000 people. Jeff, or Kayla, you're giving testimony next. Maybe you can pull that data. So the data is there. All right. My comment was our community is not large enough in population to do an epidemiology study. The excuse you're offering to hold off because you don't have a large enough data pool to verify that's straw man stuff. That is not legitimate. That's not legitimate. It supports your argument, and on the surface sounds very reasonable, but it just doesn't hold any water, no pun intended. So no, and when you say put myself in your position, I am the town chair. I know what it means to be in a governmental authoritative position. I know what it means to be responsible for decision making. That's why I'm doing it.
Thank you.
All right, Cindy, thank you for your passionate testimony.
Mr. Chair.
Oh, Bill's going. Sorry.
No, the other bill.
Question, please.
Oh, that Bill.
Shell Lake Bill.
Hi, Bill.
Yeah,
Go
the
ahead.
man on the man on the screen. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Cindy, again, thanks for your testimony and sharing your personal experiences as a homeowner and also as a local government official. It's powerful and it's compelling. We've gotten testimony and written comments from a lot of other people. Some of them suggest that it would be wise to wait for federal standards, which they claim are imminent within maybe as soon as a draft later this year, maybe in place in 18 months. The strength of that is a much stronger foundation of science and research, more uniformity. Could you comment on that? Is that alternative helpful to you in some way? State standards might be subject to more appeal, review, legal challenge. Could you just comment from your perspective on those two alternatives and what you would find more helpful?
Cindy, are you still there?
I lost her.
I am.
There she is.
Okay, so you have to forgive me. I genuinely thought, okay, next person's talking. I'm going to collect my shit now. Can you please repeat that in a summarized version? I'll quickly answer because I know the issue.
Yeah, very simply, I'm just asking you to comment on the alternative of federal standards rather than state. We've been told they're coming soon. Some people have provided testimony and comments that federal standards it would be better to wait because there's a stronger foundation of science. There's more uniformity across political lines, and state standards, frankly, might be more subject to some kind of policy review, legal review. Yep. Somebody living in the midst of this at the epicenter, I would like your feedback to the board on those two alternatives.
Thank you for asking that question. That was one of the side notes I'd actually written down. It's a important question to get clarified from somebody's perspective who's living the nightmare. Err on the side of caution, right? So especially because I'm hearing this narrative that and I believe this and I'm grateful for it, that the EPA is going to set standards that are actually below what we're even proposing. So where's the harm? No harm, no foul. Set the standard that we're proposing right now at 20 parts per trillion. If the EPA rolls in at the end of 2022 or the middle of 2023, and they come in and they come with a number that's lower than that, so be it. Think of it this way. You're erring on the side of caution. You're giving industry a chance to get their operations and systems built into their operations that will allow for adequate filtration of their manufacturing processes. And if they have to amplify or bump up those filtration systems when the EPA sets their standards, well, then they've already started the process, right? And they can think in those terms. I'm thinking as a town chairperson, if I know that I have Wisconsin standards that we have to be compliant within, we're going to take X action. And if I'm anticipating that the EPA is going to come back and be even more stringent, then the action we take will ideally be in preparation for that. So maybe it's a layered program or a layered process that they can build in. I don't really know, but I just don't understand the argument that, we should do nothing in hopes of waiting for the EPA, because was it Doug or whoever it was earlier that mentioned, we know that they're being heavily lobbied against. And what if they don't do it? This stuff has been in the works for a long time. What if they don't do it? I can be optimistic all day long, but if they don't, and we have used that as our excuse as a state of Wisconsin, then shame on us. I'm responsible for myself. You're responsible for yourself. We are responsible for our communities. We are responsible for our state. Stop waiting for the white knight to ride in on the horse and fix it. The EPA is a great last ditch effort, but for God's sake, that is not an excuse to do nothing.
Thank you.
Okay, Cindy, thank you. Peter Thornton, Toma, representing South. Peter, we can't hear you.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Oh, now we can.
Good morning, NRB board, and thank you for this opportunity to speak. The current system is broke. I'm Pete Thorson from Toma, Wisconsin. For 3 years, I've owned a piece of property in the middle of Toma we call the Meadows. For the last 18 years, I've received notices from the Wisconsin Department of Natural Resources, the EPA, and the city of Toma declaring restricted covenances. You can't drill a well on your property because of the contamination and the volatile chemicals leached from the Toma Municipal Landfill Superfund site to my west. This was ordered by a federal judge in a record of decision in September of 1997. Unfortunately, I have the Toma Armory Landfill Superfund site on my east side, all with the so-called jurisdiction of what I can do on my property. The letters say, when you develop, you need to connect with public water to protect the public. Back then, neighboring subdivisions, Sunnyville, Flatter Avenue, Jefferson Street, all town LaGrange residents, like the town of Campbell, connected with city water and abandoned their wells, all on the responsible party's dime or cost. Now in 2020, I'm trying to develop my land, need water, and a new DNR hydrologist, City of Toma mayor, and council believe an 18-year-old provide water order is extinct. Who in their right mind would drill a well and take the risk of exposing themselves or their potential people they're selling to a known pollutant or viable chemical? Like the operating unit and the feasible studies have declared a public risk for many years. Any property owner in the state of Wisconsin who has been harmed by neighboring properties, negligent parties, or reckless operators need to be held accountable. And that means not only fix the cleanup cost and provide safe water, but the nuisance and loss of property values, sometimes called takings. Over the years, I have lost at least 5 prospective buyers who have walked away from offers to purchase because of the potential contamination and issues that go with it. Phase 1 environmental studies usually nix the deals when banks get involved and want to protect their risks. Tell me how it is fair that property owners like myself, who have no skin in the game and cause no release of pollutants or chemicals, are caught in this situation. Years ago, they were called hazardous waste, volatile pollutants, and now some refer to them as forever chemicals. The bottom line is any toxin, chemical, or pollutant you find in your water or on your property, and you wouldn't let your children or grandchildren play in it, drink in it, or bathe in it, is an assault on property owners, their property, and their right to peace and enjoyment. Please hold responsible parties accountable and keep safe, clean water available to all, and make responsible parties live up to their responsibilities and provide clean water for all of us. Thank you.
Any questions for Pete? Hearing none, let's move on. Thank you, Pete, for your testimony. Peter Burris from Madison, representing Wisconsin Conservation Voters.
Good morning, Chair Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and members of the board. My name is Peter Burris, and I am the Government Affairs Manager with Wisconsin Conservation Voters. We have offices in Madison, Milwaukee, and Green Bay, where we work with our network of over 40,000 members and supporters to engage voters to protect our environment. I appreciate the opportunity to share our support for the DNR's proposed rules to establish public health standards for PFOA and PFOS in drinking, ground, and surface water. As you've heard, the PFAS threat to our communities is real and growing. On French Island, heavily contaminated wells have left residents living off of 5-gallon water jugs provided by the state and the city of La Crosse. Nearly half of Eau Claire's wells have been shut down while the city is managing poisoned water by diluting it through manufactured lagoons. In Peshtigo, Tyco Fire Products kept the community in the dark about PFAS contamination for 4 years, and residents are just beginning to understand the health-related consequences of the company's inaction. In Madison, Well 15 approaches its 3rd anniversary of being shut down from PFAS contamination, while nearby residents face warnings against consuming more than 1 fish per month from Starkweather Creek. Most recently, Wausau residents learned about contamination across every one of their city wells, and the city is racing to identify solutions. The scariest part about all of this is that we still don't know how widespread the exposure to these dangerous chemicals might be, because there are no state or federal standards for testing and cleaning up existing pollution. While our Michigan and Minnesota neighbors continue to benefit from comprehensive testing and remediation, many Wisconsin communities are still left in the dark about the safety of their water. If we wait for federal standards, it will be close to 2030 before they fully arrive, and those standards will not protect our groundwater. Meanwhile, these proposed rules that would set standards for drinking ground and surface water are widely popular, only opposed by a small handful of special interest groups. We owe it to every Wisconsinite to look this problem in the eye and begin to address it. Included with this testimony is a letter of support for these rules signed by 462 of our members. As members of the Natural Resources Board, only you have the ability to set these standards for our state. Local governments on the front lines of this crisis cannot. The current legislature will not. It is your responsibility to set policy that protects and enhances our natural resources, provides a healthy and sustainable environment, carries out the will of the public, and considers the health of future generations. Without your support for these rules, tens of thousands of Wisconsin families will continue to drink poisoned water for years to come. Please do your job and vote to protect the health of every Wisconsinite. I thank you for your time.
Peter, thank you for your testimony. I do have one quick question. Are you a registered lobbyist for the Wisconsin Conservation Voters?
I am, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Can I?
Any questions from the board?
Yeah, just a point of clarification on the legislature. I think everybody needs to know that when a rule gets to a certain level, that it does go to the legislature for approval. Correct on this one?
Goes to JARCO.
Yeah.
Goes to JCRAR.
Yeah.
JCR, not the legislator.
Sorry,
Cheryl Heilman.
JCRAR, who are legislators
No,
within
it's
our
not the
state.
whole legislative council.
Once the NRB approves a rule, if the board does, it goes to the governor for signature, and then it goes to the legislature for consideration.
Thank you.
Okay. John Robinson from Wausau, representing Wisconsin's Green Fire. Thank you, John. And
Thank you. Thank you.
maybe, John, before you get started, you could answer that same question for me. Are you a registered lobbyist with Green Fire and paid by Green Fire?
I am not.
Okay, thank you.
I'm a volunteer, and thank you for the opportunity to present comments today. Last year, Wisconsin's Green Fire prepared a report, PFAS Forever Chemicals in Wisconsin. It's part of our Opportunities Now 2022 or 2021 through 23 series, providing background information on the issue and calling for additional sampling and the development of statewide standards. Wisconsin's Green Fire supports the proposed rules modifying NR 105, 106, 219, updating NR 140, and revising NR 809 as it relates to establishing uniform standards for PFAS and PFOA, whether it's in wastewater, drinking water, and groundwater. The standards were developed based upon recommendations from the Department of Health Services, based on at a standard of 20 parts per trillion, which was protective of human health and the environment. The proposed standards are in line with those developed in our neighboring states of Michigan and Minnesota, as well as New Jersey, New Hampshire, Vermont, and other states. Why are these rules important, and why should they be promulgated? The rules create certainty and provide guidance on when to take action to protect the public. I, along with Dr. Prain, live in Wausau, which recently found out that all 6 of our municipal wells had exceedances above the proposed standards, but below EPA's health advisory level of 70 parts per trillion. The results were found after the utility sampled the wells after there was a exceedance of EPA's health advisory level in the town of Red Mountain. The utility had similar results in 2019 that were taken in advance of an upgrade of the replacement of the wastewater treatment plant, but no action was taken because no standards were exceeded. I have the privilege of being a citizen member of the Wausau Water Works Commission, which must decide on how we will respond to the sampling results. Technically, no standard is exceeded, yet residents are concerned, frightened, and looking for guidance. And it's highly likely that EPA will establish standards along the lines of those before you today in the upcoming months, with a proposed rule later this year and final action in 2023, barring legal challenges. If we wait for EPA to set standards, DNR will need to start the rulemaking process all over, and it could take another 30 months beyond EPA standards or until 2025 or 2026. Then we will need to, as a utility, do pilot studies as to what will be effective in removing the PFAS from the drinking water supply, which could take up to 18 months. The benefits of the establishment of the groundwater standards, which will not be developed by EPA, is the creation of an enforcement standard, but as importantly, a preventative action level, forcing the evaluation of the contaminant before it becomes a violation of drinking water standards. The surface water standard is important not only for the purposes of setting standards for surface water discharges, developing minimization plans, but also for the evaluation of biosolids. Those biosolids are land spread and create future problems and liability associated with uptake in plants and or wildlife. These chemicals are forever chemicals. Due to their strong carbon-fluorine bond, they do not break down quickly and bioaccumulate in humans. Therefore, quicker action is needed. The residents of Wausau, as well as other communities, want to know what a safe level is, and they want to know it now. They are looking to government, the DNR, Department of Health Services, and the Natural Resources Board for guidance. The agency's response is dependent upon your action today. Do we rely on science and advanced rules allowing the community and its residents to take the appropriate action to protect themselves? Or do we succumb to the special interest who want to confuse the issue, maintain uncertainty, and wait for the EPA to act? The citizens of Wausau do not have the luxury to wait. Please give us the tools to respond with certainty, use science to establish standards that are protective of the public, and adopt a rule package before you today. Thank you.
So, John, thank you for your testimony. Any questions from the board? Hearing none, moving on. Cheryl Nen of Milwaukee, representing Milwaukee Riverkeeper.
Hi, good morning. Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Cheryl Nen. I'm Riverkeeper for Milwaukee Riverkeeper. We're a nonprofit organization. We were founded in 1995 to protect water quality and wildlife habitat and advocate for sound land use in the Milwaukee River Basin and nearshore Lake Michigan. I'd like to say on behalf of Riverkeeper and our thousands of volunteers and members, we support DNR's proposed rules to establish public health standards for PFOA and PFOS in drinking water, groundwater, and surface water. PFAS contamination threatens the waters, fish and wildlife, soils, sediment, and public health of our communities. As others have mentioned, it accumulates in blood, tissue, and organs, concentrates in breast milk, and is linked to several cancers and other diseases. In the Milwaukee area, extensive PFAS contamination has been documented at General Mitchell Airport and the adjoining National Guard and former U.S. Air Force properties at the airport facilities, largely from the use of PFAS-containing firefighting foams. PFAS has contaminated local groundwater, the Kinnickinnic River, and downstream rivers in Lake Michigan, which is the source of our drinking water for over 1 million people in Southeast Wisconsin. In addition, widespread PFAS contamination has been found in 100% of water samples, as well as soil and fish samples from the Milwaukee River estuary area of concern. So without comprehensive testing requirements to PFAS, which these rules would provide, we don't really know how widespread this exposure to PFAS chemicals might be, and we really have no standards for cleaning up the existing pollution. While the city of Milwaukee has been doing some testing for years for PFOA and PFOS, we have really little information for other drinking water utilities in the Milwaukee River Basin. There is some evidence of groundwater contamination adjacent to West Bend Air Support Facility, for example, but we really have no widespread testing that's occurred of local drinking water supplies. Given the amount of past and current industry in Southeast Wisconsin, we suspect we will find additional areas of contamination once we start looking for it. And it's our understanding only about 1% of drinking water utilities have actually been tested in the state. Once we have this information, I think it will be able to prioritize resources toward reducing sources of PFAS and remediating contamination that poses a threat to human health. For example, in Michigan, less than 5% of the drinking water utilities tested actually had positive results. So hopefully that will be a similar situation for Wisconsin. But we need to put our arms around this problem and take action. Wisconsin residents deserve to know if their water is safe for their families to drink and if their fish are safe to eat. As others have mentioned, we can't and must not wait for federal standards for PFAS. I don't think federal standards are imminent. If we wait for federal standards, our communities will be without protection from these toxic chemicals for at least 5 years and likely much longer. It's important to note that while EPA has set standards for about 100 different contaminants between 1975 and 1992 under the Safe Drinking Water Act, not one new standard has been added since 1996. This was after a new process was created to regulate contaminants. So EPA has studied 25 different unregulated contaminants in the last few decades and decided not to regulate 24 of them. In 2011, they announced they would regulate perchlorate, which was the 25th contaminant, because it was endangering developing brains of fetuses and infants. But they failed to meet the statutory deadlines and those standards never went into effect. So even though EPA has announced its decision here to regulate PFOA and PFOS, without major changes to the Safe Drinking Water Act, we remain pretty concerned that history may repeat itself. And we really don't think that we should be waiting for the federal government to act here. We remain far behind in addressing this problem compared to adjacent states like Minnesota, Illinois, and Michigan. So these science-based rules are based on peer-reviewed science. They're protective, and they would protect Wisconsinites from 2 of the best studied PFAS chemicals. Almost every Wisconsinite who's testified here and at 3 different public hearings were in favor of these rules, and many of them are already suffering, as you've heard today, from severe PFAS contamination that's made their drinking water unsafe. Surface water discharge requirements will impact a small number of wastewater treatment plants and industrial facilities. And as far as I can tell, these rules are really only opposed by a few special interest groups that lobby routinely for polluting industries and short-term profits instead of the health of Wisconsinites. I don't believe these groups speak for or even consider impacts of these chemicals to Wisconsinites, let alone sensitive populations that are most impacted, including communities of color, pregnant women, children, and subsistence fishermen, among others. Protecting our water is also good for business, especially our $10 billion outdoor tourism economy, which is largely based on clean water and plentiful fishing and hunting opportunities.
Carol, 15 seconds.
Thanks. So as members of the Natural Resources Board, you have the power to approve these standards to protect our water resources as well as the health of current and future generations. If these don't pass, thousands of families will continue to drink poison water, eat contaminated fish, and risk their health, perhaps unknowingly for many years to come. We urge you to please pass these proposed rules for PFOA and PFOS. Thank you.
So Cheryl, I have one question for you. Are you a lobbyist for, you are?
I am not. I'm not.
You are not. Okay, thank you. Any questions from the board? And next up is Darcy Foss, a name familiar to all of us. I thought you were taking vacation and going home. Thank you, Darcy.
Good morning, everybody. I think it's still morning. Darcy Foss, I am representing myself today, and thank you, Chairperson Kazmierski, Secretary Cole, and members of the board. I am here today to testify in support of the groundwater package and PFOA and PFOS for surface water and drinking water. I believe that there's really no guarantee that EPA will meet the proposed time frame in the next 3 to 7 years to develop standards. In their own EPA document called the PFAS roadmap, they said that these deadlines and these commitments are based on the resources available to them, and there's likely going to be legal challenges here. I think it's also important to point out that when these rules go into effect, I know for the drinking water, I think there is a built-in delayed effectiveness of several years, and you may want to ask Steve Elmore and Adrian Stocks about that. So it's the rule in effect, and then there's an add-on there. So I think it's important to understand how long that kicker is out on the end of that. I would also like to point out in my written testimony that we have a historic opportunity here with the infrastructure funds to do something unprecedented in probably my lifetime and some of yours, which is to get grants, federal grants to communities that are impacted by PFAS, not only in their drinking water and their wastewater, but unfortunately at a number of our airports and other places where unintentionally PFAS occurred. And we need to do so within a certain time frame. And having the requirement to sample and to report that, and then have a clear standard is going to put Wisconsin communities in a much more beneficial situation to take advantage of the hundreds of millions of dollars in PFAS grant money. Some of it, particularly half of it, is targeted to small and disadvantaged communities. And based on my experience as a public servant for 32 years, when we had the stimulus money, and other states did not use that federal stimulus money in 2008 and 2009. That did not revert back to federal taxpayers as a rebate. That federal stimulus money targeted for those states that didn't use it went to other states. So it's important that we get our communities in and ready to take advantage of this historic amount of grants. And these are grants. Back when I was a public servant, I had administered loans, grants, and direct aid, such as contractor services. And I can tell you, in my 32 years, if I had money in grants, direct services, or loans, there was nobody in the line for loans. Those communities all wanted grants because they didn't have to pay them back, obviously, and they did not count against the municipal debt capacity for those communities. And then lastly, I just want to say that adopting standards and getting new information from EPA is a natural part of the DNR, DHS, and board rulemaking process. And I think it's important to note today, right in front of you is a perfect example in your groundwater package of new information that came from EPA and others that made us reevaluate existing groundwater standards. Some the DHS said we're not changing. Some said these are too restrictive based on new science, and some are going to be more restrictive. But I just want to let you know that I think that's a natural part of the process, which we adopt standards and we can anticipate better science that may come through that makes us change our mind. And with that, I'd like to thank you and again urge you, based on the testimony today, to support the adoption of these standards. Thank you.
Thank you, Darcy, and thank you for all the work you've done so far getting it to this point. So shame you had to leave before we saw the conclusion. Any questions from the board?
Yes, I do. Yes, I would like to add to that. I'm not sure where to look today. Add to that, thank you, Darcy, for the service. We didn't get to publicly acknowledge you at your last meeting the way we've done for others, so thank you. In your testimony about the timeline and the history and what you've studied, without going into detail of specific settlements, where would you put the range of the 20 number, the standard for 20? We know California is like at 8 or something, and then there's others at 70. Why did we come to 20? How did we get to that number, or what is your sense about that specific number?
Yeah, and I think, everybody's gonna have there's states that have different groundwater standards, right? Because the feds don't have a consistent federal standard. So all states have different groundwater standards and we deal with that. But I think DHS looked at the data. They used the process that we have in state law. Our groundwater law is very specific about what they look at and what they come up with. And I think the Department of Health Services use the existing information and our law to calculate that number. And I think it's important to understand that there was PFOA and PFOS are two of the most studied PFAS compounds out there. And as I noted in previous testimony, they're really, anecdotal historic things that shouldn't hurt businesses by regulating them today. So these are really historic things we find out there. But I think, we're right in the standard deviation of where other states are looking. So I don't think they're, off kilter. And again, I like to say that, we get new information on lead or arsenic, and we evaluate that, and we have changed our mind over the years. And that's something that just happens naturally as part of the board and DNR and DHS. Thank you.
Terry.
Darcy, good morning.
Good morning, Terry.
I also want to express my thanks to you for all the work that you've done for the department, this board, and the citizens of Wisconsin. And just want to wish you a great retirement. It looks like you're doing good so far. So keep at it. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, sir.
Well, anybody else? I do have one question for Darcy. I'm getting conflicting stories on these grants that are coming available. Maybe you can clarify that for me, since you were into it up to your eyeballs. Is a municipality required to have a standard to be eligible for a grant?
I don't think you need to have a standard, but the point about these rules, it's just not a standard, right? It's the requirement to actually conduct the sampling to know you have a situation. And then, one of the things that's going to happen is, what if you have 100 communities come in and say, I want one of these grants, but a lot of them have under 20, right? How are you going to establish priorities? And certainly I would establish priorities for people who are above the standard, right? They would be the first to get the money if you had a long line, right? And somebody comes in and says, well, we've got 2 parts per trillion. I want to get a treatment system and get a grant. I would say, well, listen, you're lower in the list. So that's, I think, helps with the standard.
Okay. So are you kind of saying here that we had trouble getting voluntary compliance from municipalities getting samples?
And I think you should ask Adrian and Steve Elmore, but there's no requirement right now to sample for PFOA or PFOS in our wastewater or municipal drinking water systems.
Well, I know there's no requirement, but are you having difficulty getting voluntary compliance to getting their water tested?
Well, yeah, that's a little challenging, Kaz, because they don't need to. Yeah.
Jim? Yes. This is Jim Zomer. This is Darcy's youngest son. And taking over the program.
Hi, Darcy. As far as Chairman Kazmir said, can you ask the question again?
I couldn't hear what he said.
I'm sorry. Can you repeat the question?
Well, were we having trouble getting voluntary compliance to do testing from municipalities?
Sure. So we had 2 initiatives, one on the wastewater side, and now we just kicked off on the public drinking water side. On the wastewater side, we did not, as far as voluntarily sampling, we did not get members participating in that. We then took it upon ourselves, and we were able to get resources to go out and sample. And by and large, and Adrian can talk about that, we had overwhelming support. I mean, they accepted us coming out there. I think there were just a handful out of 120 some facilities that were sampled. There were just a few that did not. On the public drinking water side, we have had, and you heard some testimony from some of the municipalities that did do voluntary sampling. We just kicked that off, and Steve Elmore can update us on that voluntary sampling. I think we have 40 plus, and we're just in the early stages. I had talked to Terry Hildenberg about really a an effort to get voluntary sampling done, for the municipalities that go and sample their public drinking water. And right now we have 40 of the approximately 600 systems that are already on board, and we're hoping for a lot more that will come in. We have ample money to do the sampling.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
All right. And thank you, Darcy.
Thanks, Darcy.
For your
Thanks,
Thanks, Darcy.
testimony.
Go enjoy retirement.
Enjoy retirement. And next is Kayla Furton of Marinette, representing South. Kayla?
Hi, I am testifying today in support of the proposed PFAS rules for drinking water, surface water, and groundwater in the agenda items 4C, D, and E. These standards would provide a most essential step in protecting the water and health of Wisconsin. I am a resident of the town of Peshtigo, which is widely known as the third largest PFAS contamination site in the United States. A claim to fame I am not proud of, but I will continue to advocate for clean water because our community and all communities deserve access to clean water. I am also a supervisor on the town of Peshtigo board and know all too well the immense cost to a community. Today, I am representing myself, and I would like to highlight that opposition today has widely been by paid representatives. Meanwhile, most of the support for the PFAS rules come from residents who have taken time out of their lives, their jobs, and their families to be here. And I do thank you for that opportunity. In hopes of putting a face to contamination, I will share a little of my story. I grew up in the town of Peshtigo and moved back here in 2016, buying my childhood home of 5 acres on the Bay of Green Bay with my husband and 3 young children. We had no idea that 3 years prior, Tyco Johnson Controls had already discovered PFAS contamination at their fire technology center after decades of open ground AFFF testing just a few miles away from our home. In 2017, Tyco JCI reported the contamination, and in 2018, our home was officially considered within the plume of contamination. Our well has since tested at 63 parts per trillion combined PFAS compounds. I have no way of going back to know what the PFAS levels were while I was growing up here in this house with this well, or what levels my own children drank and bathed in before we even knew that we needed to mitigate exposure with bottled water and a filtration system. We have no way of definitively knowing all of the consequences of multiple exposure pathways of not only drinking water, but air and environmental exposure from decades of unchecked PFAS flowing into the environment next to homes, schools, Lake Michigan, and private wells. I have no way of definitively knowing if my thyroid disease is in fact directly related to my years of Tyco JCI PFAS exposure. We have no way of knowing if our son's most recent diagnosis is linked to prenatal PFAS exposure, as the research suggests. We do know that the science is clear that PFAS exposure has many health consequences. The LOTS PFAS study that was referenced earlier, thank you, Chair Boyle, had 69,000 participants. All of the research that has been done since has shown negative health impacts from PFAS exposure. And unfortunately, my story, our exposure is not unique. Families just like ours, communities all over Wisconsin are facing the same realization that they, their neighbors, and their communities were forced to unknowingly live with years of PFAS exposure while corporations made billions in profits. We cannot go back and test my childhood well for PFAS and mitigate my exposure. I cannot go back in time and test my blood levels before my son was born, but we can make a change for the future. We can protect the health and wellness moving forward. And while I agree with Dr. Linda Birnbaum that even 1 part per trillion of PFAS is too much, I strongly support the proposed rules today as they would enact meaningful change and standards to protect human health, the environment, and local economies. Even if the actual standards should be lower, reducing people's exposure is essential. It is an essential step. The EPA, if it does even take action, is years behind Wisconsin and it would not address private well contamination, and we cannot wait for their action. Today, you are looking at comparing human health, the literal health and future of our children, with corporate profits. If corporate profits were removed from this equation, there would be no opposition. I can see no path other than support for the proposed permanent rule changes if you are to protect the health and future of Wisconsin. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla. Any questions for Kayla? Hearing none, we'll move on. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'll call anyways. Richard Diaz is not on Zoom, but we'll give one call just in case he pops in quick. Okay, he's not. So our next is Scott Manley, Madison, representing Wisconsin Manufacturers and Commerce. Scott, you there?
Yep, thank you, Mr. Chairman and members of the board.
I do want to ask you the question up front here too. Are you a lobbyist?
I am.
You are. Okay, thank you.
So thank you. I'm here today to explain why the 3 PFAS rules before you today are not lawfully before you, and why they fail to comply with Wisconsin law, and why you can't approve them today in their current form. We ask that you, the board, either fix the concerns that we raise or send them back to the DNR staff to fix and repair the legal deficiencies with these rules. Although we believe there's numerous legal problems with the 3 rules, I want to focus my remarks on 2 specific fatal flaws with the rules. The first being the DNR's failure to follow rulemaking requirements relative to the economic impact analysis, or EIA. And second, the unlawful use of combined standards. Both of these problems are grounds for invalidating the rules under section 227.40 of the Wisconsin statutes. It's clear that DNR staff believe they have broad authority to regulate PFAS however they deem fit, but the agency has a long history of misinterpreting its own authority, including its authority to regulate PFAS substances. Just last month, a judge in Jefferson County issued a decision stating that DNR's purported authority to regulate PFAS substances under its narrative toxic standard was incorrect. The staff interpretation of the law regarding the agency's authority to regulate PFAS was wrong. So as we discuss the legal authority of these 3 rules and whether DNR staff have followed the law, I ask you all to keep an open mind and consider the possibility that department staff have once again gotten it wrong as to their legal authority. So let's talk about the EIA. Statutes governing the EIA require the DNR to accurately estimate all costs associated with complying with the rule. DNR failed to follow this requirement for all 3 rules because they did not accurately estimate costs. They ignored certain costs and didn't account for them at all. And finally, unlawfully reduced costs by amortizing them over an extended period of time. Section 227.137 of the statutes, which governs EIAs, does not allow the department to do any of those things. So let's talk about costs that were inaccurate or ignored. Very specifically, despite being told by both industry and local governments themselves that replacing a small municipal drinking water well would cost between $1 million and $1.5 million, the DNR estimated the cost of a municipal drinking water well replacement to be only $50,000. So they fudged the numbers and underestimated the compliance costs by a factor of 2,900%. Despite knowing that they had previously forced a manufacturer in our state to spend nearly $1 million to treat PFAS in water from a construction site dewatering project and a similar construction site dewatering project in Dane County, DNR staff inexplicably estimated that there would be no costs associated with removing PFAS from construction site dewatering. Again, they know good and well because they forced businesses to do this and they know how much was spent on the treatment. But again, they ignored cost data that were given to them directly and excluded those costs from the EIA. That's illegal. Despite knowing that treating landfill leachate is extremely expensive, the EIA said landfill costs would be, and I quote, minimal. In reality, based on information submitted by the National Waste and Recycling Association, Wisconsin's proportional cost for treatment, this is just treatment, of landfill leachate is estimated to be between $19.3 million and $125 million per year. These are not minimal costs. And they alone demonstrate that DNR blew far past the statutory $10 million threshold over any 2-year period that should have caused staff to stop.
You have 15 seconds.
Okay, which should have caused staff to immediately stop working on the rule. I would have liked to, if there was time, go through the analysis of why DNR can't do combined standards. We think it's clear that they can't, but in the interest of time, I'll save my remarks on that.
Okay, thank you, Scott. Any questions from board members?
Yeah.
Bill.
Scott, I'll ask you the question then. What is the issue with combining the standards in setting a safe level?
So Wisconsin's law is very clear that an agency has to have explicit authority in the statutes in order to regulate. This is where we have a little bit of a difference of an opinion with DNR, because what DNR has said is, well, there's nothing in the law that prohibits us from doing combined standards for groundwater and drinking water, so we can do it. But that's not how agency authority works. Agencies are created by the legislature and have only that authority that the legislature gives them explicitly by statute. What agency authority is not, and what DNR's interpretation appears to be, is, well, we can do whatever we want, except if the legislature tells us we can't do it. That's just not how agency authority works. They've also said, well, we've done some combined standards in the past, many years ago. So since we've done them in the past, that means we can do it again. Again, that's simply wrong. A history of violating the law does not make an illegal activity lawful. And the Wisconsin Supreme Court has been very clear on this point. In a court case just last year, titled Zignago versus Wisconsin Elections Commission, the Wisconsin Supreme Court said, and I quote, "Simply because an agency took action in the past does not mean its actions were legal. It is the statutory text, not agency practice, that determines what the law requires us to do." And if you actually look at the text of the statute, and it's section 160.01 parentheses 2 of the Wisconsin statute, it defines an enforcement standard for groundwater as a numerical value expressing the concentration of a substance in groundwater. That's singular. It goes on to say that the Department of Health Services shall recommend to the department, and I quote, an enforcement standard for each substance submitted to it, and the DNR is to promulgate enforcement standards for, quote, that substance. Every instance in the statutes that talks to DNR's authority to set these standards is referenced in the statutes in the singular, not the plural, and nowhere in chapter 160 will you find the words or the phrase combined standard.
Scott,
Okay, thank you, Scott.
Thank you for your answer. I'm just going to ask that the department have a chance to rebut that, but I have one more question before Scott goes. Is that okay?
Okay, your call.
We've had considerable testimony today, Scott, as to the toxicity of PFAS and PFOS chemicals. do you have a concern about the toxicity of those chemicals, and where do you think the level should be set for regulating PFAS?
So this is something that I think is actually not discretionary as it relates to the board's authority or the agency's authority. I think the statutes are very clear that that number has to be 70 parts per trillion. And we would support regulating both of these substances at 70 parts per trillion. We think the science is there to justify it. But again, if you look at the law, if you look at chapter 160, it says if there is a federal number, then that federal number has to be our standard. And there is a federal number. The federal number is 70 parts per trillion. And there is a limited opportunity for DNR and DHS to do something different than that federal number, but it's predicated on, proven science that was not available for the EPA to have considered when they set the federal number. And the study that the DHS used, this Keys Camp study, which was really a modeling paper, it wasn't an epidemiological study. The science that they used in that paper was science that EPA had when President Obama's EPA established that 70 part per trillion standard. So we think Wisconsin's law is very clear on this point. The number, if the board is interested in establishing these standards, it has to be based on that federal number. And again, WMC would support that.
Okay.
And then in the next year or two, you're going to get EPA standards. I think 70 parts per trillion would be a good bridge until we get EPA standards.
Okay, Scott, Marcy has a question for you.
Thank you for your testimony and for the written comments. And I think you can understand folks' confusion, or at least my confusion, when we have, or the department has lawsuits when there's not a standard, and then lawsuits trying to set a standard. So if we're trying to set safe drinking water for residents, who else would set that standard? Or how would anyone be able to determine what is safe for our residents to drink?
Well, I think what the department has an obligation to do is follow the law. And what the law says is that if you're going to set a standard, you're required to set that standard based on a federal number if there is one. There happens to be one. It's 70 parts per trillion. So I think you have the authority to set the standard at 70 parts per trillion. I don't believe that the DHS and department staff have met the burden to deviate from that standard. The data that was used in the modeling paper that they said is their justification for going to 20 is science that was known to the EPA when they set that standard. So under Wisconsin law, we think it has to be 70.
But that, as I understand it, is more of the trigger, the advisory. So, okay, well, we'll have to address that as well. But on the other side of it, from a business perspective in Wisconsin and attracting businesses to Wisconsin, we know that there are businesses that rely on abundant, high quality water to relocate in Wisconsin. And we also have learned in the past few years that the bigger picture of that is attracting a workforce. So, I hope you can understand the concerns of these folks as well, that to be able to attract a workforce to their community, it might have an impact, and it may look better that we're addressing the issue head on rather than waiting for the EPA. So I recognize it's not necessarily a question, but I just hope that, we can work together on that kind of thing.
If I could just respond to that last part about waiting for EPA. If you're not interested in waiting for EPA and you want to put local governments in the position of having to comply with one standard and then not, then have to comply with the second standard. I think that's a policy decision for the board to make. But from our perspective, you should make that, if you're going to go down that road, then you should set it at 70 because that's what the law dictates.
And you said that you would support that, and EPA's action plan, as has been testified, is kind of a goal, an action plan, and there's also components in there for polluter pays and things like that. So I think they are going to be challenged, and I do think it's going to be a delay. And like I said, I just hope we would work with the business community to support the clean, abundant water in Wisconsin, and especially for our residents. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. And thank you, Scott, for your testimony. And our last speaker is Scott Laser, Argyle, representing Clean Wisconsin.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Yep, and Scott, are you a lobbyist for Clean Wisconsin?
I am.
All right, thank you. Go ahead.
Natural Resources Board members, my name is Scott Lasser, and I'm here to add my organization's voice to the loud and clear call you've heard today for approval of the groundwater, drinking water, and surface water standards before you without modification or delay. Every Wisconsinite has a right to drink safe water from their tap and eat the fish they catch. Unfortunately, many can't because of PFAS pollution. Approving these standards is a firm step down the long road to fixing this mess. Too often, we fixate on how much it might cost to address the problem and fail to recognize the consequences of inaction. DNR will spend $600,000 per year just to provide drinking water to residents on French Island. Other families are on their own to find and fund clean water. The status quo was only affordable for those who wish to avoid responsibility, and the biggest costs are and will continue to be borne by Wisconsin families if we do not act. Too often, we hear that now is the time to wait instead of act. Waiting for the EPA puts Wisconsinites' concerns about PFAS contamination in their drinking water on hold for years. Families deserve to know their water is safe to drink, to cook with, and to fish in. They will not know until it is tested, and these standards will lead to widespread testing for PFAS that should no longer be optional. Instead of looking backwards at outdated EPA numbers to set these standards, Wisconsin health officials use the latest science. The DNR has made a good faith effort to represent the costs of the steps you are being asked to approve. That's more than can be said about industry's long recognized practice of wildly inflating the costs of public health protections. These claims are often accompanied by questionable legal arguments to further undermine proposed protections. Some of the legal questions posed today may need to be resolved later, but they should not be used to preemptively thwart these protections. The playbook is well worn and familiar, whether with lead pipes, paint and gasoline, or acid rain. A purported lack of absolute scientific certainty and impending economic doom are deployed as weapons against public proposed protections. Pollute first, ask questions later is the philosophy. In too many cases, health and lives could have been protected and saved if we had acted sooner. Let's not keep making the same mistake. Some of the entities contesting these standards have a long history of denying health risks associated with chemicals they profit from. Unfortunately, several Wisconsin groups teamed up with the American Chemistry Council, who you heard from earlier today, who among others represents DuPont, which is well documented to have poisoned their employees and their community with PFAS and paid hundreds of millions of dollars as a consequence. These groups have eroded their credibility in contending these standards are unwarranted or unduly burdensome. The proposed standards are for two PFAS that are so harmful they've been banned or phased out around the world. These standards will impart accountability for a mess that's already been made and is overdue to be cleaned up. I think all of you believe your fellow Wisconsinites deserve clean water. Today, however, it is your actions that matter. We all want clean water is a familiar phrase to families across Wisconsin. Unfortunately, as was mentioned earlier, it's often followed with a but. But it might be expensive or hard, but we should wait for someone else to take care of it. But it might cut into my profits. Too often, when we talk about clean water in Wisconsin, we get platitudes and excuses instead of results. I'm asking you to offer results instead of excuses today, to choose protecting public health and families' right to clean water over denial and delay. Please approve all of the important PFAS water quality standards before you. Thank you.
Thank you, Scott Laser. Any questions by the board? All right. Thank you very much for your testimony. I'm gonna make one last call for Richard Diaz because I really wanted to hear him. Is Richard on yet or not? No, he's not. Okay, that concludes our public testimony. What we'll do is break for lunch. Pardon?
Bill wanted us to rebut some of the statements that Mr. Manley made.
Okay.
And to that end, Cheryl has issued a memo to the board. However, the public can't read it. Cheryl? You put into the record what's in that memo relative to the authority of the Department of Natural Resources as it relates to regulating PFAS in the state of Wisconsin.
This is Cheryl Heilman, the General Counsel for the Department of Natural Resources. I did provide a memo to the board that responded to WMC's legal challenges. And certainly I think that memo could be provided to the public if you'd like. I want to talk about the two things that he raised here in his testimony. One was combined standards, our authority for combined standards. And the other was litigation that WMC has actually brought against the department, challenging our authority to do testing of WPDS permittees. So let me take the lawsuit first. There was a ruling by a Jefferson County Circuit Court judge that the department had the authority to test effluent from WPDS permittees. And there's a part of the ruling that talked about the department's authority to enforce what we call a narrative toxic standard that says WPDS permittees can't discharge substances in levels that are toxic or harmful to humans. The judge is reconsidering that, and there'll be an additional hearing on that aspect of the decision on Thursday. So I would say with respect to the litigation and the department's authority, that the jury is still out and that the department believes that we have not only testing authority, but some regulatory authority under our WPDS permit program. With respect to the standards that that are before you today with respect to groundwater and drinking water, those are the two rules that have combined standards for PFAS and PFOA. And the standard is 20 parts per trillion, either individually or when considered in combination. And the Department of Health Services is here and they can talk about the science behind it. But the reason for the combined standard is because PFAS and PFOA act on the human body in the same way. And they're found in combination. And so the Department of Health Services made a recommendation for each substance that the level should be 20, either individually or combined. We believe that's well within our authority under both the statutes that allow us to establish a drinking water standard and the statutes that allow us to establish a groundwater standard. And with respect to the science that was considered and why the federal level is not a mandate, I would again ask, our scientists can talk more knowledgeably about this, but the statute allows us to set a different standard if we believe the science supports it. And if we believe that EPA didn't consider that science. And I think that is true. And that's why the Department of Health made a recommendation that's different than the 70.
Thank you, Cheryl. In response to an earlier question, Mr. Manley finished by saying, of course, if the Natural Resources Board wanted to establish a different number, you certainly have that within your rights. Do that, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Sheriff, you come back up, please. As long as we're getting legal opinions that you sent us, I have a question about this EIA discussions today, and I hate to be the one in the room that wants to actually discuss the financial impacts, but that's what the legislators have put upon us is the EIA, Economic Impact Analysis. Do you debate the rule, the statute, from the legislators that state if that analysis during the rulemaking process, in good faith, I might add, reaches 10 million, that the rulemaking stops and you go back to legislators or elected officials for approval?
No, That I do not,
You do not?
that I don't dispute that. And I think with respect to the cost issues and the examples that Mr. Manley brought up, one of the folks who worked on the rule is
Oh,
in a
we'll
better
get to
place.
that. I just
But
want to
yeah.
make sure it's clear that the department agrees that that statute, which states that if they're in the rule process, it hits 10 million, it stops, and they go back to legislators and ask for approval to continue.
There is a legislative provision that says if your costs are average more than 10 million in any 2-year period,
Correct.
that the rulemaking should stop until the legislature proposes legislation.
Do you believe in that rulemaking philosophy that the department can take an amortization of a 20-year capital improvement and only take the 2 years of the amortization towards that cost? Or do you believe the statute says that the total cost is the impact that we need to look at?
I
And
believe.
let me cite so that people understand what I'm asking. If, for example, to comply with the rule is $20 million, and the department feels that, well, that's over 20-year lifespan, so we're going to take a 2-year amortization of that, that's the only number we're going to use. Do you believe that if that's what happened, do you believe that that's within the authority?
I will say that for some of the costs, for example, in the drinking water rule, there's amortization of capital costs because it's reasonable to do so. So I believe that if it's reasonable to do so, because communities, when they're upgrading their systems, take out loans and then have an annual payment each year, that the law requires us to take into account that annual payment. That's what I believe.
You don't believe that the verbiage total cost applies there?
I believe that there's a separate requirement for assessing a total cost, but when you're looking at the $10 million figure, 10 million over 2 years, it's an annual cost that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you.
Okay. So I think we're going to break for lunch now. We'll be back at 12:50, but I do have one question for DHS who's back there. Well, we haven't been given your name, so I'd like to ask if you'd hang around after lunch and be available for questions. Awesome. And what is your name?
I'm Dr. Sarah Yang, and
Yep, and I'm John Lyman. I'm one of the chief medical officers at DHS.
Catch them.
Yang and Myman.
Yang is Lyman. Okay.
MEIMAN.
Okay, just so if I need to call you up, I've got something to call you by. All right. So thank you much. We're going to adjourn for lunch. We'll be back.
Where is lunch?
In a half an hour. Huh?
Kaz, can you hear me? It's Sharon. Hi, it's Sharon. Can you hear me?
Sharon, we can hear you.
Oh, okay. I will leave out again. Okay.
Okay. We're gonna
Not
resume
really,
the
although
meeting.
some benefits with housing.
And so we are. Should I bring her up or we should start the debate in this? Okay, bring her up. So can I have the two people from DHS up, and if there's any questions the board has of you, that would work out fine.
Sure.
So,
Afternoon.
any questions by members of the board?
Yes.
Marcy had some.
So yes, when the gentleman from the American Chemical Council was talking about the DHS recommendation, can you just clarify for us of how that process works from your department?
Yeah, maybe we can start with just kind of the general recommendation process. Yeah, I can lean a little bit closer. Can you hear me there? Perfect. Yeah, so we can talk about the general recommendation process because that came up several times during the discussion here. So as laid out in state statute, we really need to defer to federal numbers. However, when those numbers are older, there's new scientific evidence, we can take that into account in developing our own recommendation. Because as we've seen, science changes over time, we get better information as time goes on. And so it's important that we take that into account. So there is a process clearly laid out where we can look at different types of federal numbers. If those are out of date and we have better science, then we can look at those scientific peer-reviewed studies and in turn use those to make a recommendation to forward on to DNR.
Okay. Thank you. Did you? Oh, I thought you were. No.
I have a question for you. So we've had a lot of talk about peer-reviewed. Clearly the 20 number was not based up on epidemiological studies. Is that correct?
That is correct. It was based on a modeling study, just like the previous EPA number of 70 part per trillion was also based on modeling. And that's a pretty common approach in toxicology. When we do this for lead and other chemicals, you base a lot of that modeling upon the epidemiology studies. Yeah.
Okay, so my question to you is that if the studies did not have that factor into it, and there's been testimony that study that you referenced for the 20 was actually present when Obama set the 70. Is that true?
No, you can go ahead.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, so no, the study that we used to set the recommended standard was published in 2019. So that study was not available in 2016. The EPA did not look at that study when they set their health advisory.
So what prompted you from that study to deviate from the 70 number that the EPA was playing with?
Yeah, so when EPA set their 70, they were modeling exposure to the pregnant mom in order to protect the baby. But the study that we used to base the 20 actually modeled exposure in the baby, which is what we're trying to protect overall in general. And so we felt that that study is actually the most appropriate to use.
And presently the 20 number is a guidance number, not a standard, which is what we're trying to achieve here today. Is that correct?
Yep, that's correct.
Thank you.
So I did want to have one question on you. We heard some very passionate testimony from people that live in the Peshtigo Marinette area. And when they were asked, has there been any studies done in their area? What they were told is it's not a big enough sample size. I really have some problems with that kind of thinking. Otherwise, how would we ever pinpoint any disease breakout in a small area? Can you explain to me why we haven't done studies in those areas where we know there's high concentrations?
Sure, I can address that briefly. There are a few different types of studies. One of the studies that we've done, and I've conducted several of them, is to look at sources of exposure. And that's something that would be appropriate to do in some of these communities. We certainly agree with that. The challenge is we don't have funding from the federal government to do that or state funding to conduct those studies, although we have petition the federal government for money to do that. That money comes available. We'd be happy to lead up a study to look at different sources of exposure. When it comes to epidemiology studies to look at health impacts, we have a wealth of data that has come out over the last several years that applies to anybody, no matter where they live. And that's the best quality data we want to look at to give a recommendation that's protective of health.
Okay.
It's all about the money.
It's all about the money. Oh, and while we're at it, I was looking forward to the testimony of Richard Diaz. And he was from the lead emergency. So do you know when we set standards on lead and how successful we've been with lack of money to achieve our outcome of eliminating lead in, say, Milwaukee or Madison, where there's desperate impacts on the populations?
Well, regulation of lead has been going on for decades. And so it's been a very successful public health intervention. I mean, we could draw in some sense of a parallel to what we're discussing today with some of the compounds, and that, if I saw a patient 60 years ago, I would consider lead poisoning very different than we consider it today, because our science has evolved. The same has come true for a lot of these chemicals we're talking today. So we've studied them more. We've seen health impacts potentially at lower and lower levels. So with lead, yes, it's been taken out of gasoline. It's been removed from paint. There's a lot of money, both state and federal level, to address it in housing and to get it out of homes, and then more money to get it out of the pipe. So all of those things have had a really big impact on child's blood lead levels, which has in turn had a pretty big significant health benefit in terms of improved outcomes.
Right. But ultimately, we're talking about water today, and we know we still have lead in water. And so does Flint, Michigan. And so that's what I'm saying. We can set a standard, but if the funding isn't available, just like you said, for the epidemiological studies, nothing really happens. Because we have to have funding to support those type of things. So, and I'm sure Preston could speak to the lead issues in Milwaukee. It's just been tough to get the money for that.
It has been, but the waterworks puts phosphorus in the water and it binds the lead particles to the inside of the pipe. Yeah. And that's just one of the techniques that water treatment facilities use to keep lead out of water. Where lead gets into the water is when those water mains are under construction and things are vibrating, it shakes those lead particles. And again, for young babies, there's no safe level of lead in water, right? Period, for children.
Okay.
Can I? Sorry. Can we,
Yep.
well,
Go ahead.
while they're up. So it wasn't in the oral testimony today, but we received a written testimony that challenged the relationship to cancer, the cause, that it's a direct cause or it's a direct link. But then we read that there's issues with thyroid, and we heard the thyroid issue, all of kind of the filtering stuff. Is there any doubt in your mind that there's an impact
on health? No.
On health?
No, for PFOS and PFOA, which behave very similarly, we see consistent signs from the literature that can have impacts on the endocrine system, like thyroid, potential reproductive effects. And in the case of PFOA, some early suggestions that it may be linked to certain types of cancer. So the health impacts are pretty clearly spelled out and supported by numerous scientific studies. The other thing that they're looking at, and particularly is being looked at by EPA, and it was mentioned by a commenter, is potential impact on response to vaccines. And so that's something we're looking at that can happen at low levels, that as somebody who is exposed to these chemicals may not have a response to a vaccine as high as we would expect.
Okay. And then when things like this come up, what are your local health departments? What is their role at the local level with some of these municipalities?
Sure. Since you've been working with locals very closely, yeah.
Yeah, so I mean, I think the role depends on the local health department and their comfort level with the type of contaminant. You know, when we're talking PFAS, there's a lot of uncertainty in terms of, you know, like a lot of people don't even know, you know, what PFAS are from a local health department perspective. So we play a very important role in like being a liaison or providing technical support. You know, it kind of just depends on what that local health department needs from us. So we've helped, you know, draft language for web pages or create message maps for them to use when communicating with the public. We help them support the, you know, recommendations at 20 parts per trillion. So things like that.
Thank you.
So do I have a motion for 4C? So
I got a question, one more.
Okay.
These two. You have, there hasn't been much discussion about this, but in 4C, there are also standards being set for what you refer to as a cycle 10 group of chemicals. That's going to affect agriculture. Are these standards that you're that you have recommended? How does that compare to what the EPA has set? How does that compare to what other ag states are dealing with in terms of the levels of those chemicals? Where's that at? I didn't find much information, background information on that.
Sure. So there are a few ag chemicals, and we can get back to you with further information if you like. A couple of those are based on EPA-based studies, and then for imidacloprid, we looked at a lot of the more recent information to derive the number that we did.
And is that more recent information? Is that also peer-reviewed sound science?
That's correct. All the data that we pull in and developing a recommendation has to be peer-reviewed. So solid science has been reviewed by other people, numerous other scientists. It has to be consistent with the other published studies. It has to be relevant to human health. So when we select these studies, they need to meet a variety of very strict criteria for us to even consider them.
So do other states even have groundwater standards in regards to these chemicals?
Yes.
Yeah, so I can't speak specifically to which states have groundwater specific standards, but I know, for example, that Minnesota has a health value for imidacloprid that is more consistent with what our health value is than what, you know, EPA doesn't have a drinking water standard. They don't have a health advisory for imidacloprid. They have a reference dose that you can use to calculate a concentration in drinking water, but all of our data is indicating that a lower level is needed.
I'll make a motion to approve. Oh, Bill has a question.
Oh, sorry.
Question, Mr. Chair?
Oh, go ahead, Bill.
Thank you. We've heard a lot of testimony today and more in the written comments that have come in about the EPA standard of 70 parts per trillion. You talked about it a little bit earlier here in the questions. I'm wondering if you could, you know, in the hearing process and the public input process, I know there was fairly lengthy consideration of that and a review of your decision. I'm wondering if for the information for the board and the public, if you could just go into a little bit deeper dive on the rationale for moving past the federal standards and why you're recommending the 20 part per trillion for drinking water, surface water, and so on.
Yeah, maybe I can get started. Dr. Yang can fill in if there's more details that you'd like. So, and you know, as is specified in state statute, if there's more recent relevant data, we can consider that when developing a recommendation. There have been numerous studies that have come out since that original EPA number was issued. There have been a lot of health endpoints, particularly related to impacts on the immune system, which are being suggesting a lower number is recommended. And as Dr. Yang pointed out, we need to get a better sense on the impact to developing children and very young children, because this is not a factor that was considered in the original EPA number. Anything you will elaborate on?
Yeah, I mean, I think I would just point out that so since 2016, there have been hundreds of studies that have been published. You know, we reviewed as many of those as feasible. We also, the Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry issued some numbers in 2021, and actually our support document is updated to reflect that information as well.
Thank you.
So are you ready for a motion?
Well, let me do the folks in front of us justice. These are our modern day superheroes as it relates to this public health conundrum that we find ourselves in. Without question, we would not be able to understand better the implications of these chemicals on the human genome. And if I had an award to give you, and if I had $1 million to give you, I would double down on that for your commitment to protecting the citizens of the state of Wisconsin. My hope is that you're proud of your work. We're certainly proud of your work. Given with that stake, thank you.
Appreciate it, Secretary.
Thank you, Secretary.
Okay, thank you. So
I move approval. Do we want, I would make,
let's just start on 4C.
okay,
And then we'll
move to approve the DG 1519 related to the standards for groundwater.
Okay.
Second.
We have a second. Okay, any discussion?
I'll start out. Questions for Steve?
Terry. Okay, Steve, you want to come on up?
Some of these might spill over to the other stuff, Mr. Chairman, so.
Okay.
Ram me
That's
some
why I
slack.
thought we were gonna do all
Ram me some
three at
slack
once.
here. Steve, I think you mentioned that there's like 1 million wells in Wisconsin.
That's correct.
Okay.
That's an estimate.
Can't hear you.
That's an estimate,
Yeah,
Terry.
yeah. Do we expect PFAS and PFOA to be zero in our water supplies?
Given what we know about PFAS in the environment, from testing that we've done, we know that there's background concentrations. In fact, there's some tests we've done on rainwater that we've been a part of with working with the state, Wisconsin State Lab of Hygiene, that indicates, while there's a range, there's PFAS found in rainwater across the country at representative sites. And some of those levels, are around 2 part per billion. Trillion, part per trillion. Thank you. So I would expect we would find levels like that. If it's found in the rainwater at 2 parts per trillion, it will be found in the groundwater in many cases at 2 parts per trillion. These chemicals are found throughout our environment, and they're considered forever chemicals that will always be there. Once they're found in that rainwater and get into groundwater, they will likely always be there.
Okay.
Did that answer your question?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay.
Is there anything that precludes a municipal water service from testing their water for these chemicals?
There are laboratories that are certified to analyze the samples. If they decide to take a sample and send it to the laboratory, they are free to do so. There's nothing that stops them from doing that. Funding can be an issue, particularly it's roughly, for the sake of conversation, around $400 a sample right now. So funding, and particularly for a city that may have multiple wells, the city of Madison has over 20 wells, that number can add up, and it's something they would likely have to budget for if not given support for that testing.
Would the department consider a marketing plan to encourage the municipalities to do the testing? It's my understanding that
Certainly.
we provide the funds for that testing. Is that correct?
Yeah, currently we are running a program where we have some federal money, and we are paying for the testing, for the analysis at the State Lab of Hygiene using those funds. We are getting the word out. We had an email to all the municipalities in Wisconsin on Friday. We're sending a letter yet this week. We have, there was a press release. We'll consider other options for reaching out directly to the utilities.
Good, good, thank you. Those are my questions so far.
Okay.
Questions?
Doc?
I have a point of clarification, I think, or affirmation, that we're on a period of time that we're approaching the final rule expires on March 3rd. Is that correct?
Correct. Yep. The scope
And so-
statement for 4C that we're now discussing expires on March 3rd.
Okay.
So the implication of that, if an action isn't taken, the whole process would start again?
If we pass the March 3rd date and we have not forwarded the rule to the legislature, the scope statement will expire and we will have to start over.
Thank you.
Doc?
Okay, a couple questions. First of all, I have to say that the March 3rd deadline is obviously an important deadline, but that's not really a reason to do something or not do something. The timing should have been here maybe a little earlier to have debate or change or modification. My question is basically, and everybody knows this about me in this board, I'm a rule follower, a statute follower. I'm proving it in my own personal case with this board. I believe the legislators, the elected officials set side gates on this department and on this board. This was a golden opportunity that we passed a scope statement a year and a half ago for this administration, this department to bring forward rules staying in the guidepost that's put up by the legislators. 2 guideposts that when Cheryl admitted, it said legally, we think we can, we think we should, we can. With the combined standards issue, show me case law. I'm sorry if I just don't take your word for it. Because if you did it before and it was wrong, it doesn't mean you should do it now and it's wrong. Then I get to the EIA. This is the most troubling one of all of them. And I understand the dangers of PFAS. I led the charge as chairman to put this on the scope statement. And I really thought we would come forward with some reasonable standards that followed statute. And I look at the economic impact and there is no way that that's under $10 million. When you quote 50,000 for a municipal well, and I made some phone calls around the state, I talked to a lot of people, and in a heartbeat, I was well over that. And mysteriously, all 3 came at 9.2 million. You think there's a coincidence there? Because we don't even know the depth of this problem. We've only tested a small percentage of the wells. By the time this problem goes forward to fix the problem, which this board, I believe we need to do. The question is, the statute says 10 million, you stop, you go to your elected officials and you get authority to go forward. And this administration chose not to do that. And you can sit there, Steve, and you can justify that, well, it was only 9.6. I'm sorry if I don't believe you, because I don't. I think the number is substantially higher. And I guess if this passes, I guess we'll find out. But there's a reason that we have statute and rules, everybody. We have to follow them. To send something across the street that we think, or I think, violated statute, it's almost a certainty to be turned back or litigated. And I understand the emotion in it. I get it. But I follow statute. If the statute says this department has a responsibility to hit that side gate and stop and go to the elected officials. I mean, the public should be upset, but they can't take their venom out on the board not following law. The public should go to the elected officials and say, this is a huge problem in this state, and we need to fix it. And if you don't like that answer you get, you change your representative. That's how democracy works. And we should not be deviating through an agency and this board from how democracy should work. I think this has legal challenges. I think that this should have been followed better. I get it, the passionate testimony. I have a medical background. I understand the effects of it. It's all a matter of what level is acceptable to society. Because like Terry just said, and you said, Steve, it's not going to be eliminated. But, it's like we're doing one thing to create another. And it's like, what do we do with the affluent after it's done? Just wastewater it? Or right now the DNR gives permits to land spread this stuff, apparently, I understand. Which is unheard. I mean, wow, okay, let's take PFAS that we take out and let's land spread it. Or ship it to Oregon, wherever we're doing with it. But it's like, this is in an early stage. And I think that I'm disappointed that this department went as far as it did without staying in the guidelines of statute.
Mr. Chair. I know what unites us here today is that we all want clean water. What divides us here today is what is the standard? Where should that level be set to make sure it's safe and clean? And I've seen the written statement from my friends in agriculture, and that list was extensive. It included almost every ag group in the entire state, basically saying, tap the brakes, hold back here. And so that gives, whose truth do I as a board member believe today? It's a challenge. It's put us in a difficult spot. And I'm rambling a bit, but allow me to try to draw some parallels here. I understand agriculture. I've been producing food for people all my entire life. And I think pretty darn important food, that's milk. There's been a lot of negativity toward chemicals, just, they're bad. Spoken here today. Just for an example, on every grocery shelf in America, the consumer has an opportunity to buy milk, organic milk, where there wasn't a single chemical used. It's capturing maybe 5% of the market share for fluid milk. It does cost at least twice as much for the consumer, not the end of the world. But I think my friends in the Ag Coalition are saying, if some of these chemicals we're not being allowed to use anymore, well, let's see. I produce milk the regular way. I use some chemicals in the course of my farming operation. Doesn't impact the quality of milk. You can't detect the difference of anything in my milk versus organic milk. The organic producer produces approximately half of the milk per cow that I produce. If I don't have access to these chemicals, no problem. We only produce half the milk that's being produced now. Well, which half of my grandkids are going to have milk? In a way, if we pass this rule, it's like biting the hand that feeds us. I get clean water. I'm passionate about clean water, but to poo-poo EPA recommendations today because they don't know what they're doing, they're outdated, we've got newer information. EPA has always been the gold standard in setting safety. And Doc is right. I agree with him. The cost of implementing 4C, I believe would be astronomical for society. So with that, I move to table 4C.
We have a motion on the floor.
No, I second that.
Okay, that ends discussion on four.
You have a motion?
Pardon?
Doesn't make any difference. You're tabling, when you table a motion, the motion is tabled.
You gotta vote on it.
Wait
No, we have to
We have to vote on it.
Sure, I
Yeah.
understand that.
It has to be
But
voted
that's-
on.
That's the way it goes. Now we vote on a table.
You are saying that to all of these people that testified today?
There's no
Hold it a
discussion.
second, wait,
Point of order. here.
point of order.
Yes.
I'll be
Oh, point of
myself.
order on me now?
I'll be my self-appointed parliamentarian.
Yeah.
Okay? When somebody moves the table, because Christine Thomas got really mad at me about this once. When somebody moves the table, it's not debatable.
Right.
And the chair has to call for the motion to table. If the
Right.
motion to table is successful, it gets tabled,
That's right.
period. So it's not debatable,
You gotta take a vote.
but Kaz has to take a vote
Right.
on it, and I would ask for a roll call vote.
And I asked to vote on the motion to table, and it will be a roll call vote.
Good tries, press. There was a day.
There was a day. So Lori's gonna do a roll call.
Mr. Bruins,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
No.
Terry Hildenberg,
No.
Marcy West,
No.
William Smith,
No.
Dr. Frederick Frame,
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes,
Motion fails.
Mr. Chairman.
motion fails.
Mr. Chairman, please.
Okay,
I'd like to speak to the motion. I'm very concerned about this. And I'm also concerned about the EIA, and I will address that more under consideration for 4D and 4E. I do think we need to have numerical standards. I do think it's incumbent upon municipalities to have the testing done irrespective of $400. I mean, from their constituents. I mean, that, who are you representing? And if this is a statewide issue, I think it's incumbent upon our local officials to have that done. With that being said, I have a problem with the 20. And I would move to amend the motion that the 20 be made 70.
now are you talking on 4C?
Yes.
I did not accept that amendment, sorry.
No, somebody's got a second if they want to. That's my motion. You need to ask for a second.
Yep,
I thought you had to ask
did,
the
yeah.
person doing the
we need a second.
Oh, so it wasn't a friend.
But there, okay, now, is that for all substances in 4C or just the PFAS? Because
PFAS.
there's other substances that
PFAS.
Bill addressed his concerns
We got a
about.
second to debate, you guys.
Okay. Okay, I'm just clarifying. So we need a second. No second is heard. The motion fails.
That's the main motion.
Back to the main motion. Any further discussion on the main motion?
Well, I understand the concern about what numeric number should be assigned, but I'm troubled by poo-pooing 20, by making those statements, because our health officials, our staff have stood and given us a process that has integrity. And I think that we, or I, respect that process. And to underscore that the process has no substance is not true. We heard that it is peer tested. We heard that the EPA's 2016 has changed and is changing. We heard that the target now are infants and young children. So I take that 2020 very seriously, and I would I would not dismiss it. I think that it's important to stand by it.
Okay. Anybody else? Doc.
I once again reinforced, I hope that the board takes seriously statute. And I understand some of you just dismiss it because that's the way we do things lately.
Mr. Chair?
Yes. Oh, I'm sorry.
You know, there are two items in play here. It's beliefs and truths. Where's your number, Doc? Where's your calculation? And so this idea of some calculation that you believe to be true, where's the paper? You've seen our stuff. You've seen our paper and our calculation. And what you're using is innuendo suspicion about the number. I think that's a false premise, my perspective. But if you're going to take on the DNR and how we go about doing our business, you would tend to think that you would have something laid before us by saying, here is what I believe to be true. How easy in today's world to come to a meeting and just say, I don't believe you, and use that as a grounds to negate public health. Not one iota of information laid before any board member here to substantiate his accusation.
Right here.
That's frivolous. That is absolutely frivolous.
Testimony that we have written and otherwise proves what I'm saying.
Frivolous
You can
at
ignore
best. Frivolous at best.
Mr. Secretary, I have to respectfully disagree.
That's okay.
Wisconsin Manufacturers and
That's okay.
Commerce provided numbers that were substantially different on the EIA than what the department provided. And so that's why I said, whose truth is it today?
Well, you've made your decision.
Whose truth is it today?
But you've made your decision.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, you haven't taken a vote yet.
No.
Sure.
And Bill.
I did some research and I'll provide some numbers. And I think that the department grossly underestimated the cost. I went to a well driller in northeastern Wisconsin. It's very reputable. I've never did any business with him. I was referred to him by one of his employees who's a customer of mine. And he does municipal wells up in northeastern Wisconsin. He gave me the number for a well for the town of Swamico in northeastern Wisconsin. This would be typical in northern eastern Wisconsin. This is for the well. Doesn't include the electric, doesn't include the pump, doesn't include the pump house that most these kind of wells have. $240,000 versus $50,000. I also went to the city of Shawano and asked them about their wells. We have 5 wells. They pump 800 gallons a minute. And they are anywhere from 225 to 301 feet deep, 16-inch and 20-inch diameter. They use a well driller from the southeast part of the state. His estimate to replace a well in Shawano right now is $1 million for one well. So I just can't accept the numbers that are in this estimate. In addition to that, in addition to that, and this goes into another area, so maybe somebody's gonna rule me out of order. When we ask, or when the proposal says that the local waste treatment facility needs to designate a person for 30% of their time to do this job. And I asked, in other words, there's nothing in this analysis that says you have to hire anybody. No, the assumption is they can take 30% of their time and do this, which means that 30% of their time is either doing something that isn't necessary or they're sitting down not doing anything. Because where are they going to get the 30% of their time? So when you start extrapolating that information, it just, the 9.6, the 9.3, I mean, I'm sorry, but it is just so evident that the department did this so they were under the $10 million
Mr. Chair.
threshold. And so
again,
I'm
a
concerned,
belief-
excuse
a
me,
belief-
President,
No,
I'm not done.
You're not gonna take on the department and expect for it to go unanswered.
Wait,
I
I'm not
cannot
done.
believe-
Excuse
I
me,
cannot
point of
believe-
privilege.
Hold on.
Point of privilege.
I cannot believe that I
Preston,
know a
you're
guy
out
in
of order.
technology. I know a guy that's Terry's gonna use I know a guy to base some public health conundrum that we in that is gonna be factual versus the time, effort, energy from individuals in the department that do this every day. Sorry, Terry, I apologize, but you're not gonna take us on and say somehow you believe it to be true because you talked to a guy. Listen to yourself.
I
know a guy.
I talked to a professional
Really?
who does this work.
Really?
Well, Preston, if the department would have did their work and presented this in a timely fashion and tried not to skew the law because of the $10 million threshold, in my opinion, the administration and the legislature are the two that are at fault here. This issue needs to be dealt with. And it's incumbent upon both of those parties to deal with it rather than put the blame on this board.
Well, I think the accusations to the staff though are pretty significant too, though, what you just said. And I don't think we should question the credibility of our staff.
I'm not questioning the integrity of the staff. They're not the ones that do the final numbers.
It sounded like you were accusing.
In fact, publicly, I want to thank Jim Zelmer for taking an hour and a half of time on Monday night to go through all my questions. I appreciated it very, very much that he did that, and he answered them. He answered my questions, which I appreciated.
Okay, Doc.
I like to respond. Some accusations are once again tossed my way, which isn't unusual. And the testimony that I referenced in my debate of the $10 million sidebar, I'm sorry if Preston or the administration or you don't read testimony. I'm sorry it doesn't go with the narrative that you're trying to do. But I've got scores of letters that we all got, but nobody wants to cite because they don't want to acknowledge it. Wisconsin Paper Council, 151 million to 477 million. I can go on. We all got it. And so when I make a statement like that, that's not just blowing smoke out of my you-know-what. It's a statement of fact that we got in testimony. And if it happened that I actually agree with that testimony or accept it, you guys can't fault me for that. And I'm not accusing you of any kind of fraud or integrity. But my God, as soon as you come out with the final rule, these people did testify in open session with you guys. And as soon as you come with the final rule and you're at 9.8, I'm like, wait a minute. You're under that 10 million benchmark, so you don't have to stop. I'm sorry if I don't believe that, Marcy. But you don't go saying that I'm throwing stuff out without any kind of background. I do have background, so do you. Read it. It's extensive, it's costly, and it needs to be addressed by the legislators because that's the rules they put upon us, period. And we can ignore it and just pass it on because it's the thing to do, or you can follow it. Your call, let's vote.
Wilson has his hand up.
Mr.
Go
Chair,
ahead.
Please. There's an awful lot of testimony on the details of these packages. And there's different opinions about studies. There's different opinions about economic costs. I've read the packet as well, and there is a lot of information in there about extremely high costs. But there's also information from the department saying we're trying to estimate the reasonable cost with some assumptions about how the regulatory process is going to proceed. I think the stuff that has been proposed under the surface water standards and the WPDS permit is a great example of that, with a very friendly and lengthy time frame for analysis and compliance, options to demonstrate unreasonable costs and seek variances. And what I read into the department submittal is they've taken that into account, and they've presented more moderate cost figures based on some of those assumptions of what are the realistic and reasonable costs they would expect from this rule. I see very large concern coming from industry, coming from municipal utilities about worst case situation. You know, what could this cost us if we have to replace a bunch of wells? So to some extent, you know, we're reading information that isn't always directly comparable. And I think it complicates our decision process and our trust. The same can be said with these scientific studies. People have looked at them, they've interpreted them a little differently. Some view them as the most recent and some don't. And I respect all their opinions. They're all experts in their own rights. They bring very important points forward. But I would caution the board a little bit. Doc, I think you made a statement a short while ago that really gets to the guts of this whole issue. And that was succinctly, we don't know. We don't know the extent of the problem. We don't know how extensive the costs are going to be to address that. We need more information. And to me, the crux of this decision in front of the board is one of timeliness and one of getting more information so we can be more precise and more accurate in our decisions and our management in the future. What this rule package will do is it will initiate comprehensive sampling of discharge and of drinking water supplies. And when all these systems do that sampling, we all will have a much better idea where the risk is and what needs to be done. And we'll have a better opportunity to get our arms around the costs. Now, to bring that back to the decision today, if we don't act today and the scope goes dead, we're going to have to likely wait for federal action on it or to reinitiate a scope statement. Federal action might take optimistically 18 months to 2 years on a drinking water standard. And that may help inform our decision on groundwater as well. Even though they don't have federal groundwater standards, the other standards they set can be informative and they can be helpful. But we're going to have to wait for that a couple of years. And then we are going to have to try and initiate a scope statement. We're going to have to run that through the process that everybody rounds off as sort of a 3-year process. And then, and only then, are we going to be able to start sampling and start collecting data. For drinking water systems, that's going to put us a good 5 years down the pike. For dischargers, the schedule is even more lenient and longer. And depending upon where you cycle in to getting your WPDS permit reviewed and reissued, you'll have a sampling requirement put on you. That might be in year 1, it might be in year 5 if you're on the other end of the cycle. And then you do the sampling, and then if you've got the stuff, then you got to go back and do the whole waste minimization. You got to do the reduction plan at locations. And there's about a 7-year period of waste reduction and evaluation put into it. And only at the end of that, then, are you going to be faced with treatment in the worst case situation. And there are opportunities to consider unusual or extraordinary economic or social costs. So there is a variance process available if it's appropriate. I think the staff have put together recommendations that are sensitive to all of the people that might be impacted by this. But to me, the critical part of this decision is we need to get this conversation started, and we need data to do it. And the most important thing we can do today is pass some kind of a rule package that's going to initiate comprehensive sampling and better inform our governments, our agencies, our private citizens, so they all can take action to reduce risk. They can take informed action to reduce risk. And that's what I'm hearing with all of the passionate pleas that we've heard and read about throughout this process. I would very much encourage the board to find a way to move forward on this and get this process started.
Can I respond to Bill?
Sure, go ahead, Bill. This is
Bill,
big stuff.
I have to, I agree with a lot of what you said, but if we would have a rule in front of us that would require testing to begin, I would totally concur with what you're saying, but this rule that we have in front of us sets standards.
It does, and those standards are necessary to make resources available. Those standards would allow a private well owner to qualify for a well compensation program. It's a way of informing people, and it's a way of putting resources out to help them. And we need to start that. We need to get that going.
I got to interrupt you there, Bill, because the standard is not required to qualify for loans or grants. But we heard that earlier today.
Yeah, we did. And that's we've got a number of cleanups going on that are under site-specific criteria. And there are limits that are applied to that specific situation. And in some of the other money that's available to help municipal systems, no, you don't necessarily have to have a standard for some of that. But you do have to have one for well compensation program to help private well owners, is my understanding of it. So in some cases, a standard is critical.
Yes.
Okay. So, and here's where I run into a little problem with this whole thing. So we have a economic impact analysis when we don't even know what the scope of the problem is. If I look at the green sheet and I look at the other states that set standards, there were thousands of wells tested before they set their standards, so they had an idea of the scope of the problem. We didn't get that kind of information in Wisconsin. As a matter of fact, we've heard numerous times in testimony that we weren't getting good voluntary compliance. If this was a rule on mandatory compliance with testing, I'd be all for it too. But we don't have the data, and without knowing what the scope of the problem is, how can we even make a fair economic impact statement when we don't even know how big the problem is? So this is where I kind of trip over myself on this whole thing. But more importantly to me is this board and this agency has moved forward on numerous initiatives over the past. And the first thing that happens is we end up in court, and then we have some judge that knows absolutely nothing about the situation at hand, setting that policy. That's what we're trying to avoid here, and this board was very explicit early on. We want this information, we want good sound science, so that when we pass this thing, we know it will stand up to the bullet test of going before court. And right now, with the accusations made that there were unlawful techniques used to approve this rule, I have some real concerns that it can stand up to that test.
What?
What? The test of a lawsuit. Like our wolf hunt.
Unlawful? What's unlawful about the
Let's
rule?
call the question.
Please, oh Pete.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As I indicated before, Bill, you're supposed to help me out on this. I really would like to see 4C get passed. But it needs to be at the 70 level, not the 20 level. And I'm asking for consideration of that so we can get this 4C approved.
That failed for lack of a second once before.
Yeah.
Terry, why do you set 70 instead of 20? Just help me understand that.
Sure. Because that's an EPA standard. And quite frankly, I don't want to be COVIDed here, like what happened in Washington, DC. And we're asking for the same thing. I mean, you go from community to community, and I've spent a fair amount of time as an analogy to try to answer your question, Sharon. I come here to Madison and I got to wear a mask. I'm in Shawano, I don't have to wear a mask. I'm in Florida, I don't have to wear a mask, and nobody does. But when you come to the People's Republic of Madison, I have to wear a mask, and it's ridiculous. And so I don't have the trust. I guess that's really what it boils down to. I don't have the trust with DHS.
With DHS. Can I?
Sure.
Mr. Chairman.
So, sorry,
Marcy's
Bill.
next.
So first, to your point that we don't know, I think we do know. We have a map of the communities that have been impacted in the state. And we have heard.
So, well, I'm glad you brought that map up because I asked them to get something out to us on that. But that map didn't say whether those were wells, whether those were groundwater, what levels they were at. I mean, that's not a significant map to base this decision on.
I think the residents would think otherwise. My second point is to the financial impact and how, and I do read everything, Doc, and I think you know that I read all of the comments. The paper council, the manufacturers and commerce, nobody has talked about the technology that is now advancing. So there may be other opportunities. Again, when we keep it out of the water in the first place, that's the starting point. And that's what we're getting to right now. And so for their estimates, you know, they may not have an issue, or they may be able to prevent it from getting to the groundwater or to the water in the first place. Third, on these grants, there is not enough money in the infrastructure bill for every community that's facing this in the nation. It's going to be a competitive process. And we know that the better way to compete is to have a plan, to have standards, the monitoring, what did we say? 2 years of monitoring, 7 years of remediation on the 4E, I think is what, either way, that's going to set us up better competitively to bring those monies into the state and take care of the water that our residents are drinking.
So have you seen the federal guidance on how to get that money?
I have not seen this specifically. I don't know that it's out
Because
yet, but federal grants I am familiar with,
But
right?
they don't have it yet.
The guidance is
Is
coming
what
in
I've been
March.
told.
The guidance is coming in March.
Right, so,
But federal grants follow a fee.
okay. I doubt if we're gonna be left out. The thing is to have our testing and all that done, which we didn't do ahead of this rule. And we knew this rule was coming for 3 years. So that's where I have the problem with it. I want to pass something here in the worst way today. But to address Terry's situation, he's only looking at the PFAS in 4C. That doesn't address Bill's issues with the groundwater. I mean, we're looking at regulating glyphosate and all kinds of other things under 4C without any good science behind that. So
these are known carcinogens. Glyphosate is a known carcinogen. Remember,
Yes,
remember the Monsanto case that played out with $1.4 million?
Yeah, that was a civil suit that people are on TV about.
Well, a civil suit is based on, you get that kind of payout, there had to be some science.
Mr. Chair, I call the question.
I second that.
All right,
Vote on that.
let's do a roll call vote. We're voting for 4C.
No, we're voting and calling the question.
Oh, voting on calling the question.
Roll call vote on calling the question.
Okay, roll call vote on calling the question.
William Bruin.
Yes.
Sharon Adams.
Yes.
Carrie Hilgenberg.
No.
Marcy West.
No.
William Smith. William Smith,
Oh, he's muted.
Oh, okay.
You're going to let me vote twice, Lori, but unfortunately you can only hear one. I vote no. Thank you.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski,
Yes,
Can I ask a Robert's Rules question?
sure.
Does the chair always vote, or is it only in the event of a tie?
Always.
The chair always votes.
The way we operate here, yes.
The chair's prerogative to vote on every motion. He can choose not to vote if the majority has already ruled on it, in his opinion.
I asked
not
a Robert's
mandated.
Rules question. That's
Robert's
procedures.
Okay, so the motion passes.
No.
Did it pass?
No, it did not.
Oh,
It did
we're
not.
back-
It did
We're back
not.
to debate.
Okay, we're back to
Keep
debate on
debating that.
4C.
Debate and discussion. I think Bill had a question before.
Bill Smith, have a question?
Well, I did. It was at a point in time when Terry reached out to me to help him out on the discussion on 4C. And what I was going to offer, I guess, just to expand that consideration about standards, I think the discussion was pertinent to whether or not we look at some more lenient standard to help move the rule along through the board. I know there's a lot of concern about, from some quarters, about taking a more stringent standard than the federal 70 parts per trillion. But in looking at what are the repercussions of that, if, as people say, that federal standard is coming in draft form later this year and in final draft form in 23, I think that our regulatory programs would have ample time to see that coming and to be able to adapt to that without creating undue costs or undue concern or misdirection on the part of the people impacted by it. Certainly on the WPDS part of it, the early stages of that are sampling, and they're in where they find PFAS in the system, they go and develop a minimization plan, they look for sources. Any responsible utility is going to be doing that no matter what the limit is. So I don't see that as any wasted energy or wasted direction at all. And with the water supply systems, I think, again, you've got a time frame there that either by staff ability to adjust to that and or the board to take emergency action if necessary, if there's a dramatic difference. So I don't see the concern about going to the recommended standard that's more stringent than the federal one. If the feds come down on schedule as planned, we can take that into account. We can adapt to it. This whole process is going to be long. It's going to be very difficult, and it's going to be a learning path for everybody, just like it has been with every other major pollutant we've had to deal with. We never have enough information. We always learn more as we move forward, and we use that information to adjust and be smarter and do better in the future. And that's exactly the course we need to get on these PFAS. We need to get started. We need to learn more.
Well said.
Can you elaborate more on the timeline for those grants? The infrastructure or what you're expecting from them?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. So the bipartisan infrastructure law is going to deliver unprecedented funding to the state of Wisconsin. We're expecting an additional $850 million for water infrastructure over the next 5 years, starting this year. This will go into motion once we get guidance from EPA in March. We're expecting for PFAS and emerging contaminants. Currently, we get zero funding to help municipalities and communities with that. That will go up to 180 million. That will eclipse any estimate that we saw in the as response to comments, response to our EIA that was submitted for this rule package. And one other clarification is that the package you're talking about now is for groundwater standards. The costs associated with wells do not apply to groundwater standards. That would apply to 4D. And the last bit of clarification, since we're talking about costs and grants, is the 50,000 number that was in our economic impact analysis. And I apologize if this was not communicated correctly in there, but that was intended for small non-community water systems. We're not talking about municipal water systems there. And we're talking about an average cost for a small non-community water system. I'm talking a church, a school with its own well, replacing that. The costs we included in the economic impact analysis for municipalities, we assumed that treatment would be needed. Like the city of Wausau, city of Eau Claire, city of Madison are pursuing treatment. And that is the cost that was included in that. And that was amortized over 20 years, as we've discussed previously. And that's how we arrived at our costs. All our work was shown there. And I could take further questions if you want clarifications.
Love it. Okay, so I do have a question for you. So has every municipal water system been tested and know where it falls at this point in time today?
No.
That's what that's what I'm saying. How can we estimate a cost?
Correct.
when that hasn't been done yet.
I also find it, interesting that you're double down on the $9.8 million. But yet you're freely talking about 150 million being available from the bipartisan infrastructure bill. I mean, you're talking about all this money coming in. Well, why do we need it if it's only gonna be $9.8 million? I don't understand that. You must know something that we don't know, because we're ready to grab this money from the feds for a problem that's supposed to be under $10 million.
For a drinking water problem, we estimated 9.8.
All right.
Okay. There's wastewater problems. There's other, there's cleanups. There's other challenges that we're faced with PFAS.
It's everywhere.
Yep.
Okay, Terry.
Steve, thanks for the clarification on the wells. We have an approximate cost to fix a municipal system. I mean, what did you use for that in your estimates?
I don't have the number off the top of my head. It's in your documents there, but I believe it's between 1 and 1.5 million
for
a treatment municipal treatment system.
Okay.
Yep.
Thank you.
Okay.
Can I call the question a second time?
Can we clarify what we're voting on?
Okay, we are voting on the actual motion.
Amended.
I'm just asking for clarification so everybody.
Okay, for 4C. Adoption of board order DG 1519, proposed rules affecting chapter RNR 140. And we will do a roll call vote with this. Lori?
William Bruins,
No.
Darren Adams,
Yes.
Terry Hilgenberg,
I'm going to abstain.
Marcy West,
Yes.
William Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
No.
Greg Kazmierski,
No.
Motion fails.
Motion fails.
Let's go to D.
Yeah.
Move to approve for D, DG 2419, related to drinking water maximum contaminant levels for PFAS, proposed.
Do I have a second so we can start discussion?
Second.
Okay, second. All right. Let everybody catch up. This is the drinking water maximum containment levels. Anybody have a comment? Question?
I hope our residents' testimony is echoing in all of our heads, because that's what's echoing in my head on this vote.
I would personally just see it 70. I think that's a compromise. I think that's prudent. I think the EPA is at 70. I think that's something that could maybe pass this board. I know you don't want that. I think there's debate on the 20. I think 70 is a good compromise. I'm not going to make it.
You move to amend?
I'm not going to do that.
Terry? Do we move to amend?
Yes, I will, to 70.
Second, I second.
It's seconded by Dr. Prince. Okay. Any discussion on the amendment?
So how does that affect if this passes at 70, if we're adopting it at 70, and there's considerable testing and it is closer to 20, because we do need to learn, what happens then? We've set something that we can't regulate at what the science and our testing is showing us?
Well, I'll answer that. Well, we would have to come back and reset the new standard.
Okay, and what does that require? We go through the test and we see that it's the standard we set is not matching what we find, that it's higher. Then what is that process of coming back?
It would be having to create a new rule process.
Oh my. So why wouldn't it be better or more beneficial to our citizens, our people, to set it low so that we don't have to come do a whole rule process?
That's the system that we have to work within.
Yes. Question.
Terry.
Steve, maybe you can answer this question. Let's say that we'd go with the 70 and next summer, the EPA comes out and says the right number is 10. What do we do at that point in time? And what's the process?
So first, I'll start by answering that question by saying that in late 2021, EPA came out with a new toxicity assessment for PFOA and PFOS and sent that to their science advisory board. That assessment showed that the number should be near zero, less than 1 part per trillion once it gets translated into a drinking water recommendation. EPA has to go through its process, but later this year, we will get a draft recommended maximum contaminant level for PFOA and PFOS from EPA. If at this time we set a standard at 20 or to the current motion 70, when we get a final standard from EPA, which is set for next year in 2023, when we get that final, which would likely be in fall of 2023, we would have to start going through a rulemaking process like we went through here that we started in November of 2019. It would take us 3 years to change any number that we set here today with this rule.
Can't do an emergency rule?
An emergency rule lasts, is it 150 days, Cheryl?
It's been extended before.
A short period of time, much shorter than the 30 months it takes us to set a final rule.
Have we not extended emergency rule past 270 days, Cheryl?
Only an extension for an emergency rule is authorized only if the statute authorizes an extension. So ordinarily, we're stuck with a short period of time, 1 extension from the legislature.
So if the EPA says the standard is 10.
Yep.
The states don't have to abide by that standard?
Not for 3 years. The EPA, that's the way it works. They set a standard and then they give states 3 years to incorporate that into their Safe Drinking Water Act rules at the state level. And then we go through a process called gaining primacy, we call it, where we have to show them that we have in state law that number. If they said it was 10, we would have to show them here's in state law where it says 10 is the number in Wisconsin. And then when they have come back to us and said, okay, that's okay, then they say you have primacy and we can start implementing the rule at that point.
Thank you. Steve, I have a question for you. So let's look at the reality of the situation. So let's say we set a 70, which is a standard that people can actually look to. Municipalities can go to. They start testing for it. Part of that rule would be testing, correct?
Yes.
Okay.
Including testing.
So now the states gather and test from every well that they get their hands on. And we are setting 70. So municipalities are going through, they're going to start filtering or drill new wells or whatever they're going to do to try to hit the 70 number. Knowing the reality of the climate is that the EPA is coming out in a matter of 6 months for a draft pretty darn quick. It would be really not assumed correctly that Wallace is going to, just gear for 70 when they know the EPA is going to come up. I mean, it could be 100, it could be 10, who the hell knows? So, I mean, these systems don't happen like that. They get developed. Technology comes in. We start, how are we going to filter this stuff out? It's a starting point. It's a good starting point. It's based on science, the Obama EPA. And so it's like, to me, it's like a good place to give the citizens of Wisconsin a place to get it in gear. It's becoming front page news. People are talking about it. It's like, we aren't going to go extremely to 20, which has some debate. Obviously, we've been debating for 4 hours about the number 20. 70, nobody's debating about it. Some people may not like it.
Mr. Chair.
Can I finish talking?
I asked him just, no, I'm next.
That's great.
I can't wait.
Never mind.
Floor is yours. So for those of us at the table, when you're going to design a water treatment system, whether on the sewer treatment side or certainly on the drinking water side, you make the system to the number, if not lower. Of course, you merely only have to look at the ozonization process that Milwaukee went through in the after phase of, cryptosporidium. And so they had to look, that organization had to look, what else is coming at us and how cleaner do you want this water to be for future chemical constituents or other stuff getting into our water. It's not like you said it here and not figure out how do you anticipate what's coming down the road in terms of new chemicals and new things and new contaminants that are in the system. That's the way the cookie crumbles. While it was a great shot to use that as a way to get to the standard, this board has to be a bit visionary and look around the corner at what's coming. 70 is not looking around the corner. 20 is looking around the corner. If they're signaling it's going to be less or something very close to. Vision.
With that philosophy, Preston, if you pick a number of 20 and the EPA comes out at 7 or 10, your philosophy is flawed because now you geared a system for 20. You got to revamp it.
It's going to be easier.
Come on.
Let's stop the personal attacks.
Nobody's attacking anybody.
Nobody's getting rich here. We're all volunteering our time, sir. And we don't get anywhere just diminishing the people around us.
Nobody's diminishing. Doc didn't diminish me. I didn't diminish him. We are debating.
We're debating.
Absolutely. That makes you uncomfortable.
Emotionally debating.
Just debating. Nothing wrong with that.
Right.
Not the first time.
Do we?
Marcy, go ahead.
Does anyone have an opinion on whether the EPA is going to stay with their projected timeline? And when we were talking about trust of certain things before, I don't trust that that's not going to be challenged and going to be delayed further. And then Wisconsin is left sitting again without their own standards.
70.
And in the good old days, Wisconsin used to be a leader in setting standards and environmental protections for our residents. So, I mean, do you have any impression, because what I read about their action plan, they're already behind on what they were hoping, the timelines of, they were hoping for things to come out.
Well,
I know you can't speak for them.
I hesitate to throw my EPA colleagues under the bus. These are people I work with closely. But it has been shown in the past, they set deadlines, and I would say most of the time it takes longer than the deadline they originally set.
All right, thank you.
Let's vote, Cass.
Call the question.
For the amendment. Call the question. For the amendment.
Sorry, which amendment?
70
Terry's amendment to 70.
on DG 2419. Amendments on the floor.
Roll call vote. Bill.
Well,
Oh, Terry does that.
Lori's
Okay.
gotta do it. Roll call.
Okay, all right. I don't want to take your job.
William Bruins,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
You're muted, Sharon. Sharon, you're muted.
I'm sorry. No.
Terry Hilgenberg.
Yes.
Marcy West,
No.
William Smith,
You're muted, Bill.
You're muted too.
Bill Smith, you're muted.
Thank you. No.
Dr. Frederick Frame,
Yes.
Rick Kazmierski,
Yes.
History in the making. Full motion on the board.
So the full amended motion is on the floor. And we'll do a roll call vote again.
William Bruins,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
Come back to me, please.
Terry Hilgenberg,
Yes.
Marcy West,
No.
William Smith,
I don't believe 70 represents a good standard for health. And I don't believe it's aspirational in any way. But I also recognize there will be some benefit to getting a rule passed today to initiate some of the sampling and the data collection. With that qualification, I'll vote yes.
Dr. Frederick Frame,
Yes.
Rick Kazmierski,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
Well, I just want to echo or support what Bill has said. It doesn't seem to be a leadership position. Doesn't seem that this is a position that will really support our communities. And I will vote yes for it.
Okay, motion carries.
Should I go 3 for 3?
Sure.
Move to approve item 4E relating to surface water quality standards.
Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay,
Maybe I need a different second to have success.
discussion. Terry.
Adrian, thanks for coming up.
Absolutely.
My concern about this one is that if this is such an important issue, why are we giving people 85 months to adhere to this? I mean, that to me seems it's ridiculous. If they're the ones that are doing the polluting, why don't we make them take care of it now?
Yeah, it's
Good question, Terry.
a good question. So you guys saw that on the presentation. We feel that, the scope of the problem is sort of limited in Wisconsin, fortunately. Of the 123 that we sampled, many of them were under. However, there are some that are discharging at these levels. And in our consideration of the best way to address this problem, it is through those source reduction measures.
Excuse me, what did you say?
The source reduction measures.
Okay.
Pollutant minimization. So addressing it where it's coming from. This is the same approach we took for mercury. We recognize large flow facilities It's a difficult pollutant to remove. The way we addressed mercury was to apply these same source reduction measures to that. Develop pollutant minimization plans, figure out where it's coming from, prevent it from coming to your wastewater treatment plant. And that just does take time. We recognize it takes time to do that. It gives facilities enough time to be able to pursue these sources, do the investigation, figure out where it's coming from, and then reduce the influent to their wastewater treatment plant, and thereby the effluent, and then by extension, avoiding polluting the environment and protecting public health is the end result. I think the time period is generous, but it's reasonable because we recognize some of these sources are not controllable by that wastewater treatment plant. It's coming into them, so.
But maybe I'm misunderstanding it then, Adrian. Help me, educate me on this. I thought it was the contributor that gets the 85 months.
Well, no, we will be regulating the permanent facilities. They will have that 85 months. That will be up to them to work with their dischargers. Oftentimes it's a large POTW that has industrial dischargers. So then they can figure out where their sources are in their sewer shed, go and work with that particular facility on product substitution, product replacement, potentially pre-treatment if necessary. That would be the approach to take.
Okay, so give me an example of this. Let's say Shawano Lake Sanitary District. Okay. Aerocast doesn't do this kind of stuff, but we'll pick on them.
Yeah.
That they're the ones that are contributing the problem.
Mm-hmm.
So what can the Shawano Lake Sanitary District do as far as having authority to go to the owners of Aerocast and say, you got to fix this thing and you got to fix it now?
Yeah. And this is a great point. So I'm glad you brought that up, Terry, because this does allow then for that wastewater treatment plant to have authority under our pre-treatment regulations under NR 211. What this would be causing is a pass-through violation. They have a permit limit. If their contributing industry is causing them to exceed their effluent limit, then they have under our regulations authority to compel that industry to reduce their discharge.
So do they have to hire the legal team and all that business? Because they don't have any budget to do any of that kind of stuff.
No, that's true. It's often handled through either local limits, but they also, if you operate the wastewater treatment plant, you will give permits to your discharging industries. They can't discharge to you without a permit. If they're not going to comply with what you're telling them as the owner of the POTW, then you can shut them off.
So how long is a permit for?
WPDS permitting process, right?
It's similar to that.
Yeah.
How long is a permit for?
Most, I think, the pre-treatment permits that a municipality would issue would be the same time period, typically 5 years. Some of them are regulated by.
That party could for 5 years be violating. And I'd be going to them and saying, hey, you got to fix this. Well, I got 5 years to fix it.
Well, I think the department is going to look at what's reasonable and expect, some measure of progress throughout a schedule that would be written into the permit.
I'm talking about the Shawano Lake Sanitary District. I mean, where's their club to be able to get this to happen?
Yeah, and so they can take enforcement on them. We could take enforcement for not complying with a schedule that would be laid out within the permit as part of the pollutant minimization plan.
So the department could?
Yeah, so the way it breaks down is many of the small industries that discharge to POTW are regulated by the department. Large municipalities, we have 27 of them, operate their own pre-treatment program. So they're the permitting authority in those larger cities. For the smaller places, we do that. But if we were going to work with Shawano, for example, and they say, listen, we have this facility is discharged and they're not doing anything about it. So we can certainly then apply our enforcement processes and reflect that within their pollutant minimization plan and schedule, in that timeline. Not 7 years, but you could look at 3 years or something. That gives them ample time to figure out what they can install, do facility planning, et cetera. And certainly there's room within the regulations for us to act in appropriate timelines for what could be addressed.
So based on your experience and the department's experience, are we talking about smaller communities having a bigger problem or the bigger communities that have their own deal?
Well, we don't know all the picture yet. As what's different about the surface water rule is we sampled a subset of our permanent facilities, about 20% of them. We took that from a broad spectrum of the different facilities. I think we did try to focus, got the majors, spectrum of different industries. So we know in general terms what the scope of the problem is. And we expect, for the most part, the larger municipalities often have a large amount of dilution. They're not usually likely to exceed these. But where we have seen problems is really localized to oftentimes discrete sources of known discharges. You know, whether that be the airport, a particular firefighting foam manufacturer, some other particular industry. Now, whether that's a small or large municipality that they're discharging to is sort of not always consistent. But we can generally assume that the smaller ones, without an industry that's kind of one of the, you know, the sort of usual suspects, they're not going to have a problem. We look at this rule, it provides us flexibility to say, you know, of the 639 POTWs we have, we're not expecting around 400 of them to even need the sample, because we look at who's discharging to them. We don't expect to see a problem with those. So we're trying to really focus this, right size it, so we can get the regulatory authority we need in those certain places. But obviously, we designed it as well to avoid the costly treatment plant upgrades. I mean, I worked at a wastewater treatment plant. I understand the sort of volumes of these flows, the difficulty with removing these, and like I said earlier, our experience with mercury and also experiences in Michigan. You know, you find there's usually a single discrete source that's causing you to exceed this limit. So I think that's why the pollutant minimization plan was really supported by our stakeholders, and not just people who are concerned about the public health aspect, but people who have permits that will be getting conditions potentially in there, and they supported this. This was broadly supported by a broad range of our permanent entities.
So this is interesting. So now we're talking about company A discharging clear carcinogens, pollutants, whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And this rule gives 85 months, which is surprising when I read that, because that's a long time. And I understand you can't fix things overnight, but if I'm putting mercury out in the water from my dental office, you know, it took a long time for the state to come and say you can't do that anymore. And I get that. So that's how the grind of clean water goes. But this does go after the source on the surface. And when I talked to the wastewater treatment people, and I did make a bunch of phone calls, they're kind of more concerned about not removing it, but what am I going to do with it? You know, and does this rule address that? I mean, are they going to spread it? When you define that company A is doing, you define that company A is dumping this, and you got the rule addresses that to try to stop the process of them dumping the chemical. But then does the rule also define what the wastewater treatment plants have to do once they have that chemical in their house?
Well, I don't imagine that typically the wastewater treatment plant is going to end up with this sort of removed pollutant. The idea really is to look upstream at where this is coming from. Now, in an industry, potentially, they may have some kind of side stream that they know is higher concentration, and then they're going to be dealing with spent carbon or an RO reject type of situation. But the general premise here would be to figure out alternative chemicals that may be used in a process and replace those with something that is not an 8-chain PFAS compound.
Which they're trying to do in corporate America, whether I don't know in that acronym, it's not PFAS, but it's something else. But now they're saying, wait a minute, it's probably going to be just as bad as stuff that we've been dealing with.
Right.
Fire foam. I mean, it's like it's a hydrocarbon. It's going to be difficult to accept that in any kind of environment.
Again, our hope really is though that through this extended time period of compliance, and typically as we implement new water quality standards, there generally is a 5-year compliance schedule associated with those, sometimes longer. Phosphorus had 8 years. And it's just a recognition of, the capital expenditure to address this problem was really untenable from our point of view. And so this does provide that sort of extended timeline to look at what is the most effective way. We had that story of Wixom, Michigan, where they found one single metal plater of all their dischargers. They addressed that, had them install a pre-treatment unit before they discharged to the sewer system. They had a 95% reduction in their effluent concentration, and that's a success story. Michigan had a dozen of these kind of stories. So that's really the way we sort of look at this problem is most effectively addressed.
So I have one question for you. So PFOS and PFOA have not been produced for 10 to 15 years in this country. Is that correct?
You're right.
So how could we have this that would be the ultimate upstream source if we stop the production of it, and it's been stopped for 15 years. How is this old inventories that are showing up on the shelves that are that old? Or tell me how that we can even possibly get an emission when it hasn't been produced in 15 years.
Aren't they producing it with airline foam still, with FAA?
Yeah, I think it still is used in some places. I'm not sure it's actually made in America. I think it has to be imported.
It's here.
And what's more is I think exactly like you said, Chairman Kuzminski, it's likely either it's imported or it's a residual concentration from some sort of surplus supply that they have. Outside of that, I think there are things that kind of recycle through the system. I know we had this concern from pulp and paper constituents that was a potential for them too. It was used as a coating product. There is also the opportunity, I think, for some of the precursor compounds to degrade into these 8-chain compounds. But I think the larger probable issue is residual supplies of chemicals that were previously formulated with these.
Okay, and you just brought up another point. Do we allow legal import of PFOS and PFOA even though we stopped production of it here?
Yeah, and I unfortunately couldn't address that. I don't.
Okay.
FAA is not banned use in airport.
Right.
Yeah,
but that's not part of the manufacturing process and would not be a source point for.
I do know that most places, and I mean, we have one industry within our state here that they're pursuing alternative formulations that are not these long chain PFAS compounds, and that's to address create an alternative for effective firefighting foams, et cetera.
Right. So we already addressed that one on a rule, but so then the last case, have we lowered our standard for ground spreading?
Oh, so for like biosolids land spreading?
Right.
So this rule doesn't specifically address that at all. Right now, as people know, similar to the effluent standards, there is no standard within our WPDS permit program for concentrations of PFAS in biosolids. The department.
So why would that not be in this rule?
Yeah, because
EPA has not, we were at the National Association of Clean Water Agencies, and that's when they found out from the EPA, we are in the process of developing those biosolid kind of rules around what you can and can't do with, and what those toxicity levels are. And the literature review from the conference that we went to.
Yeah, that's right. They are developing their risk assessment for biosolids. We will likely take that into consideration as we work to develop rules. Those will be governed under NR 204 and through Federal Code 503. But the important part of this really, though, is what we've seen as well, those, anything that comes into the wastewater treatment plant. We've seen for PFAS, that does get concentrated in those biosolids. As those solids settle out, we see a significant increase in the concentration. So we really see this as an opportunity. If you're addressing the source coming in, necessarily not only is the effluent going to be lower, but that those biosolids concentrations are going to be much lower too. And so that's really sort of another win out of this situation, I think, is that it addresses that, because we recognize there are concerns about biosolids concentrations, impacts the soil, the groundwater, that we actually probably have less information on right now than some of the other effects, but that's something EPA is working on too.
Question?
Yes.
Bill, go ahead.
Adrian, one of the questions and concerns I have has to do with dilution. Wastewater treatment systems, a lot of them are very large volume, large flow. And you can have a rule with very low concentrations regulating that. But if you have a very large volume flow, you can still get significant quantities of that particular compound that could accumulate in the environment. Some of the analysis we see on the PFAS, the PFOS, in terms of impact on fish flesh, there is an element of accumulation there, a concern. What I'm wondering about is the standards you proposed are certainly low and they're stringent. But if you've got a very small volume discharger upstream in that treatment system and their contribution raises the level of PFAS up near the 8, but not over it, is there still going to be a rigorous process to go upstream and look for that source? And if there's reasonable ways to control that, are we going to emphasize that? And are we going to get that stuff stopped at the source and just, even at lower levels, get it out of the outflow and get it out of the discharge?
That's a great question, Bill. I would like to think we would. Now, honestly, that particular industry or permittee, if they're not exceeding that standard of 8, they're not going to be violating their permit. That they wouldn't have to, under this particular rule, pursue source reduction measures through that discharger. Nonetheless, most facilities don't like to flirt that close to the limit. They like to have a little buffer. And what's more is we really do expect that if they can identify a particular small manufacturing industry, something like that, that you could put some sort of treatment system on that's relatively low cost, or they could work on product substitution. I would expect most of them would avail themselves to that. What's more is we're also working on ways to support industries by doing that. I know it was mentioned here before, the bipartisan infrastructure law. We do expect there's monies available for a Clean Water Fund, particularly to address emerging contaminants. That's also something we'd like to utilize in order to do these, the monitoring sampling to better understand the full extent.
The second part of my question, Adrian, is if we find a circumstance where a discharger has monitored, they've got PFAS in their discharge, and they start the process of waste minimization and reduction at the point of generation. If we're not seeing significant progress there, do we have mechanisms to shortcut that 7-year evaluation and push them toward a treatment earlier in the process so we can cut off that discharge?
Yes, well, we certainly do, Bill, in the sense that the requirement would be that particular facility has to develop a pollutant minimization plan that the department would approve. Now, we've outlined the general steps that we expect to see, but if something is submitted to us that seems like it's dragging its feet, it's not getting to actually addressing the sources, we would ask that facility to develop a pollutant minimization plan on a shorter timeline to really get to that discharge. And so I think there is flexibility enough within that rule for us to compel a wastewater treatment plan to reach those timelines quicker if it seems like they're not really putting a faithful effort into it.
Do we have the resources and the time to effectively fill that role?
From the water quality programs perspective, I believe we do. I've sort of committed to make sure that we can support both our permanent facilities and staff to review these pollutant minimization plans, to work with facilities. From my point of view, I've always looked at the water quality program as being a resource for our permanent facilities. I want to continue to do that. We have experts that can assist the municipalities, et cetera, on sort of source investigations, developing successful pollutant minimization plans. Again, we really base this on the success of mercury. We have seen 43% reductions in mercury across the state based on these pollutant minimization plans. It's very effective, and it really gets to those hard to treat chemicals. Like I said, this really does have broad support. We're talking about people that have these permits that said, Adrian, we like the way you guys have designed this. We like this idea. I mean, I hope that the board obviously saw the comments that came in, but there was broad support for this.
Then I had one last question. So how do we explain the common sense of this? That we're setting a standard at 8 out of the sewer pipe. And you were asking for 20 for potable water. There's kind of a disconnect there for me when I saw that. And
yeah,
can we explain that to the public?
Sure. So we really did look at the two different routes of exposure. So we're proposing two different standards, one for PFOS and one for PFOA. PFOS does bioaccumulate in fish. What we're seeing there is that people are more likely to be exposed to harmful levels of PFOS by consuming fish that have concentrated it in their tissue. So that's how that level ends up lower. Now, for PFOA, obviously that's the similar level. It's 20, what we're proposing for drinking water sources. However, we've also found that PFOA doesn't bioaccumulate in fish. So that's not the primary route of exposure. So we really focused on that one. The route of exposure is consuming that. And then we set that additional level, as you know, for recreation, where that's incidental exposure. That's when you're splashing around, you accidentally gulp down mouthfuls of water. And we designed that to be protective of the most sensitive species, or part of our population, children.
All right, thank you for clearing that up.
That's proof.
Yeah,
Correct?
very proof.
That's the kind of talent that we have here at DNR.
Thank you, Press.
Just reminded.
There's a motion on the floor. We'll have a roll call vote. Discussion is done.
William Lewis,
Yes.
Sharon Adams,
Yes.
Carrie Hilgenberg,
Yes, thank you for the explanation.
Marcy West,
Yes.
William Smith,
Yes.
Dr. Frederick Crane,
Yes.
Greg Kazmierski.
Yes.
There you go, Marcy.
Thank you. It
You have to
was
say
not loud.
something.
Good
Yes,
job, Adrian.
let's say motion.
Oh, motion carries. Okay.
You guys want a break?
This is
Yeah,
really
why
good.
don't-
I get the road here.
Why don't we? I see a lot of nodding heads out there.
Why don't we?
I will check back in the Zoom and I have to go.
Okay.
We're taking a break?
Yeah, I guess we're taking a break.
You better tell everybody that.
Okay, so we're gonna take a 10-minute break, be back at 14:02.
I will talk.
Christopher?
Yeah, this is Doug. How can I help you?
I'm sorry, Doug. Yeah, it's
No, that's
Dr.
okay.
Crane. I'm just gonna check it. I'm gonna check in with audio, okay?
Yeah, you sound good.
Okay.
Do you want to try video?
I'm driving. I'd rather not.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I didn't know that. Okay, thank you.
I'm heading up north.
Good luck. Drive safe.
Yeah, I'll be on this. Let me know if I need to do something.
Okay, we'll do.
Let them know, or let Lori know that I'm on audio, or
Okay.
let Kaz know. Lee.
Hey, for sure.
All
I
right,
will do
thanks.
that. Yep. Bye.
Thanks, Doug. Yeah, thanks, Doug.
Are we ready? Okay, so we're gonna skip to the Rebecca Wallace Award because I think the excellent people are all here, and then we'll go to the informational items.
Sure. Well, we're just going to jump right into, yes, and my words, of course. Hi, everyone. Welcome back to the Department of Natural Resources Board meeting. This is one of the finest hours to talk about the Rebecca Wallace Award. And of course, as you'll come to find out, she emitted, this sense of compassion, certainly collaboration, partnerships. And so the folks who win this award, from the highest level, do all the right things to strengthen partnerships in the organization. And as an organization like ours, that's our lifeblood, is the partnerships that we create. So as we honor Becky's contribution to this agency, I want to recognize the outstanding group of nominees for this prestigious award. All nominees stand out in their own work and commitment to the DNR and our mission. Nominees included Ann Betka, Christine Haig, Jean Brombach-Bartles, Kay Lutz, and Kelly Kearns. At this time, I would like to present Jim Fisher with the 2021 Rebecca Wallace Award. So why don't you folks come on up and get on the other side. I'm going to tell you a little bit about Jim, and my hope is that we make him blush, if not shed a tear. Jim is the Mississippi River team leader within the Office of Great Waters. Jim started his career with the DNR as a water quality specialist in January of 1993. Since joining the DNR, Jim has been consistently serving our state by supporting the science and building relationships, keyword, and support for natural resource management decisions. Many in the conservation community benefit from Becky Wallace's positive influence on establishing partnerships. Likewise, this is also an area where Jim really shines. Jim has spent his career dedicated to building the world-renowned Upper Mississippi River Restoration Program, which has resulted in Wisconsin's portion of the Mississippi River being in relatively healthy and, quite frankly, in resilient condition. And certainly thank you for that. He also is instrumental in developing the long-term monitoring program to assess and measure the river's ecological characteristics. Jim understands the ecological needs of the Mississippi River and is the leading voice among multi-agency coordination. Jim values the importance of collaboration among our neighboring states, federal agencies, and non-governmental organizations to better connect and integrate the planning and management of the Mississippi River resource. Many of Jim's team members respect him as a mentor and seek him out for guidance and advice. They describe Jim as a walking encyclopedia for the program, a supervisor who pushes to expand your skills, and individual who creates positive work atmosphere, and someone who always is setting a good example, being cheerful, witty, poised, dependable, and professional, even in the difficult times and days. In summary, Jim is highlighted as a proven leader and exemplifies the importance of cultivating successful working relationships among his colleagues and external partners. Ladies and gentlemen, let's congratulate Jim Fisher on his award. We'll get him to say a few words, and our apologies to Rebecca's family. They've been here probably all day, probably saw more of inside baseball as it relates to the Natural Resources Board. Our hope is that, your time was well spent watching us deliberate and do the people's work. And with that, Jim.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Secretary Cole, Chairman, and board members. As I reflect on the names that you read off of the other nominees and the caliber of their work and the dedication that so many DNR employees bring to their work every day, it is not lost on me the genuine honor of receiving this recognition. And I know that Rebecca Wallace had family first and foremost in mind, and I want to acknowledge her family. I believe they're watching here today, but Mitch, Jeremy, Spencer, I want to thank you for continuing to support this recognition because it's an inspiration to so many people. And similarly, family is very important to me, and I want to thank my children, Sam and Lindsay, for supporting me throughout the years and actually taking genuine interest in what I'm doing at work. I'm proud of both of you and that you've also both chosen careers that are helping people not only today, but for future generations. And I can't thank my wife, Julie, enough. Julie is here with us today. If it wasn't for Julie's, yes. If it wasn't for Julie's support early in our marriage of my crazy idea to change careers, I wouldn't be here doing what I love. So thank you, Julie, for that and for being my support system throughout all the years. And Becky was known for her mentoring, and I have been very fortunate to have excellent mentors as supervisors over the years. So I want to thank Dan Bauman, Dan Helsel, and Steve Galerno. Thank you for the leadership examples that you provide and the support that you've given me over the years. How's that for a supervisor lineup? I hit the lotto on that one, I think. But I try to support my team and with that same level of support that I received from them. And I know I don't always hit the mark, but it was just the deepest honor when I learned that they nominated me for this. So to my team members, you're a pure joy to work with, and I am really proud of all the things that we get done together. So thank you for that. And to the partners that wrote letters of support, I have the greatest admiration for you, and I enjoy working with you every day. I appreciate the generous words. Becky was known for her efforts to protect water quality in the state of Wisconsin. And the Mississippi River is the final receiving water for 2/3 of Wisconsin. So we have Becky to thank for laying the groundwork for that. The river has been designated a wetland of international importance. It's a flyaway for 40% of North American waterfowl, and it's home to numerous threatened and endangered species. And I'm proud of the partnership that we have. Over the last 35 years, we've been able to rehabilitate 112,000 acres of habitat on the Mississippi River. And that is something truly to celebrate. There is still degradation going on. We're losing still backwaters. We're losing thousands of acres of floodplain forest from more frequent inundation and flooding as a result of intense storms and warmer and wetter weather. And the loss of habitat is not just for species, it's the losses for communities that reside along the Mississippi River. The recreation and tourism industry brings $24 billion to the region on an annual basis, and those communities rely on it. So I want to thank our community leaders that are along there, are helping with us to raise Mississippi River issues. People like Mark Schultz, Fritz Funk, Sherry Kwame, John Burden, just to name a few of the hundreds or thousands of people that are working every day in partnership with us. Which brings me to my final point. Becky was known for her ability to partner and bring people to the table, because that's what we need to do on a system across a state, or a system like the Mississippi River, where we have competing interests like a nationally significant ecosystem and a nationally significant commercial navigation system. And when we come together and find common purpose, that's when we start to make progress. And I've often held the belief that everybody has something to contribute to the dialogue, and everybody should be treated with dignity and respect. But that thought was, I think, most beautifully summed up and succinctly summed up by another DNR employee who also lost her life too early. Michelle Wheeler was a biologist on Lake Superior, and at a meeting a few years ago, she said to us, gave us a phrase that is never far out of my mind. Michelle said, "Remember that we are all people first. Remember that we are all people first." And I have to believe that Becky Wallace approached her work with that same type of attitude. And it's my hope that all DNR employees will keep that at the forefront of their thoughts as they approach their daily work. So with that, I thank you very much for your time and for this true honor and recognition.
Stick around. We got
Thank you, but first we want to hear from Dave Siebert and Dan Bauman. It says something about a roast on here. I don't know what they're talking about, but
We'll retire to the hallway to get a really good picture from Julia. You're gonna be cramped in here.
thank you.
We'll be brief. You've just gotten a taste of Jim and what he's like and who he is and the kind of man he is. As he said, 93 is when he started. So he's kind of our Mississippi River encyclopedia. He's the library. He's where we all go to, over 8 or 9 secretaries, to figure out who to talk to on the river, which relationship to work on, which ones to enhance, where the decisions are best made, and who to get together to make those decisions. So in reading the nominations, the ones that stood out the most to me were from his staff. You're never a leader unless you turn around and there's people following you. And in this case, they all follow. They all worship's a little strong, but they really appreciate Jim's style of leadership. It's one of engagement, encouragement, like he said, testing, that they can do better, they can do more, they can find some courage through fear. And there's a lot out there on that river that can excite and bring people together as well as tear them apart. A good example, as he said, like the board demonstrates today, we're all people. We can disagree, and we often do on the river. And we have to kind of circle back around, we're people. And it's the relationships and Jim's ability to build those relationships that has really made our work, DNR's work, and Wisconsin's influence on the river successful over those 30 years, almost 30 years.
Maybe I'll just end on the longevity of this award. If you see the pamphlet and the list of names and hear the stories like we heard from Jim and the stories that we hear every year when we go through that. So we've committed this year to making this not something that a staff team pulls together every year and we scramble. Thank you, Susie, for all the great work doing that. Dan and I on the department leadership team formalizing that this is a process that is important. Thank you, Marcy, for stepping up and being the board member. And anyone who's involved with this, I had the fun job of sending to those nominees who weren't selected what they heard in the nomination papers, as Jim got to see, and hearing those kinds of comments from your colleagues, your customers, you know, you want to work another 30 years after you read that kind of stuff. So congratulations, Jim, Julie, and thank you all. Thank you, Marcy, for your help.
I just want to say it's such an honor to be able to represent the board. I worked with Becky
Oh,
all
you
those years
did?
ago. Yeah, when she was on the Priority Watershed Project. So I was really hoping to meet her family today, but next year. But yeah, just an incredible person. And like they said, the nominations were just incredible. The employees are to be congratulated. They're really good. So. Oh, and we lost our chairman.
Picture taking.
Mr. Vice Chair, Mr. Vice Chair. you
Don't
want-
look at the vice chair. We'll just pause. We will just pause. Is that okay with you, Bill Smith?
I'm pausing with you, Bill.
All right.
We might have to get nicknames that are somewhat different from one another. People keep confusing who we're talking about.
I know.
There's no question you guys are definitely different.
Keep your attention on the road, Doc. We want you to be safe.
I am.
After all these years, I can't believe you don't have nicknames. Can't
I
believe
don't
you don't
have-
have a nickname.
Well, I occasionally call him Wild Bill.
I have been called anything, just don't call me late for supper. That's
There. So, Mr. Vice Chair, do we have the rest of these people lined up? I mean, is everybody going to be ready to rock and roll? Scott Carroll,
It's gonna be a long.
there he
drive
is.
home.
Chair's back so we can get at it.
Sorry about that.
Is Tony on the,
Yeah, you were making me sweat, Kaz. Don't do that again.
is Tony on the,
Okay.
I am.
Yes.
Kaz is gonna call on you tonight.
Who's gonna call on me?
Tony, no, you're gonna call on Tony.
Tony.
That's what's next.
Tony, all right. Yeah.
We're on 6A, correct?
Yeah. 6A.
Conservation Congress?
Yep.
Tony, the floor is yours.
Chair Kazmersky, Secretary Cole, members of the board. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today on behalf of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress. The Conservation Congress District Leadership Council met virtually in early November 2021. We met in January of 2022, and we met twice in February of 2022 to review the questions advanced by our WCC advisory committees. What we are sharing with you today is the result of all that hard work. We are presenting 45 questions for statewide citizen review and input. Included are topics like revising the definition of a muzzleloader, allowing the use of rimfire rifles or handguns to dispatch trapped animals within 50 feet of a center line of an unpaved road, removing the burbot from the list of Wisconsin rough fish, and allowing an assistant to help a disabled person fish. These are just a few of the key things. While the spring hearings will be held virtually once again this year, we are looking forward to providing an opportunity for the public to share their input on all of the DNR and WCC advisory questions. WCC leadership would like to thank all members of the Wisconsin Conservation Congress for their hard work. It has been another tough and challenging year, but things are looking up, and we are extremely hopeful that if things progress as they have been, we'll finally be able to hold our annual convention and other meetings in person, which we have not been able to do the last 2 years. Hopefully, we'll be able to have our convention in May. And that's what I have. Thank you.
Questions for Tony?
Terry, question?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions for you, Tony.
Okay.
On your question number 24, and maybe this is one the department would look at. I have a little concern about allowing additional passengers on a one-seat ATV. Is there any age limit you're going to put on? The reason I'm asking that is, every once in a while and I know somebody in our community had their child on their riding lawnmower with them and fell off and cut off his leg. And sometimes people need to be restricted as to what they can do and what they can't do. So, somebody driving down one of the old forest roads and has their 2-year-old sitting behind them is probably not a real good idea.
We had a lot of heated debate about this particular resolution. Like all the resolutions that are before you, they originate with a citizen. This isn't something that our motorized rec committee came up with or a commercial enterprise. This came from a citizen, and we bantied back and forth about the benefits and the non-benefits, if you will. You brought up the issue of seeing people having a child ride on their lap while they're mowing lawn. I got to tell you, my wife of 46 years is a nurse, retired now, but I have been on a couple of different occasions had to almost pull the car over to the side of the road when she would spot an adult with a child on their knee mowing lawn. She unfortunately took care of many patients afflicted that way. So I know of the concern you're sharing here. There were plenty of people, plenty of debate. In the end, this is what the District Leadership Council put forward.
Okay, the other question I have, you have on 44 and 45, what counties are the 3 counties that requested that?
The counties, I would have to look them up.
But just let me know when you can, Tony. It's not necessary. Right
it was passed in multiple, those 2 were passed in multiple counties over the couple-year period. And there were counties that it was presented where it did not pass as well. So
thank you.
I'll try and get that to you.
Thank you.
Okay. Any other questions for me?
Just a comment, Tony. My grandpa used to take me fishing in a little green lake, and I noticed that the local people are wanting to reduce the panfish take. They do a great job at that lake. I sure hope that question gets support.
That's the one thing you can say. It's a very key point that comes up at every spring hearing process is that I think we have 10 or more lakes this year where they want to reduce the panfish bag limit. A lot of it comes back to, electronics and the use of them ice fishing. And people are getting pretty darn successful using technology, and it's having an impact on the population. Anything else?
Any other questions? And since there's not, thank you, Tony. And we'll move on to 6B, Wildlife Management Spring Meeting Questions.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair Kazmierski, Deputy Secretary Barry, and members of the board. I am Scott Carroll. I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Wildlife Management. And for informational purposes today, I have the 2022 Bureau of Wildlife Management's advisory questions on the spring hearings. So just as a reminder to the board, in even numbered years, the questions on the due to the alignment of the administrative rules process, the questions are advisory only, so there's no forthcoming rules from any of these, which hence why this is an informational item. I'll briefly go through each one of the 6 questions since there are so few, and then be happy to answer any questions. First question is to increase the student registration fee for Trapper Ed. This is one of the few fees where we actually have control of it. It's an administrative code. Most of our license fees are found in statute. This kind of came at the request of the Trappers Ed Association. The costs of administering the program are rising. So they wanted to ask a couple questions about what the public potentially would allow for a fee increase. So we obliged and put that on. Another question is about allowing youth hunters to not have to have a goose permit during the youth season. So during the 2-day September migratory bird season, youth hunters don't have to have a federal state duck stamp, but if a goose happens to fly by, they would have to have a goose permit in order to harvest that goose. So we felt like it would just make things a little simpler for the youth hunters not to have that goose permit. Third question is allowing the purchase of multiple turkey harvest authorizations in a day. As you know, probably in the next couple of weeks are the turkey harvest authorizations that did not get issued in the drawing go up for sale in the bonus sales. They're limited to 1 per person per day, so that an individual doesn't jump on the internet right away and buy up all the good early season tags before other people get the opportunity to. But once our seasons start, there's quite a few leftover tags available. So it doesn't make much sense to, I think in some zones we have 10,000 bonus authorizations left over. So once it's kind of, everybody's had their shot, it doesn't make sense to restrict it to just one a day, make it easier for people to grab a tag off Go Wild or in the service center and require less trips. And we have 3 questions that would require legislation. The first one is allowing individuals to keep their preference points if they fail to apply. I think quite a few people don't realize that that is a rule, that if they fail to apply for 3 years, they lose their points. And with our data keeping, it's much better than it was when we initially started issuing preference points. So keeping track of who's how many preference points individuals has, it's less of an issue that we'd have to, I think it just would be simpler to increase customer satisfaction. We have a single raccoon hunting season start date. This is the only that I've looked, the only season in our either hunting or trapping that has a separate start date for residents or non-residents. There really isn't a need for the resource for it for competition for raccoons. So we thought we'd put it up for input. And then finally, this last question seems to be a holdover when we used to have that quiet period where you couldn't hunt before the firearm deer season. There's a piece of statute that says landowners don't have to have a license to hunt. It's hunt or trap beaver, coyotes, foxes, raccoons, woodchucks, rabbits, and squirrels on their property, but they're not allowed to in that 24-hour period before the firearm season. I think this is just a remnant of that old law where we used to have that quiet period, so it's not really necessary anymore. And I'd be happy to answer any questions about our questions.
Okay, questions for them? Okay, I did have one, and I just to get some background on that coon hunting season thing, because I was old enough to be around when they fought for that split opener between residents and non-residents. And the reason they did it, it's a dog hunting activity. And our state opened sooner than our surrounding states. And they didn't want a dog circus up here where the people from other states had come up, hunt the 2 weeks up here, and then go back home and create that 2-week window of chaos. So
yeah, you and I were able to talk about it a little bit. I think it's worth mentioning to the public. So I looked into that, and I think maybe since that time, other states have changed their raccoon hunting seasons. So in the 3 surrounding states, I think we have most of our hunters from Michigan, Minnesota, and Illinois. So in 2021, our resident raccoon season started October 15th, and the non-resident season started 2 weeks later on the 29th. Michigan's raccoon season, they have a single raccoon season, starts October 1st, so well before our resident season. Minnesota's, they have 2 zones, a north and south zone. The north zone starts the same date as our resident season. The south zone starts the week in between our resident and non-resident seasons. So not a lot of competition there. Then in Illinois is the only one, but that's pretty significantly after even our non-resident season. I believe it's November 15th in 2021, their season started. Again, just a resident season. So if the concern is about an influx of individuals and competition, the surrounding states primarily either have, with the exception of Illinois, either a more earlier season or the same season structure as ours.
Thanks for addressing that.
Okay. Thank you.
Fisheries management, Meredith.
All right. Good afternoon, Chair Kazmierski, Deputy Secretary Barry, and members of the board. My name is Meredith Penthorne, and I'm the policy specialist for the Bureau of Fisheries Management. And similar to Scott's presentation, I will be discussing our advisory questions for the 2022 spring hearings. And these will help inform our future potential rule proposals by allowing us to gain additional public input. So I will go over these briefly. The first question would standardize the muskie season structure statewide by allowing harvest starting the first Saturday in May through December 31st on open water. This is a change that will mainly apply to the northern zone for muskie, which currently has a later season opener, and it will help keep regulations consistent across the state. We have 2 questions on walleye and sauger regulations. One of them will lower the statewide daily bag limit to 3, and that is part of the public input that we've received coming out of the walleye management plan update that's currently in process. And then the other walleye question would potentially lead to adding a new rehabilitation regulation to our regulation toolbox to be able to reduce harvest and protect adult walleye. We have a question on data collection on small fishing tournaments, which would allow us to gather additional data on unpermitted fishing tournaments by requiring them to self-register. And this will allow us to better understand the number and frequency of small tournaments in the state. We have a question on personal harvest of minnows from viral hemorrhagic septicemia affected waters, which would allow anglers to harvest minnows from these waters, but no live minnows could be transported away from the waters. And then we have a couple questions on sturgeon hook and line fishing opportunities, which would expand catch and release fishing for sturgeon, for lake sturgeon on waters with healthy lake sturgeon populations. And then finally, we will have a suite of questions to examine the St. Croix River, Wisconsin-Minnesota boundary waters game fish regulations. And this would aim to make regulations consistent with those currently in effect on the Mississippi River, as well as also to make them consistent with what Minnesota is doing and adjust regulations based on fish population dynamics. And with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions you may have.
Any questions from the board? Hearing none.
Thank you.
Thank you. So, department secretaries matters.
Stephen
in the spot right there, right
Yeah,
there you go.
you're in charge, Stephen.
I believe the secretary is coming back, so I will defer to him.
Way to get out of that one.
Secretary matters, Mr. Secretary.
Yes. Retirement resolutions. We only have one, Laura A. Churn, drinking water and groundwater, 30 years. And so I would only ask for a motion.
Move to approve.
Second. With our congratulations.
Yes. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
The acts of the department secretary are in your packet. If there's no questions, we'll move on. Department secretary matters is Sandy. Are you here today? Sandy D?
Yes, I am.
Girl, we needed you today.
I'm here.
We needed your voice. We needed your voice today. So I'll turn it over to you to give us your standard update.
All right, thank you very much, Secretary Cole, Mr. Chairman, and board members. First, I wanted to congratulate Jim on the Rebecca Wallace Award. I also had the chance to work with her early in my career, and she was an amazing advocate for water and is sorely missed. Along with somebody who Jim mentioned, Michelle Wheeler, who I worked with up here. She was just an amazing person to bring people together. So those are good people to be in company with. And congratulations to our retirees. As Secretary Cole said, my name is Sandra D. Noss, and I was appointed to the NRB in April 2021 to represent Northern Wisconsin, still awaiting a confirmation hearing. So thank you for yielding some of your time for me today. I wanted to cover 3 different areas. Before I do that, though, I really wanted to say it's a really interesting discussion today on groundwater and drinking water. I live about a half mile from the old DuPont plant, munitions plant in Bayfield County. And so I appreciate what people are going through with their drinking water. The 3 areas I wanted to cover today were things that I've been working on, doing in the area, public hearing attendance, working with local agencies and organizations, and then current and upcoming seasons. I wanted to discuss those few things. I had the chance to attend the February public hearing on the Enbridge Line 5 reroute around the Bad River Reservation. I should say I attended most of the meetings because it went on very long and very late or early, depending on the way you look at it. I appreciate the DNR extending the comment period so that all people can be heard. And in my day job, which I got out of today to be with you guys, is as a natural resource teacher and agriculture teacher. I get to work with different agencies and organizations on a pretty regular basis. And I just wanted to let you know who I've been with the last few weeks. Trout Unlimited has donated time and resources to work with me in the classroom, teaching students about macroinvertebrates, phenology, water quality, lead-free fishing, and fly tying. This ties, no pun intended, indirectly with the last month's vote on how we assess impaired waters in the state. To date, TU has shared over 200 years of experience with young people in my classes, and that's really amazing to have these folks who are so knowledgeable impart their wisdom on our youth. These are potential new trout anglers that get exposed to new opportunities in fishing. And so I appreciate that. The Great Lakes Indian Fish and Wildlife Commission, or GLFWC, is another outstanding organization that's very willing to share their time, resources, and science in the classroom. We've covered, or will be covering in the next few weeks, Lake Superior fishery, the status of that, how populations are estimated using the mark and recapture method, and an explanation of treaty rights and tribal sovereignty, topics that every Wisconsinite should understand. And finally, building a deer population model that will use the Bayfield County deer metrics provided by DNR. We'll be doing that at the end of March. These types of opportunities offer real world experience to young people and help engage them in natural resources discussions. I guess seasons, looking at seasons over the past 2 years, we've seen a huge increase in the numbers of fishermen, both on the ice and open water fishing for whitefish in Chequamegon Bay and Lake Superior. Local anglers have concerns that we don't have a good handle on populations. We wonder how the daily bag limit might impact the population considering the increase in anglers, and hope that we're taking a look at that in the next few years. On a personal note, maple sugar season is on the horizon. Wisconsin, as many of you know, is the 4th largest producer in the nation, producing around 300,000 gallons a year, or last year. While I doubt they counted the gallons of my maple sugar from my 30 trees, I look forward to getting out to harvest some myself and encourage other families to get started in that. Finally, as we head into spring, this is a reminder to all participants, or all to participate in local county deer advisory committee meetings and the spring hearings. So I appreciate seeing the questions ahead of time. The deer advisory committee meetings are really important, and it's important that you not just attend one, the last one before they vote, but the ones that lead up to it, because that's where the real discussion and information is provided. And I'm going to encourage all of the board members, especially, to attend one in your county, or a county maybe that you're interested in or that you've had say in the past, and bring a young person with you. We need to engage those people or those young people in the process so they understand what's happening in their backyard. Thank you once again, Secretary Cole. I yield the floor back to you.
Thank you, Sandy. Well done. As it relates to county deer advisory committees, keep an eye. We're always wanting to bring back to this group to begin to engage those CX now, not in April or May, because I think that it comes before the board in May. Keith, am I right? April or May? So that's it. Last year was a little bit of heartburn with the changes. And really, it wasn't that the changes occurred or what was changed is that it happened at the 11th hour. And so CDAX got on the phone with myself and Keith and others and said, if board members want to be engaged in the committee, we welcome their voices at the
meetings. And then they too can make their opinions known. In doing so, it strengthens, where board members might want to are coming from versus changing it on the floor and when they're being heard and not spending the requisite time engaging the CDACs. They were left in the lurch and they, quite frankly, felt jilted in that process. And so going forward, I only remind board members, if you want to weigh in on CDACs, the time is now. And that's all I have on that subject. Mr. Chair, I'll turn it back over to you.
When's their first meeting?
Hold on.
I don't know. I will find out for you.
Yeah,
Thank you.
it's leading up to that. And so what Keith and I agreed to do is like in January and February, start talking about it. So I would imagine that first meeting is probably going to be next month. Because it's going to come before the board in April.
Yeah, it will be, and you all will be informed of everything CDACs are doing via email.
They all meet on the same, do they all meet on the same day or no? They don't, do they?
No.
They're on staggered dates, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we have staff that's there, correct?
That's correct.
Yeah.
And for the chairs, we do a training for them as well. And so if you folks ever wanted to sit in on some of that training that Keith and his staff give to the CDAC chairs and co-chairs, that would be useful for you as well. With that, Mr. Chair, I have no planning status updates and turn it back over to you for board member matters.
All right, thank you very much. So, board members matters. First off, I'd like to go around the room and see if anybody has a question they want to add to the spring hearings.
I do not.
Bill?
No.
Sharon, do you have a question? Okay. I think I could see that you said no, but
No.
turn your audio on so we know. Okay, thank you. Terry?
No.
Marcy?
I have one, and this is a work in progress with Keith and the rest of the team. As I've said before, I'm really concerned about CWD in our area, in our state. And so this question is in hopes of getting at the interest in a pilot program to offer a healthy herds incentive payment. It was called Pay for Positives in other states, but I want this to be more of testing incentive, research incentive, and information so that we don't lose track of those testing, the importance of the testing and the testing percentages that we're getting in the areas that are affected. So I'll work with Keith on this and we'll submit it. But basically that's the gist of the question, is whether the participants in the spring hearings would support a pilot project like that.
Okay. Normally, how soon do you need that question?
I'm sure it'll be
Tomorrow?
It'll be fine. We'll get it.
Okay. all
We
right.
have it in draft. We just didn't have it finalized for today. Sorry.
Okay, all right. And Bill Smith, do you have a?
He stepped out to take a phone call and I haven't seen him back.
Yeah, yeah. How about Doc? He's on the phone.
Doc, you still on the phone?
Yep, I have no questions for the spring hearing.
Okay. Well, Bill, are you there? Okay, we'll skip that for now and he can bring it up under board members matters if he actually did have a question. All right. I do have a question also. And basically the gist of the question is, should we require the department to do another 3-year review on the crossbow unequal harvest prior to the 9-day gun season? We keep hearing more and more of that in outdoor news and things, and the numbers are significantly different than when the department put their first study together. So I think it's just a good idea for us to review that. So that's going to be my question. All right. So board members matters. Bill.
Yes, there is a lot of good conservation and clean water type stuff that's going on with producer-led watersheds. And a lot of that work is helped along by DATCAP and the DNR. And Governor Evers in his last budget allocated $2 million for these groups. So my request is that this board gets a presentation on the work that these watershed groups are doing. And I talked to Preston briefly about it, and he thought that maybe it could be a joint effort between DATCAP and the DNR.
I like it. Okay, and you'll submit that to Lori. Sharon, do you have anything?
I do. I'm getting to know the Southern Lake Michigan coastal ecological area, which is where I live and serve. And it's been quite a joy. It's a beautiful area and really close to home. I'd like to say that our state park, which is Havenwood Forest State Park, it's 237 acres. So it's small, but it's full of trees, and now it's robust with youth programming. So conservation and environment matters, and our young people are getting close to it.
Okay,
Field trip.
and Lori, you won't get a written slip on that, but you'll follow up.
Yes.
Okay. Terry.
Thank you, Gaz. Wanted to make sure that we didn't let slide under the table the issues that our public speakers raised today. I'm hoping that the department will take care of that, but also for Keith to send out the management plan schedule, where we are on the Wolf management plan schedule.
Sure.
Please, Keith. Jerome mentioned about whether or not accurate minutes are being kept for all committees. I think it's a public request. We should respond to it, including to Congress. And Todd mentioned about the scope statement for commercial fishing of lake trout on Lake Michigan. And apparently that's been in the works for 3 years. So I would hope that the department would address that, please. Also, this board and the department have very important issues and programs that we need to deal with for the benefit of the citizens and taxpayers of Wisconsin. Trust and cooperation are essential in moving forward. Unfortunately, the mismanagement of the Wolf program has jeopardized both. This is further exacerbated by the makeup of the Wolf Committee, which was questioned by the board for over a year and resulted in what many perceive to be a stacked committee. We can only imagine what the work product's going to be. Today, we were presented with recommendations from the department that many believe were advanced by the administration. The credibility of the proposal, as well as its legality, was questioned. The political prism by which the recommendations are seen raises very serious concerns. These issues are too important for the citizens and taxpayers of Wisconsin to be subject to political gamesmanship. It is time for the department to reestablish trust with the board, and the board reaching out to the department and advance programs and policies that we can work together on and move forward on. Let's leave politics at the door, please. Thank you. The other thing that I was going to mention was I had sent my stuff to Lori about the question I had at the last meeting. Remember, Lori? And I haven't heard from anybody. You're better. That's better. That's better. So Francis, you can ask the guys to follow up on the questions that I had submitted.
Stephen, did you write those down? I didn't hear the question.
The questions I sent to Lori to send to you. Because I wasn't explicit enough, so I tried to be a little more explicit. Did you get them, Maureen?
Board members matters.
Yeah, good. And if you could ask,
They're in my notes and board members matter.
ask the full,
We'll get my full attention.
give me a call over the next month, I would appreciate it.
Yes, sir.
Thank you. That's it, Kath.
All right, Marcy,
Nothing this month. Thank you.
I think today, Bill Smith.
There's Bill.
Hey, Bill, before we get started there, you kind of missed the, do you have a spring hearing question to submit?
No, I didn't have a spring hearing question. I'm satisfied my interests are covered by the Congress questions. Thank you.
Okay, then you are good to go with your board members matters.
Right. And what I wanted to do, Terry, was comment a little bit on the Lake Michigan Commercial Fishing Board and the request for a scope statement on lake trout. I understand there were discussions back in 17 prior to when I was on the board. And I wasn't involved in any of that, but I have been involved the last couple of years, and I've sat in on these commercial fishing board meetings. And I think the appropriate thing to do is just to direct that towards staff and let them pull together a response. It's a little more, there's a little more information there, I think, that would be important for the board to understand that this has been on the list of priorities for the Commercial Fishing Board for the last few years in a row, but there are other things on their priority list as well. And there have been discussions back and forth each year between staff and the board, and their top priority has been the whitefish quotas in Green Bay and Lake Michigan. And the staff have been working overtime on that stuff to deliver. We just recently reviewed their proposals and passed a rule on that. But there still is some really important loose ends that need to be taken care of so they can run the model again in this next year and be ready for a quota in 24. And that Commercial Fishing Board regards that as important work, and staff have committed to that. So I think the request for the lake trout scope is an important one for the fishery, but it needs to be kept in balance with the other work that's going on, and staff regularly defer to the board to identify their top priority. The other thing that is important to note, there's a couple of tools that they need to really develop that scope and advance a rule, and there's some modeling tools. They're not quite ready to go. They're within a few months of that. So I think there's a timing issue here, but there is an intention to follow through on that. There's been ongoing discussions at staff level. So I think that's really important, and that wasn't conveyed well when we received the public comments today.
Thank you, Bill.
Thank you.
Yep.
Doc, do you have anything, board members matters?
Nothing for board matters.
Okay. Well, our business, I believe, is completed for the day. Motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
Bill, second.
Bill's.
I firsted it.
No, I think it was Doc.
Oh, I was.
Doc second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Vote opposed? Motion carries.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Motion carries.
We are done.
Thank you, everybody.